going to have to act if we want to live in a different world.
A very unstable situation on the ground that is unfolding very quickly.
Move toward more ideas that will actually help bring this thing to an end.
Situation on the ground that is unfolding very quickly.
Good afternoon, one and all. Is it that time already? I think it is. Homestead cop upon us. LAN has arrived for Age of Empires for second LAN of the year. But not the last, if I'm not mistaken. I think there's going to be some Garrison presence later on. I'll say. If I got this up too loud, I mean, it's a banger of a song, which is kind of forgivable. But yeah, we're live a few minutes before the games begin. The games begin in about, I think it's 10, 15 minutes. Which should give us enough time to kind of like go over the event and go over predictions, things like that. I thought that should be a cool way to like kick off. So let's actually maybe turn. What's that? I love this song, but let's get the vibes correct, shall we? I've kind of got way too much Dynasty Warriors in this playlist now that I realize it. Like really a lot, actually. What? I don't even know what I'm looking for right now. Oh, I guess Terran 1's always safe. And also, why are you doing that, chat box? What? My chat box updating correctly? Oh, yeah, it is. You guys are showing. That's a bit weird. My preview window is being weird, though. That's what I'm trying to figure out. Ah, there we go. Boom. All right. Need to get that up, and then we should be ready to do a quick, brief overlook. All right, what is up, guys? So, Homestead Cup is upon us, and I thought it'd be cool to actually do some predictions before we hop into the games and cast them live throughout the week. So, for those that don't know, Homestead Cup, it is a LAN happening in Serbia right now. It has invited 8 of the top players in the world: Anatan, Lucifron, Vortex, Beastie, B, Marine Lord, Puppy Paw, and, of course, Wham. And then, in terms of groups, we actually already have the groups set up here. So you've got Puppy Paw, Anatan, Lucifron, Marine Lord in Group 1, Beastie B, Vortex, and Wham in Group 2. And it is going to be a round-robin format, and then you get placed in the playoffs based on your ranking out of groups, with the last place finishes in the groups ending up out. Marine Lord will probably only be in the red here at this point in the group stage. Should be a cool one, though. I thought it'd be cool to do some predictions. I've even just gone ahead and actually set up Photoshop, so yay me. I'm probably gonna have to move in-game chat though down. Sorry guys, you guys are obstructive. So what am I expecting out of these groups? I think there's some wild cards to consider really when we get into this. The obvious one is B in a lot of people's minds. I think the other one is actually kind of going to be like Anatan. I think if Anatan plays Prime, he could actually snatch practically everything away. This is the guy that almost beat Marine Lord, right? Like, it came so close. It was 1 game difference because they've been scrimming together regularly. But my anticipation, my predictions here is, like, opening series. Oh, God, I guess we're going to, like, go through with numbers then, because we've got a little bit of time. Anatan versus Puppy Paw to kick off the day is going to be an intriguing one. I'm actually expecting this to be an Anatan win. I think it's going to be 3-1, but I think within that, it's still going to be close, right? Like, it's not just going to be a wash every single game. I think, like, one game maybe will be a little bit stormy, but I think it'll be, like, tight. I have Anno kind of a little bit favored there, and that's not to discredit Puppy Paw. Like, I legit think it's just going to be tight between them, even if it's only 4 games. After that, we've got Marine Lord versus Lucifron. That one, man, I haven't seen Prime Lucifron yet, is my concern there. I think that one is going to be a might be a 3-0. I could see Lucifron potentially taking like 1 game there as well. But based on like recent performances, not that Lucifron's playing bad, it's just Marine Lord's playing peak good, and the question mark is still there on whether Lucifron is back at peak, right? Over here, Vortex versus Wham is an intriguing one. I think this could actually end up quite easily being a 3-2 series. I think if Wham is really switched on in his current form, like, you're going to get a tight one coming through there. And then we have the wildcard series of the day. I think the most wild one is genuinely going to be the B versus Beastie. B versus Beastie. This one, I think B is going to come in surprising, but I still feel strategically like Beastie, even if he's not playing at his best form, which I think even he'd agree, he still should be favored here. Especially the map pool being fairly familiar. I could see, like, maybe B sneaking a game by. I feel like I'm being very generous with 3-1s everywhere. But that's kind of how I'm feeling. And then, God, in terms of, like, I've got to put these in every time, haven't I? This is going to be very tedious. I'm trying to think the easiest way to do this. I probably could just type it out in a notepad, and that would have been smarter. But that looks less fancy, right? Which is why we do it like this instead. So, little Marine Lord over here. He has to face off against Anatan. Dude, that one's going to be fireworks. To me, that one is going to be the 3-2 series. I think Anno could potentially cinch it. But I don't want to jinx him. So I'm going to put 3-2 because I'm a coward. And I'm going to just predict what everyone else does when it comes to Marine Lord. Honestly, though, like, that one to me could go either way. It's going to come down to the draft more than anything, I think, for both of them. Then you're going to have, like, what's the other one? So you're going to have Lucifron. I'm just going to slot them in because I'm getting really lazy now and we haven't got that much time. Lucifron versus Puppy Paw. I genuinely could see, like, depending on the map, maybe Lucy gets 1 on the board, but I also wouldn't be surprised to see, like, a 3-0 just because of Puppy Paw's playstyle. I really hope that I'm kind of discrediting Lucifron here. You know what I mean? Like, he's going to turn up and actually shock me more than anyone else. But, like, I don't know what to expect there. I just don't think he's had as much time as, like, 75% of the players on this this board here to practice. And then I guess we'll round out the predictions there because the final one's going to be, what, Anatan versus Lucifron. I don't know what Anatan is, just bigger. And then Puppy Paw versus Marine Lord. Honestly, Puppy Paw versus Marine Lord could be another like super close series. Wait, what did I just do there? Oops. Oh my god, dude. Auto select is cursed. There must be like a bracket creator that would have made this easier than what I'm doing here. But I'm just like in janky mode because we've only got a few minutes to go, right? These ones, yeah, I'm going to once again just go with the instinct of like this being kind of Frio. I'm hoping that like Lucifron sees this and doesn't get demoralized but gets inspired. It's like, KP is a dumbass and I'm going to make him wrong and just stomp everyone. And then Marine Lord, I would expect probably like 3-1 over Puppy Paw, but that one also, I could see playstyle-wise and the previous commitments are kind of going all the way to a 5-game series. Especially, like, the thing you have to remember, that the catchy thing of the Canadians, they play in their own little bubble as well compared to a lot of the other players on here, which is where they can shock and surprise. But we need to get Wamp, Beastie. I can't remember. This isn't necessarily the way around they're going to play in order. I'm literally just, like, scattering them in quickly because it's easier this way. We got what? Beastie, Wham, and B. So my predictions on these ones, I think Beastie versus Vortex. I'm going to favor Vortex here. I could see Beastie getting a game for sure. That's actually what happened in the last event, right? We had that like Marlin game that was really good for Beastie. Wham versus B, I actually expect a Frio. I think playstyle-wise, Wham is really solid against B currently, especially when you consider that B hasn't had as much time to play. Also, why is there a bunch of names up here? How did that... Dude, this is also cursed. Hold on a second. Let me just get rid of these extras. I built a lot of Lucifrons. Janky mode, normal mode, KP? Dude, it's just like, I don't know. There's probably a way I could have elegantly set this up, but I done this like 20 minutes beforehand. Wham versus B, also, I'm just going to go ahead there and I'm going to slot in expectations that if I'm saying... Wait, I've just done Wham B twice. I'm a genius. Who am I missing here? He's meant to face... I like how I literally just done the same thing as Vortex versus B, isn't it? And then Wham down here. I think Wham might actually take a 3-0 over Beastie, but I could see Beastie like getting a game on the board there again. Actually, playstyle-wise, I think that could be a 3-2. And then Vortex versus B, I'm sorry to do it to my boy B, but I do think that I anticipate B a 3-0. So based on those results, and I think we've got to get ready to go because I think they're going to start drafting soon. Dude, what has happened here again? They just keep moving. I've been duplicating way too many. I expect... So, I've said with this, I expect Vortex to top the group, Wham to get second, Beastie third, and then B fourth, right? Which means that Beastie would be... Oh my god, I see what's doing now. It's duplicating because it's not selected first. I expect Beastie to come in here, which means on the other side... I'm saying Marine Lord to top group, right? Which means he's going to finish up here. I've done that correct, right? Group A. No, it'd be down here. My brain. Have I done that right, chat? Can someone validate? I'm pretty sure this is correct. And then Group B, rank 1, I'm saying is going to be Vortex, aren't I? So Vortex will be over here. Stop selecting multiple things! Oh my god, dude. There is definitely better ways to have done this. And then rank 2 from Group A, I'm saying it's going to be Anatand. That I'm pretty confident in. So you're going to get Anno versus Beastie in playoffs quarterfinals, I think. And then I said Group B rank 2 would be... It was Wham, right? Yes. So Wham up against... Who am I saying there? Rank 3, which was going to be, I think, Puppy Paw, right? Yeah, because I said Anno's going to be second. Wait, no. Anno's, yeah, rank 2. Yeah. So that'd be Puppy Paw. So we're going to get Canadian bros up against each other. I think, dude, I need to speed this up. It's taking too long to go begin in a sec, aren't we? I think here, in a best of 7, like, this will be tight, but I'm going to say 4-2. To Wham. And then Anno versus Beastie. Dude, I actually think, based on what we saw in the last event, Beastie will have his number. Maybe Anno will have a number of it. Beastie maybe gets like 2 games, 2 or 1 game there. Which then they're going to lead you through to Anno versus Vortex. And you're going to have Wham up against Marine Lord. Honestly, this one, because they had recent practice, I don't know how recent. That one, I feel like that one could actually deliver 4-3. Vortex versus Anatan, to me, playstyle-wise, is going to be volatile one way or the other. I think that's going to be 1-4 Anno. And that's no discredit to Vortex. That's playstyle-wise and the way that Anno's been playing at the moment. Which then leads you into a Marine Lord versus Anatan Grand Finals, which is what the last matchup between them felt like. And a Vortex versus Wham third place, in which I would expect a close series between Wham and Vortex. I think that one will go all the way. Actually, no, maybe like 4-2, 4-3. I could see it being 4-3. And then Fireworks, let's go for our big prediction. Anno wins 5. Marine Lord gets 3. There you go. Curveball in the draft. Now, it's probably going to be an all-the-wayer. I wouldn't be surprised if actually it's going to be a 5-4 scoreline. But, like, I'm backing Anno this time, man. I think he's on the verge of it, and it just takes one slip-up. And although Marine Lord plays, you know, pitch-perfect AoE4 so often, no one is immune to shortcomings. So, yeah, those are my predictions. I'm sorry it looks so scuffed. But let me know what you agree and disagree with. Do you think I've discounted B or Beastie or Lucifron? Like, get mad at these predictions. Give me your own. And I'll catch you on the live streams. If you forgot about the new Civ, I think I've actually calculated that into it. Like, I think if Vortex was on the other side of the bracket here, he was, like, more spicy because of that, you know? Because, like, Vortex and Lucifron are some of the most rapid innovators in competitive Age of Empires 4 by far. Okay, I think the boys, though, they should be drafting, right? Let me have a look. Wait, which series is Vortex versus Wham first, right? Let me double check. Yeah, so schedule for today, guys, should be Vortex versus Wham into Beastie versus B, Anatan versus Poppy Paw, and then Marine Lord versus Lucifron. I can confirm we do indeed have a draft underway. All right, so it looks like we're getting a starting map of Dry Arabia, Frisian Marshes, Four Lakes, Borderland, Front Range. Golden Horde priority opening despite the nerfs, Lamau. Japan, Ayab is Tuklak. Sengoku comes in at the end because it was not sniped, but that means the split is Chinese. Wham gets French Macedonians. Knights Templar in there as well. They got a water map, right? I kind of dig Wham's draft a bit more. But Vortex is very crafty of things like the Tuklak, and he does have the Sengoku, which strategically is useful to... Oh, I was about to say to bait people and force snipes, but hold on. Game 1 on Dry Arabia, right? And we're going to have Sengoku up against Macedonians. That's kind of nuts. So Sengoku basically undertouched. I think most people agree on that. It's like they were undernerfed. They didn't get hit hard enough with the stick. But the theory here is like maybe 2TC meta's coming in, and if that's the case, Macedonians could be kind of spicy here. And what is up, Matt? Appreciate the sub, buddy. Thank you very much.
KP and Homestead Cup, let's get it.
I know we'll get to the finals. Yeah, I think so. Thought B was doing pretty well recently. Apparently, rumor has he hasn't been able to practice that much. And also, it's just like his record in major tournaments isn't as impressive as like they were in things like KPMM. Like KPMM, he was a monster for sure. So like maybe he surprised me. Maybe he's figured out Yufei in a way that like the other players haven't, you know? Okay, so are the boys in lobby? Because I don't see them on game yet, so we might still have a few minutes. I thought we needed to rush because I thought we were going to get into game like almost ASAP. Oh no, we still got like 3 minutes. Okay, 3 or 4 minutes. So I guess we can just talk about, yeah, like the new Civ. So some brought up the new Civ. I don't think the new Civ is going to be like that. I don't know if someone's had enough time to rapidly innovate to the point they have a broken strat. There might be a strat or two, for example, on water maps. Like, I could maybe see Jin having some intriguing value potentially on a map like Four Lakes, where you can afford to spam their cavalry. And then they also have the benefits of, like, eco-techs around wood, right? Like here, the draft horses. I think maybe that could be where Jin's kind of spicy. Stylistically, the meta should be pretty good for BC, so maybe we'll see some surprising runs. Yeah, like my prediction has been that we're going to be moving towards like a 2TC meta, but I think my take at the end of that patch read is that I don't think we'll get there that quickly, you know? Like, it'll happen, but it won't happen overnight. And I think if we get towards a 2TC meta, I can see that favoring Beastie, because although he's, been a more aggressive player recently, historically, some of his best times came in the more boomy era of Age of Empires 4. Have I changed Twitch team? Yes. Yeah, that's I've created an agency now called Valiant Talent. I need to get the rest of the members in there and invite them all. There's probably going to be about 20 creators on that team. So yeah, because those don't know, the reason I haven't been streaming as much at the moment is I've been setting up my own agency. So I run a career agency. I parted ways with the previous one I was helping because many issues, but I just fundamentally different ideas on how things should be ran. And yeah, just getting confirmation. Yeah, so it will be Vortex versus Wham, BC versus B, Puppypaw versus Anatand, and then Marine Lord versus Lucifron. I do find it funny that they have the Canadians not playing later in the day. They have one playing right at the start and then one playing second to last series. So not sure what the order was there on that. I mean, it will come around itself, right? Because it's going to be group stage, so everyone plays everyone. Gresham still feels disruptive for multi-TC to feel good. It depends on the Civ, really. I think some Civs already start to sneak it back before these changes, like Knights Templar. I think Knights Templar 2TC didn't actually look too bad, and now it just got buffed, right? So kind of on the up. Let me have a look here. Seems we've got a little bit more time. Might as well close the game and literally look at the draft. Marine versus Lucy. I think if Lucifron sneaks in some water maps, maybe he takes a game from Marine Lord. But Marine Lord should still be overwhelmingly favored there. The problem is the big question marks for me are B and Lucifron. I'm hoping that I have undervalued them and they turn up and perform and we get crazy close games throughout the entire group stage. But that's not usually how groups work. My anticipation is that B and Lucy will probably finish last. And then toppers of groups will be Marine Lords and Vortex. I actually think the tops of the groups are going to be close between Vortex Wham and Marine Lord Anatand. And I don't know, if Puppypaw has dug deep and found his latest Dragon Ball Z form, he could actually shock me because he's done that in the past. But in the most recent performances, your top four should be Marine Lord, Anatand, Vortex, and Wham. English Dark Age men arms rushes? It's definitely on the table. The production rate got a little bit nerfed, but that was only to compensate for the changes in production speed getting increased. So the English specific production speed got slightly reduced, but it's still insanely fast. But yeah, I was saying with the draft wise, Shushi is kind of intriguing. I don't know if people have done enough rapid iterations of the changes to get full counterplay up against the Jiangnan build yet. Knights Templar are phenomenal on the map, four legs, they should function quite well. French is all round great. Even with the nerfs now towards cav play, I think it still scales quite well. I haven't seen too much Imperial Spear play so far. And then just, HRE, not the most potent, but whatever, if it gets the right circumstance. I think the big question mark is going to be Golden Horde here and Japan. Did these two Civs receive valuable nerfs? Are they now going to be trash Civs? And outside that, Jean, I just love the fact he keeps going back to Jean. We still haven't got that rework. But, Vortex is definitely the type of player that can make it work. I think, especially if you get a French Jean matchup, usually I lean towards French there. But if you can just force one slip up in the early game from a French player and you get Night Lead, you keep Night Lead and you can destroy them from there. And outside that, Mongols, Tuklak, situational picks. But Tuklak in particular, Vortex has been at the forefront of leading the charge on the 2 castle type meta from Tuklak. With mixed results, but it's definitely something you have to be very wary of. And with a map pull like this, Frisian, there's still a great pick for Tuklak. Boldland is where Vortex might try and sneak it through, though. Front range, HRE really potent there for Wham. Yeah, I don't know. I'd say no one has overwhelmingly won the draft, but I definitely see a little bit more flexible value to Wham, where although Vortex has civs that can be placed in different maps, I feel Wham has more civs that feel strong in multiple maps. makes sense. Whereas maybe Vortex's draft is a little bit more predictable. But I think that value point matters more in the opening 2 maps. Because once you get past those 2 maps, you start to thin the pool. It becomes a bit more linear, a bit more obvious on what your opponent's going to do, right? But big shout out to like the snipe system. That's, I think, what helps keep things refreshing these days. The snipe system then throws that curveball of like, it used to be like, oh yeah, you put this here and this there and this, that, and this, that. But then you realize with different strategies and people's playstyles, now they can completely throw your draft off to the left or the right and force you to take a weird turn just by sniping something you wouldn't expect. Are we ready to roll? Yeah, I think we should be getting a game in a sec. Because they had games listed to start at literally 00 on the hour. But we're now quarter past the hour? I don't see the boys online. Unless they've been in game the whole time and I'm an idiot. Let's have a look. Idiocy is a possibility. What's the snipe style? You pick 2 civs after the map has been selected, and then both players blindly snipe 1 civ. Which means you can only play the other one on that map. So, like, a very powerful and popular strategy at the moment actually has revolved around the idea of you just always pick Sengoku if you draft it, because you know your opponent is not going to allow you to have Sengoku, right? Because Sengoku OP. But the hilarity is, this civ literally just got allowed through. Like, in game 1 on Dry Arabia, Wham chose to snipe Golden Horde instead of Sengoku, so Vortex has that. And then Wham chose Macedonians and Byzantines, and I think he expected Byzantines to get sniped there. Because Byzantines is a little bit more broadly potent, right? And also, I think if like you have Macedonians or Byzantines up against Golden Horde, like Byzantines can defend quite well against Golden Horde. It comes down to the spawn a little, but they do have the means. Then again, I don't really feel like he had to be that scared of it. Maybe he was worried about like a Byzantine Sengoku matchup more, because Vortex did recently take on Macedonian Golden Horde against Marine Lord, if you guys remember that from the EWC event, and he destroyed it. He actually annihilated him. He dragged it into the late game and got to the verge of like them going Imperial, and then cracked him with an overwhelming force of Golden Horde infantry and cavalry. So yeah, like not the scariest boogeyman in the closet for him, I guess. That's better? What's better? Oh, you mean the new UI thing? Dude, I love these. It's so much better. Like, I said this, the first thing I said about this update is like, this is actually the #1 change. This is so good. What's the tool advanced? Oh, I didn't try the advanced tooltips yet. That's kind of cool. Like, seriously, they should have made the charts like this in the first place. For anyone who played RTS in the early 2000s, this takes you back. This takes you all the way back. Like, this is my childhood, man. Proudly. All right, are the boys in yet? No, I guess are we still yabbering on the broadcast? I think we are. All right, so I guess that gives us a little bit more time to talk about like the wider picks in the series then. So I think like Frisian Marshes, that's probably going to be Tuklak / IU pick, or Mongols slots in there nicely as well. For Wham, there used to be a Shushi build that was pretty sick. I think the Shushi build could actually be a lot better now with Zhang. For Four Lakes, you know, you're probably looking at like French definitely has flexibility there. Knights Templar works very well on that map. For Vortex, Japan has historically been a popular pick there. He also does have the potential for some like Ibids if he wants to do like an aggressive opening. Then you've got Boardland, where Ibids could also be a flex pick towards that map. Jean works very well. Japan, like a lot of picks of Vortex do work well on that map, and I know he likes to play Tuklak on Boardland as well. On the other side of it, for Boardland, Byzantines does work quite nicely. French, China, of course, can still kind of work. Pro Scouts got nerfed, but Barbican plays definitely on the menu there. The possibility of Shushi also a reality, just because if you play Pro Scouts into Night Spam, really effective. And then finally, for front range, I think that's where Atri... The problem for Wham is like Atri feels really good on both Frisian and front range, so he needs flexibility there. But I think Macedonians HRE actually as a duo combo offers great flexibility between those two maps because you can run HRE or Macedonians on Frisian. HRE for obvious reasons, Macedonians because they actually get some silver when they fish, and it allows them to just spam ponies up. Macedonians horsemen very good, and Frisian marshes are basically all about horseman play. But for like front range for Vortex, now that his Golden Horde has been sniped out in game 1, I wouldn't be surprised to see him save Golden Horde until there. You know, the idea of just getting loads of free heavy cavalry units for stone when there's limited food on a map like front range is really good. Ibids has historically been seen there. Like a lot of his picks, actually. I think every single one of his picks has been seen as quite good on front range. That's the map I think he looks the most potent on, is like you don't know exactly what he's going to pick. But yeah, like I don't think French nerfs were necessarily like big enough to them. I think Sushi buffs are intriguing here. Knights Templar have been looking more and more solid, especially now with the buffs to TC play. And Macedonians, maybe this is like a 2 TC strat. So like that's why I'm kind of leaning Wham a bit alongside the Sushi reworks, which are just like surprisingly quite effective, actually. Like more effective than I think people realize. I've noticed some people complain like, I don't really know what to do with this Yangnan build. It's like, it's easy. You just build units, dum-dum. Sorry, but it is kind of, it sounds very basic, but like the 1 or 2 games I've seen so far, it has been as simple as that. It's just basically Zerg. And the other thing is also now with the changes to TC cost, Sushi Legacy TC build feels a little bit better. By the way, did you guys notice something about the draft? Like, do I need to take you back to something comical about it? Did you guys notice there was something missing on the draft entirely? Yufei, woo! Jin Dynasty, woo! Is nowhere to be seen. And I'm pretty sure there is nothing in the rules against picking Jin. This is the first tournament where Jin is accessible. But neither player banned or picked Jin. See? Flags right there. Completely neglected. What Civ's so okay, let's really just hash it. House of Lancaster, Abbasid, and Jin are all missing. Is there anyone else I'm forgetting? Order of the Dragon, right? And Roos. The Roos one surprises me a little bit, but then again, like their map pool can kind of make sense of it. Oh, English. Sorry, English. Yeah. English. Wait, and Delhi, actually, now that I think about it. Delhi didn't come out either. But, you know, historically, when new civs are introduced, they tend to get picked because the whole idea is they're pretty bullcrap OP. Not the case here. I think Jin Dynasty is probably the most tame civ release I think we've ever had in Age of Empires 4. And someone could correct me if they think that's wrong, but like from what I've seen, from what I know, it legit doesn't get more chill, should we say, more sombering than Jin. We'd be expecting Jin to not be seen this tourney unless we get a wild map. I think that, so B will try it. I think Anno might try it. It might be the Canadian bros have come up with something as well. Like, those are kind of my anticipated parties of, like, people that might do some spicy things. Just, like, B in particular, like, he loves to be off the cuff different, you know? Nice change from the devs, I appreciate it. Yeah, but it's bad for sales. The problem is no one wants to buy a DLC where the new civ is bad, you know? That's the tricky part. And also, like, before I was like, yeah, but you can figure it out and kind of be a good thing. It's not really the way that people's minds work when it comes to RTSs, right? So with RTSs, it's more complicated. It's like, oh, I've got to learn this new thing. And if you've got to learn this new thing, you want to damn well be OP in the process of it. Because if you're learning a new thing just to be worse off than the things you know, you're probably not going to do it, right? Even more so when you then attach a price tag to the situation, right? Then you've just got like a big awkward issue. This is why most developers will edge towards Civ be broken at release versus Civ be trash for that very reason. And yeah, so the way the Civ picking process works is you take it in turns picking. So it's like pick, 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 pick. And then you have bans, and then you have picks. And the bans are targeted at each other. Some tournaments in the past have used global bans, but this one isn't. Bro, are we still not in lobby? Okay, we should be in lobby. We're not? Where is game? Wait, are they using a freaking test server? Oh, come on. Why are we in the test server? Let me double check. I don't know why we'd be on test server. Previous live, future live. Which one would it be? Stability? Maybe. I don't know. I didn't see this communicate anywhere, though. So give me a sec, guys, and then we'll get in game. Yeah, because I'm not the only one who's been asking this. Is it that dash test bullcrap again, which was pants for us entirely? I'm hoping not. Let me check in with Tommy. Oh, so I'm going to check the previous build and see if it's on there. If it's not on there, it's going to be on the dash test one. On the standard version, apparently not. But like this wasn't commed anywhere, which is a little bit frustrating. I don't know why it wasn't, but I don't know if they had like tech issues last second or some crap. But it would have been nice to get a ping because I was like looking in the Discord and I wasn't the only one asking on this. Yeah, I think it's like stop. I'm checking on the servers now. I'm literally. It's live on Beast channel. Yeah, it's because they're on some server that we don't know about. So I now have to figure out which server it's on to get into game. So I'm gonna check the test. I'm gonna check the create a preview server now. If it's not that, then it's probably the one where you put dash test in. It feels so weird wearing a jacket at this point. It's like so... It's summer, but it's actually insanely cold today. My country just can't make up its mind on what the weather's going to be. Okay, so let's have a look. Okay, so I just downloaded the test server, but that hasn't changed anything. 1 second. I mean, I wouldn't be as frustrated about this if instead we just alternately had a clean feed, but they didn't. I don't think they've done a clean feed for this. So I'll go default and add in. Did you just put dash test? Oh, what's that? Because I remember you had this the other day, and it was just the other time it was a mess. Oh, was it public test? Okay, let's try that. What's up, Dragon? How's it going, bud? Wait, is there only a clean feed? What? I'm literally pinging them in their Discord now. Hopefully that'll get fixed in a sec. In the meantime, I'm just going to check the test server. Unless some like Microsoft decided to create some like special secluded test server or private server environment, but that would be first because I don't think they've ever done that before. So let me have a look. Okay, so it's not on here, right? So this is public tests. No, so they've got some sort of private server? Okay. Ah, thank you, Don Kong. All right, I think we've got what we need here, guys. Sorry about this. What a mess. All right. I guess I'll zoom back on the track so you guys don't miss the start of the game. Yeah, but this fucks up my entire freaking overlay, doesn't it? Let's have a look. Pretty sure it's gonna. Are we here? We are. Dude, I don't even know where to begin with what just happened. Like, so I don't know. I think I've got a corrupt driver. I think I need to flat out reinstall those. But that managed to then affect the audio put through on everything. I had to restart the PC. The moment I restart this PC, it froze the cameras on my second PC. I don't like. For those who don't know, those are meant to be like extreme separation of concerns. One should not affect the other. I don't even know how it managed that. That's like ultra cursed. What? But yeah, honestly, I don't know why we're literally using only a clean feed. That's weird. Because I thought I could have sworn all Microsoft tournaments had to have like in-game access. No. All right. You guys want me to do it from the start of game one, or do you want me to just hop in? Let me just double check that the stream's running on both platforms still and hasn't bugged out. Hop in? All right, we'll just hop in. Just double checking. Stream's still live everywhere else. Very good. All right, here we go. Oh, wait, I just realized this is going to make everything stupid, isn't it? Oh, wait, what? Oh, my God. What's that? I need to refresh the capture card. 1 second. Oh, that's right. I need to actually open the capture card again, lol. Sorry, I have to open everything. We'll be in a sec. Okay, there we go. Oh, now I need to figure out these stupid freaking scenes. 1 second, guys. All right, so I'm trying to figure out which scene's going to be best for this. Give me a second. Sorry, I have to drag some things across now. 1 second. This is workflow in process. Control C. Dude, I'm annoyed. This means you guys aren't present either. Oh, so stupid. They also don't enlarge their maps? What? Since when? Give me a sec, guys. It's 2 of me, guys. You didn't think it could get more annoying. It did. I can't add you guys in now. I'm kind of annoyed by that. Sorry, guys. All right, we got there in the end. What a freaking mess. Also, wait, what is the quality of... All right. Oh, the chat's top left. You're right. 1 sec. Let me move you guys. I don't know if there's any way we can put you... I think I just hide you for now because it's going to look bad. All right, is the audio okay for you guys? Or is the audio kind of ass? Sorry, guys. Like, I mean, I kind of got ambushed for this. I didn't even know that this was our only option. We had our scene set up and everything. But you get to see the players, I guess. So, what's happened in this game so far? So, we've had... Also, why is purple on the left and yellow's on the right? Anyway, basically, we've got Macedonian versus Sengoku. Looks like Macedonians... Did they go for an FC? Judging by the size of their army, I think they might have pressed a little bit before attacking. Sengoku have caught up, age 3, and they already have an insane number of knights. Like, this civ is kind of crazy. Game is kind of quiet. Yeah, I don't know why the game's so quiet. Have I got... Let me see if I've got Opera GX set to be, like, quieter. OpGX is, like, as loud as it goes. I did open this on Opera GX, right? Yeah, I did. I could probably deafen myself by doing this. Is that louder for you guys now? Did that change the volume at all? I'm not sure if it just done locally. I'm going to deafen myself this. All right, so Mountain Samurai so far in this game, like Vortex, is under pressure, right? But the difference here is meant to be the deflective armor is pretty handy. We have to remember that deflective armor did get nerfed. Not as impressive once was. I imagine Vortex this stage does already have the extra movement speed for his cavalry, though. So he should be able to just kind of kite and kill. And great target fire there. Yeah, look at him, just honing in on one target at a time. Nicely done. Tanks the daimyo at the end, reestablishes control of the fight, and pushes back in to bring Wham's Ridari to a fold. Looks like we'll try to just run away with the champion. It's going to be a switch now into spears plus crossbows. Vortex is prepping Yumi that he can amp up in a big way. But these are more expensive than like when we saw Sengoku's big dominance, right? I think like Yumi value here... The challenge is if Wham has enough food to just keep pumping Ridari, this Yumi strat gets a little bit weird. But if you can just continue to grind out some familiar trades like he has done here until Wham runs out of finite food, then Ridari option just goes off the table, right? The cool thing about playing Sengoku is food isn't really as much of a problem for you. You know, you've got the carts, you've got 5 hot dog stands in total. He's going to have farms already coming in. It's a lot more organic for Sengoku to get into the long-lasting economy. More live production? What, to do the sound? Yeah, I can't do anything about sound. Wham's camps, they seem like they're facing each other? Okay, but I guess they didn't set up... I guess they must not have set up a flip camera perspective thing. Also, wait, is the left camera bigger than the right camera? I can't tell if that's just my weird positioning. That might just be how I'm sitting. It kind of looks like one's a bit bigger. But yeah, I think the problem here is they might not actually have just a simple button to flip cam A and cam B. So they've basically been anchored to the sides based on the camera positioning, if that makes sense. Lack of walls here is kind of killing Vortex a little, right? Like, he needs to find a way of just getting fully established. I think that's the thing that's really good in this game for Wham, is like there's just no counter pressure, really. There's small attempts, but now the issue you have is with so many spearmen already. You know, what's Vortex's spear? Vortex's spear in this game, i.e. his cavalry solution, are knights. This is where I think sometimes Japan can just feel a lot better than Sengoku in this matchup. Is like you can just go for the Onimusha, right? Like Onimusha plus knights to shut down Ridari is super effective. But as Sengoku, you get a guy with a gun that's really slow. That isn't really worth building because it's too slow. So, you know, definitely a little bit harder to react to these raids when you play Sengoku compared to Japan. And although he's weathered the storm, has come at a high cost, right? Like, he's 10 workers behind. He's also got the idle TC on top of that, which means he missed out on one additional work compared to his opponent. Like, weirdly enough, Wham's economy should feel a little bit better in the current state of things. Flash coming in. Dari, not lasting long here, no. And good target fire. The Yumi just bypassed onto the crossbowman. Spears now coming in way too late into the engagement. Nightmare fuel moment, because now Spears arrive when the Yumi are there to gun you down. And the Knights will just give chase to force the action. Damn, what a fight out of Vortex. I mean, this is the deceptive thing about Ridari. Yes, more expensive, but that means you can be outnumbered. When you're outnumbered, you tend to kind of get overwhelmed, surrounded, kited more easily. Maybe a little bit of an overzealous commitment past that by Vortex. One of the big tricky things about this matchup, guys, that's quite fascinating actually, is that both sides have a similar issue around heavy cavalry. They don't heal them very well. For Macedonians, they're just very tanky. You don't build many healers. For Sengoku, you need to be fighting to heal, right? Your Ikko Ikki monks fight to rejuvenate units. If you bring Ikko Ikkis to these engagements, it's going to get a little sicky. They're going to die real fast. So it's going to be a forced retreat. Mostly Mount Samurai going down. That was the deceptive thing on the count. And we do have Vortex now switching into the gunners. So he's going for the hand cannon Ashigari. The thing about these hand cannons for the Sengoku is statistically their DPS isn't really that much better per cost than crossbowmen. But they have a lot of like negatives, right? Especially with them being a lot slower. Really appreciate they allow other casters to stream and even provide a clean feed. I mean, they have to let you stream. Like, I think the clean feed was meant to be a positive, but because I had no idea about it, I thought it was just going to be in game. At the moment, it's a bit of a negative because we need to figure the whole overlay out now. But yeah, basically, if you are financially backed by World's Edge, it is required that you allow people access to cast games. You can't stop them. So usually when you're a TO, the best thing to do is try and enable that and go for like a reasonable mid-ground of what your requirements are. So like, for example, when I ran the weeklies, we always had like, look, you can stream, but you need to make sure that you have like midweek muster in there for us. Thank you. Weirdly enough, some people didn't bother doing that, but yeah. Flash coming in now. So he is fighting into the hand cannons. There's not really many of them. Also, Wham must have a few farms set up by now. He's gone 2 TC. I imagine he's got like 12, 15 farms online maybe at this stage. Raids are slipping through. I feel like the weird thing about this game, right, guys, is Vortex has historically been known as an aggressor more than any other player in AoE4. But since we tuned into this game, Vortex has been the defender through and through. He's tried to go for a full-on offensive, been kind of pushed away in the end after initial successes. But the weird part is like the way Wham is playing is very reminiscent of how Vortex's brother would play against him and other people. Like, this is full raid oriented, right? And it has proven to be a big boon for him so far. But the Macedonian's still not booted out of the base here. Mad Samurai count lagging behind. And far behind at that. Like 10 to 1. I think the issue for Vortex is still a huge lack of walls. And he's got a pull where his resources are pulling in 2 separate directions. Like, you've got the farms here. And if you look on the minimap, He's got all the food and the gold on the right side. He hasn't walled either of these fully successfully, which means that the Mad Samurai, being so low in count, aren't going to be able to defend his base successfully. Like, I don't know, it's a little bit worrisome here. Like, the only upside I keep coming back to is the idea that, hey, Vortex will have more food. But now that Wham's gone 2 TC, and I'm not sure if Vortex knows about it, and he's got the farms already being set up, this is looking like a Canadian dub. Outpost coming up as well. So Wham, just looking to lock in on those sacred sites. And remember, he can't get those Mangonel placements. They did just get nerfed down by 1 damage per burst, right? Which was significant. Still going to be decent against Yumi, though. I think I kind of like Vortex's idea now better, considering how he's been trying to fight. It still looks pretty bad, but like the idea of now going into mass gunners and mass, like, Mad Samurai, it slows him down, but the way he tried to fight earlier, it would have made more sense. That linear fight where he went down the center, right? Why not go Spears plus Mad Samurai? Spears plus Mad Samurai here, I think he's worried that like Ridari plus Archers would just wipe him. Because Bog Maffer also get bonus damage, or rather they get more damage piercing through onto Knights, right? Because they have the Ignore 2 armor thing. And then you add in the fact that deflective armor got nerfed in a big way. I don't know. It's also just like food dense, very, very food dense for him. Like, he doesn't actually have that much food right now. Despite the farms, like, this is a bloodbath. Oh my god. All right, this has to be the point where Vortex is probably just contemplating typing in the GG now, man. That was brutal. Yeah, he loses a lot of troops on that push, but who cares? You just shut him down even further. I think the only reason like Vortex probably hasn't tapped out of this one is from his POV, the second town center might not be even remotely obvious. So he's probably playing this game like there's no second TC at all, right? Which is understandable. Like he's not really been back there this whole time. Oh, the Ridari count. Like, this is the thing. If you can get past this weird no food situation into the farms, the economy in Macedonian sucks, right? But like their ability to pump quality units, especially in a longer tier of age, whether it's second or third age, is phenomenal. And yeah, you can already see Vortex is taking his hand off the keyboards, right? It's GG. No doubt about it. Damn. You know, I said the two scariest players I think that exist in the game right now on Macedonians might be Anno and Wham, and I stand by that. The thing the Canadians do better, I think, are these 2 TC type builds. Like, they're super effective. Oh my god, it's German Dumu. Alright, I'm sorry. Not all bull people look the same. Wait, I'm confused. Why does the German guy have a Serbian flag on his shirt? What? Honorary Serbian, I guess. Oh, dude, my son is starting to wake up. I hope he goes back to sleep. He hasn't been down that long. Yeah, sorry about the first game being so scuffed, guys. Kind of got, like, side ambushed on all those details. 1 sec. I'm going to switch us over here because I need to double check some things behind the scene. Just want to see if we got clarity on whether we'd be able to cast in game. If I'd known we were going to be on clean feed, I would have changed my scenes around a bunch, actually. Maybe we can do that now? I'd need an entirely new scene, which is kind of annoying. Trying to see if I've got a way of doing this quickly. I did get sent like 1 or 2 overlay pieces. But I was like, oh, these don't fit for my setup. And now I realize why he sent them to me. It's like they could fit in a weird way for the setup. So let me put music back on too. I like music. So I got sent an overlay, which we could use for like cam in cam. I just haven't got a scene set up for it today. I'm sorry, guys. It's going to be scuffed first day. But, you know, the ambush of day 1 will be done, and then we'll be able to figure things out for day 2 and beyond, which is good. Just stick with this positioning. Oh, wait. I'm in the way. Dude. I'm stroking my chin on wherever I set up a scene right now. It's just annoying because I have a bunch of pieces that interlink in the different scenes that matter. So it's not as simple as just pressing new scene and go. If that makes sense. All right, looks like we're in game anyway. So let's get ready to go. Oh, they do have the swap camera button. What the hell? Wait, but now they're on the wrong side entirely. Oh, no. By the way, how's the game visual quality for you guys? Because my worry here is that it's being encoded and sent to me at 1080p, and then I'm encoding and sent to you guys at 1440p. I'm a bit worried it doesn't look as good as it normally does. Is that the case? Okay, good. All right, one and all, it is time for some LAN action. Homestead Cup, game number 2, Vortex versus Wham, and Wham is already in the lead. It's just the UI is a little bit drunk, needs to be updated. He's leading in this set in the purple as the Knights Templar. Vortex over here in the red as the Japanese. We're heading to Four Lakes, and I gotta say, guys, it's actually been a long time since I've cast Four Lakes. I feel like a guy who's like, you know, in one of those AA meetings, you're like, yeah, guys, I haven't done this in a while. But I gotta admit, it's Four Lakes time, and oh, for God's sake, they've got extra UI elements. Okay, I'm gonna have to figure all this out. Basically, we're using a clean feed here, but it means that our whole settings are gonna be completely different. Opening-wise, though, like Knights Templar versus Japan. Let's talk a little bit about this matchup, because Knights Templar, definitely a powerful civil on water, but they got nerfed a while back, if you remember. They had one interesting change, which was they've got much more tanky docks, but they're more expensive. Now, that can usually be a good thing when you're being aggressed. But the way that Four Lakes plays out, it's not about aggression as much as secure. The way that you apply your docks is very different. When you play on a map like, say, Holy Island or Archipelago, you build those docks knowing they could be a front line. But when you build docks on a map like this, it's to insulate and protect your economy. Now, what that means is the role is different and the spam points are different. And spam is the important part there. Because the fortresses, the Knights Templars, like giant harbors they build on water, they cost an extra 100 wood. Compare that to like Abbas's, which can feel quite good here, or Iabids. Because they only pay 75 wood, if there's any kind of cheesy dock rush, you can secure your flank quicker than your opponent can do it. But what's interesting is on a map like this, potentially when you play Knights Templar, you're a lot more vulnerable or exposed to early cheesy plays. So the cost of him setting up to secure his starting pond is going to be like probably close to double what his opponent's going to spend to do the same. And that means that Vortex has a better opportunity to try and attack him on the second pond to the north of Wham's base when he goes to set that one up instead. We just got to pause. I'm going to pause the recording until it's done as well. Japan's pretty good on Four Lakes. Oh, absolutely. Like it's the amount of samurai strats that work so well for them. All right, I'm going to leave my son for a few more minutes to see if he goes back to sleep. I mean, his mum should be home soon anyway. Dude, he hasn't slept long at all. I put him down at like 12. Most of the time, he sleeps through till like 3 o'clock. Should be asleep for a whole other goddamn hour. Yeah, I don't know. Dude, I don't have an easy solution now for like the scenes. Because I just, like I said, we got the camera here normally. Because they have to envision that a lot of people, like if people are going to watch by this, they're going to have a camera on screen, right? I'm trying to figure where the safe place is to put the camera. That it won't get in the way. Do I just go down there? Maybe I just go down like there. Like in this area. Where we normally were, right? That might be the place. All right, looks like we've unpaused. We're ready to roll. So, should be going towards Fuel Age soon. I wonder if Knights Templar are going to be doing the standard Hospitalier build. Knights Hospitalier has become very popular with KT. But he goes Kingdom of France. Okay, this is cool. So, a lot of people have been playing into Hospitalier because the cool thing you can do with KT is your villagers become very tanky. They become faster. It just secures you a lot better. And then there are these cool strats you can do around the men-at-arms to rush your opponent. I think because of this map compared to, say, a Holy Island, WAM doesn't want to take the risk of bulking men-at-arms just to get bum rushed by knights because of how easy Fast Castle can often feel with double pond on this map. So instead, WAM is going to be playing poor man's knights to try and mount up pressure onto Vortex before you can even think about that third age. And we are going to have Coca Township coming in. A rarity these days. Guys, it received a buff, right? They definitely buffed Coca. Ever so slightly. Was it production speed? I think it might be production speed. KT on hybrid with 0 pressure? Oh, they're going to get pressure. It's just like, so if you're wondering why didn't he spear rush, it's not that it's impossible to do that against Knights Templar, but it's less effective. It's tougher to pull off because the problem you run into is that Knights Templar will have their food online and can mirror spears. And now with Mounted Samurai's nerfs around deflective armor, you probably don't want them to have spears anyway. But the other problem is actually killing a harbor, killing Knights Templar's harbors is really freaking hard. So they have 500 more HP, but they also, more important than that, have 2 fire armor to start with, which means they're already going to be negating like 20-25% of the damage you were going to be doing with your spear rush. Holy mother of frame rate, that. So double stables coming in. It is just going to be Chevalier. Finally we're back. Guys, do you realize how many French lessons I took to learn how to say Chevalier properly? All that effort. And in the last year, Knights Templar, they just stopped building Chevalier. In early days, all the time. Then it just disappeared. Finally, my French classes have been for something. All right, so no second pawn coming from Vortex. He's just going to fast castle 1. Okay. Now, that is very surprising. I think it's because he's seeing that WAM's already going for knights, and he doesn't want to just get stuck in the mud on this. Like, you can't go second pawn under that pressure. You'd have to build spears. Do you ever really want to build spears against Knights Templar? Probably not, especially if you know they went French commandery as well. WAM already actually adding in the Sanctuary, so we'll have Pilgrims coming. First Shinobi. Ooh, that's a find. WAM doesn't... he may have reacted too late there, unless... No, he goes to the Sabotage instead. Does block out an extra fishing boat. He should be able to blink forward to get a kill on that worker, though. Chevalier on the other side does encounter the double outpost, which 100% tells him what's happening there. And it looks like Shiv's out from the worker is going to be the big fat L. Vortex gets himself a worker kill. He's already set up a double outpost. Also, love the way he positioned them. The backside is a little bit annoying, sure, because he's going to gather around here. So he is going to take a hit towards his efficiency of gathering if he has to keep repositioning workers there. But it's worth it for this level of protection. And you kind of have to make that sacrifice when you're doing fast castle like this. Chevalier now with spears. Okay, so like he'll be able to address the Mat Samurai. Remember, once again, like the change to spears is pretty drastic. They can't be baited on brace anymore. It used to be that you could brace and your opponent could stop, and then you wouldn't be able to brace again for like 3 seconds, I think it was. Now, it refreshes every 0.25. So if that bait happens, you'll be ready to brace again. Really critical change there that makes it much harder to just waste spears brace, which is meant to completely counter the charge. Then you add in the fact that on top of that, deflective armor did just get nerfed for Japan. Used to be that it recharged every, I think it was 8 seconds. Now it's 15 seconds. So you don't have that reliable take away one hit, easy peasy, as much as you did before. A bit of pressure from WAM isn't going to work with the Spearman, but the Chevalier... He actually dives towards the landmark, ignores the woodworkers entirely. He commits the whole army under it. Wow. Okay, so he thinks it's worth the other time. I mean, if you can sustain here, sure. He has got undermesh, but his opponent does have Steeled Arrow. And these aren't standard knights. They're nowhere near as tanky. Yeah, just look at the health bars. They're melting. All the spears are already gone. The worker's going to start pulling over. Also, these knights do less damage than standard ones to anything, including workers. So it takes extra strikes to get kills. So far, Vortex just so elegant in this, man. Doesn't lose anything at all. Not one worker going down. He's now an age ahead. Wham is locked to one pond, the same as Vortex, but now the difference in age is really what's going to matter here. Yeah, and he just rushes for Monastery too. He's not going to waste any time because he knows that Knights Templar with food backing them can just rush a tech as well. Chevs only have 2 ranged armor. Yep. So even with the +1 undermesh, like if the difference maker would have been, if you look up here, you can see that Vortex already got Steeled Arrow when that dive happened. If that had been undermesh, research, no Steeled Arrow, he actually could get away with that. But with that extra damage coming in, no chance. Insane Vortex hasn't lost a single villager. Dude, he's just built different. Like, this is the thing. I think for Vortex, the longer the game goes, the rougher it can get. Early game, he's one of the most threatening players in AoE 4. The challenge of staying... And you guys need to realize how hard it is to stay on top through that as your, like, momentum point. Because when a game first releases, being the best early game player is an advantage. But when a game is 5 years old, being the best early game player is not an advantage anymore. Because your competition has already played out that early game in almost every situation, right? They've refined their skills to the point that early game is rarely their slip-up point. Yet Vortex still manages to be a podium-level player despite that. It's not to say that his mid and late game are weak. He's great there too, but I would say for Vortex, it's always been his opening 10-15 minutes of gameplay that has defined his skill difference more than any other area of the game. So Mount Samurai can't blow it up. He is getting the Yumi in because it's Mass Spearman. And, you know, Wham does have kind of like a way off the ramp of uncomfort with Angiven Empire if he can get the resources. He does need walls up, and that is about to complete. He also got like a very weird pilgrim interaction where you can see on the minimap, it had to walk north because he'd walked the south side first, and then it's now going all the way to the south side. So, yeah. I mean, you don't really miss out on gold with that, by the way. It's only if the guy gets killed, but increase the risk. The reason you don't miss out on gold is you have to remember they come out every, what was it? 1 minute, rather. And goddamn, what the hell? Yeah, so we got like a sponsor on board, but the overlay changed big time. What? I might just position that over there. And then maybe bring it down a bit. Oops. Okay, so spear count right now looking pretty solid. Wham definitely has the bypass into castle. Is it going to be Angvin? Has to be, right? I mean, you wouldn't go Genoese here. Oh, he's going Castile! Let's go! The new meta continues. Guys, Kingdom of Castile is getting quite popular at the moment. So if you can force fights around the Sacred Site, huge buff there. It's basically Kurultai. The other thing that's cool here is the idea of Genitors pretty effective at sniping out the Yumi, and Yumi can do no damage whatsoever to Genitors. Then he's already got like mass spear spam alongside it. Discounted Knight, sure, but you know the whole idea is he's basically just creating a litter of melee blob that makes it hard for the enemy range to exchange. And the cool thing is with the Sacred Site's positioning on most maps, they're usually sort of between the bases of players. Like this is kind of on the way. So it functions as like a stop-off Medicaid point for him. Break from the rules here. Vortex, I think he knew the tech up's coming. He's going to rush in. Bam. Looks like he's prepping for the Genitor spam. There we go. Double archery range already down. Use up the first. Meantime, though, Vortex will be allowed to dive. Need to be careful in the Genitor's positioning. They are glass cannons. They're only tanky against range units. Just fall over against melee. First ones are about to start coming out. Mount Samurai are hugging the location. They get a few clubs in there. And it looks like first Genitor isn't going to go down. Actually, the body blocks come in. I'm still lacking the upgrade in Chevalier. It's going to take 30 seconds to come through. A big advantage window there for Vortex to push with. We'll get up, snug, close and personal. Mount Samurai health bars are getting a little low. Those spearmen target fire not really doing enough to clear this stack. Gets rid of the last few, and it looks like there's enough Mount Samurai left over for Vortex to keep on plowing through. Really well played there. The archery range positioning, I mean, you could just camp 1 or 2 knights here to keep them locked down eternally. Instead, he goes for the dive. Wham has been tapped dry by this fight. He's got gold gathering for the time being to the east side. The Vortex might be soon to discover that. The Yumi, in the meantime, are just now going to camp the Raxes, and the Mounted Samurai are now about to find the killing blow. The reroll attempt is going to cost Wham dearly. And that, dude, that looks like a dead guy to me. G freaking G. Vortex may have lost the first game, but strikes back swiftly in the second and shows you exactly why he's to be feared for his early game presence. Also, what is... wait. Look, it's the stare into the camera for me. Like, yeah. I was like, yeah, that's how you play 15-minute game Japan, baby. Oh, that's brilliant. I don't think he meant to. I think it was just an innocent stare at someone behind the camera, but it genuinely looks like a, yeah, what up? This is how you play. Are they sitting across from each other? Yes, they are. Let me put music back on as well. I keep forgetting they have nothing because it's a clean feed, right? We don't have anything in between the games. Also, why does my music just stop? There we go. All right, so actually, I guess I can between games. Did Edge close? That's not it. Oh, recently closed. What? I don't even have the freaking map draft. Oh, okay, that's not too bad, actually. It's still here. Looks like no other tournaments going on today, lol. Oh, by the way, that was because there was a Tuklak Shushi snipe for that game. So, let's list off what we've had so far. So, Sengoku was dead against Macedonians, which is crazy. We just had a dub for Japan over Knights Templar. And we've now done Four Lakes plus Dry Arabia. Borderland Front Range Frisian. I don't know if it's a good time to force front range. Maybe Borderland could make a lot of sense for Wham to pull out. It's got French, Shushi, Chinese there. All makes a lot of sense. Even Byzantines, actually. Vortex does still have his Tuklak to kind of flex. I think if we're going Borderland, Vortex probably drafts Golden Horde and Tuklak. In fact, do we have them ready to go? Yeah, they should be getting into draft now. I like how Crackety went from very kind of like, oh, what do I have to do today? Oh my god, it's us, guys! It's all us! Wait. Oh, no. Have they got... Ah, I see what's happened. So, guys, this is why white is like a bait on green screens, by the way. Because it reflects the green. So I think these are meant to be white. And because of the green screen positioning, the lighting intensity, it's actually like creating a bit of a green screen fuzz off. Whoops. Matching outfits? Yeah. Oh, there we go. Wait. Yeah, I think they just dialed it down. Wait. Yep, they're dialed. You can see them trying to fix it in real time. This is why green screening is a nightmare. I don't know if they got Elgato cameras, but if they haven't, they probably should. Like, Elgato cameras are really good at handling green screening. It's like one of the number one value points is like, yeah, they're not going to be as great as like a Sony $600, $700, $800, $900 camera in general. But because of the lighting tones, they tend to handle green screening issues better than most. That's why I like using them so much. Like, no green screen issue. Yeah, I don't know why they've given him a Serbian one. I thought they were always planning to use him on this LAN. Okay, so it looks like we are going to get... Ah, dude, I called it. Guys, I called it. I know my guys. Borderland it is going to be Golden Horde Byzantines, and let's see if I was right about the snipes. Ooh, I predict the Chinese. I thought Vortex was going to flex Tuklak. He actually chose Jean instead. I guess that's because he saw the Byzantine pick, and like Jean can, in some circumstances, thrash away at Byzantines. It varies, depends on the map. But yeah, Golden Horde versus Biz is going to be a fun one. Attack versus defend, 100%, I think. Smoothest promo segue award goes to Killer Pitch. I mean, it's just, you know what? It's just easy to do segues and promo when it's good product. Look at that. Yeah, I have got it. You know, if you click on the panels down below, you can buy yourself Elgato stuff with my discount. Actually, it should be in there, right? Let's find me. Where am I? Yeah, there you go. Code KP. Right there. Get yourself a nice green screen setup. I feel bad for them because they basically they tried to dial it and it's like that didn't work and now they've gone back. So what they'll probably try and do is like when they're on a different camera between like series 1 and 2, someone will probably go in and adjust the lighting and try and move like the screen around. Because like it's bleeding through. It's one of these sucky things about green screens. It's why I've said before, I feel like green screens are kind of overused a lot. Like used a lot more than they need to be actually. Alright, dude, I don't know. I need a better position for camera on this scene. Arrgh! I can move out of the way for the draft for you guys. Where do I put myself? I don't know where I put myself. In the middle? What did I just do? What? I'm gonna duplicate my gaming scene. Watch file. Okay, now that I got that, what I can do is I can put myself down here. It's roughly where we wanted to be. Where we said we're gonna be in game anyway, right? Kind of. Whoever does production obviously watches KP stream on the side. Who can blame them? Streaming casting. Ayo. I don't know. It's like I feel bad about my production quality today, but it's like because we just kind of ended up in a. I didn't think we were gonna have to do this. I was just gonna cast from in game. I mean, this is very helpful. Like it can actually be really nice to have like this type of clean feed available for sure. But it also can sometimes be a bit awkward. I think we... There you go. It's like the perfect position. Because I think what happened is like... So my understanding is like basically it sounded like they weren't going to have clean feed available for day one, which made things kind of weird. Because obviously they had technical issues. That's why I was surprised they basically went for like a private one. Because like the problem you have there is like if you have a private server hosting, you kind of have to guarantee clean feed, otherwise it gets weird. But shout out to them for getting someone up. I would like it to be 1440p because I'm a freaking snob, but maybe they'll get that today or for day 2. I guess that's kind of annoying because now I'm in the way on the draft, dude. I need like another scene on top of the scenes that I've already created, don't I? Yes, I think so. So here's the idea. I think I know how to do this. So I'm gonna go like this, and now I'm gonna duplicate this scene again. We call this one Watch Party in game. Oh wait, no, not in game. That one should be Watch Party Draft. Yes. So this Watch Party Draft one. like a glove? Not quite. Close enough. All right, there we go. Look, I'm there too. Wow, people. Confetti. So this will be our in-game draft. Perfect. And then when we're in-game, we'll have that one. Yeah. Figured it out. Jazz hands. Are you proud of me, Papa? You proud? Production on the fly, guys. Okay, so should be getting into game momentarily, I hope. Borderland, though, Golden Horde versus Byzantines. Depending on the spawn, this can be pretty hard for Golden Horde to crack. But, you know, I think if there's anyone who can actually navigate that, and he proved it against Marine Lord, it's Vortex. Because if you guys didn't see it, it was in the Opposed World Cup. Like, he actually dismantled the strat from the Byzantines there that Marine Lord was trying to use. So it was EWC to... Oh, whoops. We should have seen that coming. So it was... I'm pretty sure it was finals. Yo! What's up, Macabre?
1 year. Let's go. Loved every moment.
Thank you very much, man. Appreciate the ongoing support. Welcome back to the Swarm. Oh, and sorry, Fat Blob. I didn't say about you. Thank you very much as well. Thank you, guys. Appreciate it all. But yeah, it was in this series. It was... Where is he? Am I imagining this? No, there you go. Lipany, Golden Horde versus Byzantines. If you guys haven't seen that game, it's in the VODs from that day. It was one of the standouts. Like, actually, this Opposed World Cup, Game 1 and Game 2 were the best games, I think, by far. All right, let me just actually close one of these two. What do you guys think, though? Based on what you've been seeing Game 1, Game 2, I'm feeling like, I don't know, I feel Wham could actually take this series based on like the surprising outcome of Game 1. He's doing twisting things a little bit. I think like Macedonians really impressed me. This will be the telling game for me. Oh, I think we're ready to go. In fact, guys, be right back 1 sec, because I need to go check that my partner is home, because my son is away. Alright, good. Emma is home. Gamba? We got mods, they can sort that. Alright, let's get ready to go. Oh, hold on a sec, actually. I'll ask. Remind me to ask them after this game to up the audio. Like, dude, that's laggy. Holy crap. All right, one and all, we are back. Game number 3 of this series on LAN between Vortex and Wham. And it's a spicy meatball. Vortex's Golden Horde. Possibly, by far, without a doubt, the best player in the game to watch from Golden Horde. If you want to improve at GH, if you want to learn from Pro, I actually can't recommend anyone above Vortex right now. I think like he plays some of the cleanest, but also some of the most variant versions of Golden Horde you're going to see. And he's so effective at it, man. Like, this is a guy to aspire to be on the micro level. And I think actually a big part of succeeding with Golden Horde is how you execute the opening of the game. Vortex has been a master of that for a long time. On the other side, Wham has got the Byzantines for this game 3 of this best of 5. And Byzantines is definitely no slouch either. especially in the hands of Canadians, they're the type of crafty people that are probably at the forefront of trying to bring 2TC back if the meta does shift that way. Not really expecting it in this game just because Golden Horde tends to be a very aggressive party. But we were talking about getting this game, the spawn's going to matter a lot on whether Byzantines or Golden Horde would be favorable here. I think this is a decent spawn for Wham. He's got back berry start, which is crazy good, but the follow-up berry choices are kind of nuts. While he doesn't have them all safely in the corner, I don't think that's what you want here. I think when you're against Golden Horde, what's kind of better, actually, is multiple equal options, especially ones that can be locked in with walls easily. Like, look at that southern berries on the minimap. He can easily secure that area with some small walls connecting towards the stone. And then you've got the northern berries as a flex option, and then the front berries. Front berries are a little bit annoying, but the beautiful thing here is that front berry spawn is essentially his 4th berry batch. So pretty nice there. There's a small buff indirectly in general, like Men-at-Arms. Yes, Men-at-Arms have been buffed across the board. I think one of the biggest benefactors from that will be Macedonians, actually. But Macedonians have already been played this series, and it wasn't Men-at-Arms strats. Golden Horde, in theory, could be cool for it, but because they received a nerf to their production rate edict as well, I don't think it's as impactful. But, you know, right situation, right time. Because remember, with the Golden Horde, you can go for an age-free rush, you get your hands on the extra armor, the ranged armor, and you just don't die. So yeah, well, I'm just going for your snooze fest system build-up, as you usually do in the Byzantines. Cool thing about this matchup, both sides brave a sigh of relief, because both of these civs hate Dark Age rushes, and neither of them want to participate in them. So it reminds me like Mali and Byzantines. You guys remember that? You're like, yo, I'm going to boom. What are you going to do? I'm going to boom too. All right, then. White Peace, 20 minutes. See you soon. Peace. I say that, though. I mean, it's not Dark Age aggression. It will be feudal aggression, though. Oh, Vortex. He done this against Marine Lord, but in a much more aggressive way. In that game on Lipany, he actually went for like a forward outpost setup into a base right on his doorstep. This is so much more subtle and nuanced. Look at the positioning from Wham. He should have already scouted that area. He has no reason to come back there soon. So he's checking for what his opponent's up to. He's not seeing any production building. From Wham's point of view, the only logical thing that should be coming after him now is cavalry. This is what I meant about Vortex being the guy to watch. I think he has the right idea. This is the Civ that can actually flex these idea of proxy buildings more than others. Because like the other intriguing thing here, guys, is like every other Civ in that situation is now going to pump out one archer, and then one archer, and then one archer, right? Meanwhile, these guys, 2, 4, 6. The reason that's important is like if you show up on my doorstep on my archer range with 3 spearmen, you could probably run that archer down and kill him. But if I have 2 archers when you show up with 3 spears, or 4 spears even rather, it's much easier for me to counter damage you, right? Never underestimate that power, that influence. And now we have the outpost on outpost rush. Wham pulls all of the workers to get this one up. Khan is now going to arrive. That should be a 1-worker snipe if the archers target fire it down. Akratoy coming in clutch? No. Okay. That was Akratoy, right? I'm pretty sure he used Akratoy for that and still lost the worker. It's going to be -1 archer. Villager's going to have to reset and go for something less aggressive. Tricky part about this is like it's meant to be, okay, more time bought for more spears, but because Wham used so many workers to build that outpost up, he wasn't gathering the food necessary to start spamming out more spears in time. So yeah, it feels like this is not going to be possible to counterplay now. Especially with 2 more archers about to arrive for Vortex. Is it true Vortex never lost Golden Horde? I don't know about never. I don't feel like I watch him lose often. I think usually when it goes wrong for Vortex, it can be... He's very polarizing because what he likes to do more than other players, he likes to open sets with Golden Horde picks. Most players will only start picking Golden Horde when they've thinned the Civ pool a little, so they can guarantee better matchups, right? And better maps. Whereas this guy, he tried to draft Golden Horde Sengoku map 1 and was given Sengoku. Like I said, polarizing player. Wham. Will be forced off the berries. He at least gets over half of them there as he already cleared 3 berry stacks. So for Wham, now the goal should be to like just kind of play defensively towards those other berry options. Because like the way that Vortex is going about securing these resources, or rather desecuring them from Wham, is very expensive. The outposts aren't cheap for Golden Horde. On top of that, great read. He sent the spearman cross map, finds the workers gathering the deer. Formation. Wait, what? Oh, Vortex. I can't believe that. He went for shivs out to fakey Wham, but Wham didn't fall for it at all. That means 2 worker kills. Crazy start now for Wham. Yes, he got blocked in the Grand Winery. Yes, he lost 1 worker. Makes it worthwhile. Like the other time, the loss of food earnings. A lot of tricky details now, actually, for Vortex to consider there. Because the negative, like what Wham realized here, this very smart, by the way, and it's how you keep cool-headed against proxy rushes. Proxy rushes are strong in your base. Where does that make them weak then? In the person's own base, which is a rarity in Age of Empires 4. Because people don't do proxies often. But the idea that he's producing archers this close to your base means that you actually can get to his base before his troops can. That's very smart thinking out of Wham. Wham is getting a few horsemen in. He did go for Lombos despite the fact that like he saw there was a bunch of archers. That did surprise me a little bit, but it can make sense if you think this game's going to go to third age. If you think that you're going to third age, that's where javelins start to fall off a little, and Lombos start to feel even better. Good intercept. So catches a few more Limitana just trying to stroll out. I wonder if Wham will just try to secure food and go for a tech now. I mean, the problem with doing it, the dangerous thing is Vortex can do the same. The other thing that's also kind of awkward is like if the Byzantine strat here revolves around let's scale Lombos, that's bad. That's why I like that he's fighting like this. Horseman now jumping in. Limitane can get sacked, sure, but the Horseman can just scurry on in and kill all of this. Tortugud are now on the way, so that should force a retreat. So what do I mean by Lombos kind of feel like redundant here? The problem is like if we now play towards castle on both sides, your Lombos are completely worthless against the armor. Because remember, Vortex is probably going with the armor landmark that gives him +2 ranged. So your Lombos, even with all those upgrades, are going to feel pretty irrelevant against heavy cav and men at arms. Looks like he's just going to start patrolling around. I mean, in fairness, what I said about Wham having options on berries does go out the window when you greedily try to pull multiple stacks. It does at least have the outpost up. Army sizes are equal, but Tortugud, phenomenally tanky units, especially with the Khan Tortugud landmark. He's going to try the burn through. No fortifications coming through either, so this outpost isn't going to get tankier. Limitane count. I mean, there's meant to be so many of them. But where? Yeah, I think he split them off to try and defend the backside. Villagers are going to go for a clutch repair moment here. Archers are not target firing them down. They go for Limitane instead. Horsemen with the dive in, being successful. Khan buff is going to activate to give a little bit more damage here, yes, but lacking in count. Vortex not really having much of a backline to defend anymore, let alone a frontline to hold on. Was he thinking tech? He's starting to surplus resources here, right? 500 food, 200 gold. It's possible that part of that was due to the micro in the fight, but it looks like it's now pushing him towards the idea of like an age up, which I think makes sense. You know, the damage being done, you forced them idle, yes. But militarily, kind of behind. Economically, definitely behind. You need some sort of comeuppance. The good thing about that for Vortex, he may have sacked his archers, but he did keep a lot of his Tortugud alive. And that means that if you do now play towards a tech up, you still have an inherited advantage value point there, right? Is that you have all these units that will get auto-upgraded and will then get extra armor as well. So basically double upgrade for them. Also, what's going on with the shirts here? So we had like a German and a Serbian Homestead Cup jersey. We've got the Spaniard in his jersey. The Canadians qualified last, right? So I guess their jerseys might not have been ready. Either that or it's in the wash. Yeah, I think Wham realizes that this could be trending towards a tech up. So he gets some more people on gold. Then again, like Blacksmith play makes a lot of sense now that you've got a third batch of Lombos coming in. Of course, wearing Serbo. Yeah, I don't know why. And Vortex is adding in Keshiks now. So he's actually committing. I guess this does get scary though as you get a little bit deeper. just because of the effectivity of systems is like the bigger your worker count, the bigger the value advantage you get out of that percent is, right? But trade-off here, I think, in Vortex's mindset is like if we go deep, deep, deep feudal, transitioning olive groves, yes, it's valuable, but I feel like it's actually in some ways harder than just going pastures. The reason is, if I'm Golden Horde and I'm stacking cavalry, you're a little bit more exposed going mass farms around a looser landmark. Whereas Golden Horde is like one of the most safely condensed food sieves in the late game, similar to Mongols. A4 has a LAN? It does indeed. Yep. Running all the way through to the end of the week. I do wish I could zoom in, though. I need to remember after this one to ask them to turn the volume up, too. It's funny, because I feel like a lot of the time, the problem with clean feeds is their volume is too high. Which, like, usually my counter-argument to a clean feed being too high is you can decrease the volume. But, like, I've seen that in, like, in internal chats before, where people complain about being too loud. It's like, oh, turn it down. And this is a scary count, by the way. 10 Tortugud? The health on these things are ridiculous. Now, the game's not mute. It's just insanely quiet. Could you hear it like this? Can you hear it like that? Is it an S tier? I think technically it's an S tier, but the price pool... I don't know. Like, price pools in AoE4 have just been going down anyway, right? It's like... You just have to choose what your category of S tier is now. Maybe it's... A tier based? Nah, I think it's S tier. Spear line, nicely spread. Although a bit weird on the engagement there. The horseman actually took the brunt of the fight with the Tortugud. Still, he is finning the herd, right? Went from 10 now down to 7. That's scary. If Vortex is left with just Keshix, it's not going to hold. Wham. I think Vortex was gambling on the idea that Wham would have to age. But his resilience to stay age 2 has been effective here. The lack of longbow losses is what scares me for Vortex. He's gradually been losing this game more and more based on the size of their backline. And that's scary. Like, Tortugud aren't able to brute force their way through. They're tanky. They're meant to be an assister. Something that won't die so your backline can win. That's why most Golden Horde players lean so hard on archers. But it just didn't come together here. Wham's read. Mwah. Chef's kiss. And it looks like he's getting ready to lock in game 1 because the size difference in army here and this army being on your front doorstep leaves very little for Vortex to do. He's doing the one thing he can, which is buying time. He's dragging the army further north, but yep, Wham realizes it's like, why am I still chasing with this all? Let me send the Lombos back. It's time to hit the base. Horseman still chasing. Few archers left over, yes. Limitane count good enough to snipe out the cavalry. They get the pin and a double kill, and the Lombos are already now parked, blocking out the gold. Yeesh. 23 Longbowmen in total. You don't need many spears to defend this because Keshiks are pretty pathetic against spearmen. Even more so with the changes towards the charge brace interaction. And GG, he throws in the towel. Man, my predictions are already looking on course to be wrong here. I thought this would be close. I think I said it before it would be 4 games, or maybe I said 5. I can't remember which. But I did favor Vortex. But Wham, we warned about it. If he turns up in top form, then Vortex is going to be crapping himself. And, well, can't fault Wham so far. This has been some clean interaction. I think that Sengoku Macedonian game that opened the series in particular kind of threw the plan off tilter entirely. All right, I'll put myself back here because we should get a UI momentarily. Where is this? In Serbia. Hopefully they'll change scene in a sec. Let me just double check if I've had any updates. In the house of beast? I don't think it's in his house. I'm not sure. But I don't think it's in his house. Why is that? Get down as a mascot. Oh, wait. My music's gone again. Dude, why does my music keep... Usually the play button just works. It's not been working. Oh, it is? In his condo. Okay. I wasn't sure if they rented a separate apartment or not. And I'm assuming all the players and whatever are staying at a hotel nearby. So... Oh, we're getting Mongol Chinese on Frisian. I assume Vortex tried to pick Tuklak. And then Wham tried to pick... HRE, actually. Because HRE would just duck Mongols up, right? Like, I don't think you can do much there. Oh, no, he did try for the Sushi. Okay, that's cool. I wondered, like, because we did talk at the start of the series, like, Sushi's kind of intriguing on that map because with Jiangnan, you get so many units out. Because you have the food. You just keep spamming. So, that, yeah, okay, I can see that. I think it would have been close between HRE and Sushi. But, maybe you just feel like Sushi deals better with Tuklak if that was going to slide in, yeah. AOT pros always love the intimate bonding of the NACs. This should be a special experience for the pros. Yeah, we'll see. It could be. I think it needs overall the right atmosphere to really hit the vibes. I don't know. It's weird because I think part of what made NAC work is that the scene existed for so many years and that spanned across it. I know they've got a Homestead Cup 2 already planned. But really, like, it definitely comes down to, like, every person involved. Like, you almost need the vibes to be right across the board, if you know what I mean. That's the thing. I think, like, AoE 4... And we'll see if we get there. Like, the thing that worked so well for AoE 2 is you kind of went through these phases where people are now just at the point where everything support everything because it kind of needs it. And I think at first for AoE 4, it's hard to see that. I don't know. Like, I feel like at times you've just kind of had Group A and Group B, if you know what I mean, vibes. But the reality is, like, part of that was because people thought they could just get away with that environment because we had hundreds of thousands of dollars in prize pools straight away. You know what I mean? And now you've kind of got the flip side of things where, oh crap, money going down. And that, like, I think I said it when, you know, when we had our step away from AoE 4. Any single contributor leaving the scene is like a death blow. Some people won't want to admit it, but it really is. Because we are so niche at this point. That to try and sustain the esports scene, you basically need everyone. Oh, there we go. I just had to quickly tweak something. Let's get ready to go. They need to flip that score, though, because Wham is the one clapping cheeks right now. Hopefully we'll get updated in a sec. Oh, crap. That's what I want to do. One sec. Let me... All right. Here we go. I got too many scenes. All right, here we go, guys. Game number 4. Wham with his Chinese pick in the purple, going up against Vortex in the yellow on the Mongols here at the Homestead Cup. Says 2-1 to Vortex. That should update momentarily, though, because Wham stomped out the Golden Horde hopes with his Byzantine pick. So well played by him. Honestly, like, Wham is kind of boogeyman central now after what we've been seeing in the series. What's up, Jack Leo? Appreciate the gifted sub. Thank you very much. Mongols is a pretty powerful pick here, though. I think Mongols, this might be their most successful map pick in recent tournaments. They're just super effective at shutting down the current meta, which is to bulk up as many fishing boats as possible on the ponds. And the reason that works is because of what has to happen in the opening. You're seeing it right now from Wham. Wham looks very weird right now. So with Wham, the thing that's happening right now is, like, he can't go for fishing on this map because if he tries to go for fishing, he basically just gets burnt out by Mongol rush. And he can't risk the Mongols rushing him, just like screw him over right now. A4's in a very good spot. Don't let the 20k prize pool get you down. That's a lot of money compared to what AoE scene was used. Okay, I hate that comparison though, because so I'm gonna go to like hyperbole, but here's a fair point. $20,000 was a lot in 1990. My nan could buy a house back then. Comparing it to like the prize pool size of a game 10 plus years ago isn't a good way of measuring. I'm not trying to like shame call you, babe, but like just make you aware. It's a dangerous way to compare. What you should be is like, okay, how many players can be sustained on this prize pool? And the reality is that the size of AoE4's prize pools is become harder and harder for any key people to sustain themselves on just AoE4, whether they're casters or players or whatever. The problem is like trying to figure out the growth and the way to grow the scenes. And that comes down to multiple things. It's marketing, styles of tournaments, how you actually, like, as Microsoft bother to get people who aren't endemic to Age of Empires involved, and how you get new people in. And I think those last 2 points is something that needs a full reassessment on the MS side, personally. So Vortex, just checking on what's happening here. Wham did go for the Imperial Academy on the back tree line. Is still not going for any pawn play. So the thing that Vortex was checking, because he couldn't see any pawns, he was trying to see if Wham was going for an aggro build where he'd open up with like archer spears. So far though, Wham has been pretty chillaxed at home. We should be seeing production now, and he does snake it right at the back. It's going to be stables. No gold gathering means we should not be seeing pro scouts. There's just going to be horsemen. The meta is very much revolving around horsemen at the moment on this map because you want to burn down all these docks. The challenging part is... All right. The challenging part is the Keshiks are really difficult to deal with here. If BC failed to qualify, you still have to deal with that? Yeah, I mean, either just go on holiday for a week or you just sit there and do the casting, whatever. All right. I don't know what he's saying thank you to, but sure. So Deerstone coming in now. We didn't talk about the spawn, by the way. Vortex did not get a great placement for like the stone opening. Usually what like these players like to do, they like to get the golden stone next to each other with Mongols. The tree line's always going to be exposed, so you don't build towards the tree line with town center. But you want to secure your stone and your gold because that means you can occasionally do double villager production. That also makes you a little bit more efficient and lean on like the return time from the like Uvu worker. Because like wood-wise, you can just leave the gur and the villagers there to chop the trees and move across. So, like, yeah, I'd say, like, it's an okay spawn for the mid-game. Early game, not the best. But mid-game, decent because Vortex did end up getting double gold on top of each other. Villagers just going to go for the body block. But, dude, Wham, he snuck through? I can't believe that. That's so much idle time for nothing. He literally gains nothing. He doesn't kill the horseman for that. He's going to go for the straggler tree. But that's going to be another worker harass back. He needs some unit stat. He's got a big wood issue. Wait, please tell me... he's got the drop-off. I was about to say, please tell me he's got one wood somewhere. So he will have enough to get Keshiks, but because he needs to drop stables, right? But this now slows down his ability to get into additional fishing boats. Wham has got horsemen plus spearmen. Cool thing about this, like the thing that I really like about this horseman opening for him, he blocked the tree line. Now you're kind of wood-starved as Vortex. When you want to build more fishing, and more important than that, when you need to now build archers. So you see what like Wham is going for here? This 1-2 knocker to block the counterplay to the second unit type. He knows you're going to build Keshiks when you see horsemen. It just makes too much sense. But what he's trying to now do is slow down your ramp up into archers afterwards. I wonder if Vortex will try spear Keshiks himself. Like, in theory, really effective, actually. And that's going to be a sucker punch right there. So -2 workers already. Guys, can you remember, did I predict Vortex or Wham to win this one? Am I already off on the predictions? Do I already suck? Double dot coming in fast. All right. Ones if you think Wham's going to win this. Twos if you think Vortex is. If I see ones everywhere, I'm not going to assume you guys can't count to 2. I'm just going to assume, like, you just get the right vibes here. I don't think it's impossible for Mongols to win this with the amount of fishing they could have online, but they need to be fast on reaction. And here we go, Vortex. He sacks, building extra fishing to get the archers instead. He's on the straggler tree. He's doing the stealth forest right now. That's really smart by Vortex because his positioning is pretty close to his TC. He might want to move his Deerstone, though, so that he can actually get more efficiency on those straggler trees. Yeah, he's chopping into the central tree line, basically. Wow. Moving northward. He's going to go for the burn now. Vortex could get the wood together to get archer ships here. Would feel pretty wasteful on the limited wood you have right now, though. Yeah, there you go. Smart play. Really smart play. He deserves a lot of praise for that. I feel like a lot of players would have panicked and tried to resecure the back tree line. And although they have Deerstone to run away, they'd still keep getting idled out and harassed. Wow, I'm just going to snake his way all the way to the corner now. Burns coming through. Archership has been queued up, but that's too little too late. You're going to have to fight with the Keshiks to bait him long enough. Interesting that he pulled the Horseman instead of the Spears, but I think it's the higher burn damage, right? So full denial there. No Archership protection coming out. Oh, I see what he's doing now. And wait. The boat comes out. Vortex gets the Archership out, yes, but the dock is still going to be going down, so that's going to be idle fishing. But that was almost just a stroke of genius from Wham. Did you guys see what he was doing there? Look, we can do action replays. Wow, replay. He baited them in because what he wanted to do is pull past them. Almost got it there. He wanted the body blocker to get the double Keshik kill, which would have been huge. Army size. Vortex really not that far behind now. Which is important because you don't want to waste too much time coming out to reestablish a dock. This villager will probably be the one to move across. And I imagine those fishing boats still have a little bit of room to gather additional. This is the cool thing about fishing here, because you get so much capacity, you don't end up with as much idle time, even when the dock goes down. The whole goal there was for Wham to kill the dock and then kill the fishing boats. That archer ship coming out ruined the entire plan. Yeah, so we'll just sneak in now to get it reestablished. Archer production going to continue. An idle time at 120. That can't be right? He's got 4 taxmen minus that, so 3 worker difference, 2 of them being oh my god, it is. What? Dude, no. Vortex, I mean, even with Mongols, they get a little bit of idle TC time at the start. 1 minute and 24 seconds is nuts. And also, I don't think the percentages add up correctly for that. That's stupid. What? He's had more idle time than 99%. Oh, sorry, that's efficiency of worker time, isn't it? Yeah, my bad. I always get the other one mixed up. Yeah, so his idle time is crazy. That is nuts. We talked about Vortex usually falling behind on worker production mid-game. But this early on, I mean, the crazy thing is I've seen him win games like this, but this looks bleak. This looks rough. I don't understand a word being said over the main channel. Over here, you just can't hear the game. We all have our things. Now, I think Wham, like, just on the raw idle time of TCs, he could just bloat. Spear count already pretty crazily high. Switching archers now, really smart. If he thinks he's macro ahead, then he can just blob more archers than Mongols should be able to. Has to be a little bit respectful to Keshiks. Like, the idea of like, this going long-term Keshiks, archer versus spear horseman, that's going to favor archers, right? Because you get kited and killed down before you start a fight. Archer spear versus Keshik archers, though, with a substantial eco lead, you have to favor China there. And just look at the speed he's spamming. Already about to hit 10 archers already. Push coming in. Maybe a little bit premature. No, actually, man. This is a sick timing. Guys, you want to talk about idle time losing the game for Vortex? Look at what else is losing the game. Mongols, they don't know what a blacksmith is. What is technology? How do we get it? He doesn't have any. These archers doing decent damage to everything they target, whether it be archer or Keshiks. Dive a little bit deep, maybe from Wham, but he knows he can remass off this quicker. He's going to have to retreat away now. Decent amount of Keshiks left alive. Yes, he did clear up the spears quite nicely. But I'm worried about that +1 damage. Just get a few spearmen in there to drag things a little, and these Keshiks start flopping. So does the right thing, continues to retreat. Vortex needed a win there, big time. He's going to reblob on archers. I mean, pretty damn good fight. I think the thing that went wrong there for Wham, maybe, he wedged his spearmen super deep, right? Maybe deeper than was necessary. Because, like, in theory, the idea of you just having blacksmith advantage means you just want a slow win, not a fast, right? I don't know, maybe he just wasn't expecting Vortex to commit. Like, you see spear archers, you see you have blacksmith advantage, you probably think, yo! I'll fight that later. Counteroffensive now gets a little bit more tricky. Guess he's getting pretty low. Yeah, I think part of it is Wham keeps trying to sandwich with the Horseman, right? And that's where he takes a higher risk, but good mop up there. On the reset, I do like Vortex's army a bit better. He's got 10 Keshiks on a map where you spread out. The number one thing you can now do is go north. If he starts burning down those docks, those injured Keshiks aren't going to be a liability in the next fight. Still did. I just... It's 2 minutes 20. No. Oh my god. Guys, no extra workers have died. And the fishing boat lead hasn't changed. It's always been 2 to 3. But look at the raw worker count. This is nuts. 13 difference now. And the healing begins. The tricky part you got to be careful of is make sure you're always paying attention. Like, this is why most people hate water maps. They haven't got the attention span to, like, do their base and make it neat and fight a big fight and then also do all the raids. Because if you look away for a second, this is why I think Keshiks are really awkward for most low-rank players. They're so freaking flimsy. If you aren't paying attention for a second, they just get stabbed once. That's like half their health gone. With these guys, that would just be death. But you see the problem now. Like, as things slow down, every time they slow down, give it 2 minutes, you look back up, it's a military lead again for China. Now, that's to be expected because Keshiks are more expensive, for sure. I feel like the lead should be bigger, but then when you look up, you see why. Wham just wants castle. Mongols are kind of weak in gold ranks. The irony of that is their variants of the Golden Horde are broken in low ranks because the cavalry are very tanky. I'm telling you, that's why they nerfed Golden Horde. It was low rank games for sure. Okay, Keshik for a fishing boat is a good trade for Wham, especially when he's not even trying to fully invest in this age. Because like by doing this, you're kind of shrinking Vortex's real scale point, which is Keshik's getting veterancy. I think the cool thing that Wham could do here now is just kind of scale more archers and get ready for castle because he can rush vet. Vet tech +2 damage as well. Huge advantage to be had. I still find it fascinating that you rushed all the melees as well, though. Not really something that many Chinese players think of in this position. Just going for the chase. Horseman wrapping around the back. Spearman getting access. The body block could buy a few vital seconds here. The Keshiks having to re-engage. And Imperial Palace now on the way. Wham is taking this fight while also going age number 3. Spears are getting melted through. Archers may have overextended. Uh-oh. Dude, this is why people don't attack while attacking. He's on the other side of the map. Retreat home is going to make it pretty obvious. When you don't see that many new troops coming in, he's got a few more spearmen in reserve here. More archers arriving too. Good micro there, choosing the secondary group to target fire down the injured. But the lack of spearmen. I mean, if Vortex sniffs this, he now knows this castle. If he keeps this push going, the question becomes, does Wham have enough Raxes to produce spear spam? He's got 5 queued up. I think he's got double Rax, but he can supervise. Probably worth doing here. Doesn't have the gold for veterans. He's got 14 on gold now, but the chase continues. Some of the archers get cut off alongside a few spearmen. The staggered formation, not buying enough time, though, as the reserve archers also going down. They dive in for the trade up against the enemy archers, just so the spearmen can try and clutch this up. HP on these Keshiks low, but the finishing touches aren't coming in. Vortex out-microing Wham for the second critical fight in a row. I mean, much harder in this one to micro right for Wham, but still, Vortex now looking to prep for Castle Age himself. But also keep that dive going. Gold workers have to go idle. Few of these lancers have been queued up. Veterancy for archers as well, yes, but you know, the archer count isn't there anymore. The goal here was to have close to 20 archers when veterancy came in. He's going to have to restack just to get those numbers on board. Vortex floating a lot of wood, actually, guys. I don't know. Maybe at this point, just... I mean, you don't even need to sell the wood, right? But like 16 on wood is kind of excessive at this stage. Keshik's now up against the Lancers. They outnumber them, so it's a good trade. Sniping them one by one, the perfect situation. Because remember, Wham is kind of living on a prayer here that he can keep gathering gold to get more Lancers. It's going to leak over onto those workers now. Archers target firing down the spears, so the Keshiks can actually get the real DPS done. Dive a little bit deeper, gets the body block as well. Rejuvenation looking good. Only 2 spearmen remain. Lancers actually just kind of being ignored at this stage to get a worker lead. And this is why Vortex does not care about idle TC time. This man has 2 minutes of surplus idle time over his opponent, and the eco gap is gone. You're all obsessed with the wrong stats. Years of RTS playing has got your mind warped the wrong way. It's not about who produces more workers. It's about who can kill more. Vortex now in retreat. Keshik Count is going to need a rebolster here. He did go Kurotai, which makes it very hard for the Lancers to fight directly. But Wham now has the full desirable comp. Veterancy in on Archer's Spears. And then, of course, those Castle Age Knights to continue the push. And Kurotai is looking to move up, so that should be enough to scare Wham back for the time being. Would not be surprised now if Wham went for Monastery. When did that happen? Somewhere along the way, a little bit of dock disruption. And a Barbican coming in as well from Wham. That's going to give him inflation on work account, which he needs after those losses. And then it's also going to enable him to get additional gold through the secure. I think Wham still wins this, but yeah, terrible choice to attack while attacking. It's ballsy. I get the idea, because like if those archers get in and your opponent isn't guarding, you snipe like 3-4 fishing boats and idle the rest. Really, really good, because you know, at that point, you treat it as a sacked army because, like, if my opponent's in his corner or close to my base and I go in here, his instinctive reaction should be to go and defend this because it's easier to defend this than dive a main base to get kills. So if he wastes time coming over here and I kill boats in the meantime, if the trade-off is I lose my archers up here, but I'm, like, already 30 seconds to Castle Age, it's a good strat. The problem is he gets baited into a fight on the north side that drags back and forth across, like, the course of a minute, and it backfires entirely. If you aim with the scout near fishing ships, they will actually torch the ships instead of using the bow. Huh. Yeah, I don't know if anyone ever willingly wants to use the bow. I feel like we only ever see the bow getting used if you just can't reach them. Crossbow archer inflate coming from Vortex. I don't know, man. I'm kind of starting to like Vortex's odds here. I mean, he's blocking one of Wham's ponds. His are unharassed. He has got Kurotai. I think Kurotai is the kicker. If he can get good positioning for that Kurotai, Vortex can just sink a dub. It's just going to be a retreat back for now. Doesn't want to rush forward, right? Like, especially after the exhaustion of that push with his Keshiks earlier. You know, the thing you have to remember is, like, we're 20 minutes into the game. They've been spamming cavalry now on both sides. There's a grand old risk that, like, one big fight is just the kicker in terms of the... after that fight, you'll be out of fish. The other scary thing for Wham in this is the fact his opponent will have rejuvenation. Double rejuvenation. He'll have Keshik healing while fighting, have Kurotai healing for everything. So, you know, if you're going to take a fight, it needs to be a decisive swing. It can't be a risk. And this is risky. He's setting up the granaries. Makes sense for the song play. But the Kurotai now deploying. Keshik could try for the burn now that he's forced him away. Instead, it's going to be a dive deeper to force more idle, to force a fight. Archers still clipping in range of the Kurotai. That's good for the buff. Really tricky, actually, for these Lancers to hold on. In fact, his Lancers, they were rotating. They're idle right now behind the TC of Vortex, but they're not diving yet. He has realized it. They've now been re-rallied towards the tree line, but this big fight is key. Archers just trying to get rid of the spears. Keshik line holding for the moment, but they need that Kurotai buff. It's going to take a while to arrive. In the meantime, Wham's Knights have just dove towards the berries. They're forcing some idle time there as they chase around. A few replenishing Knights coming in to try and defend that, but they're not going to win that fight. Not without Kurotai buff. Meanwhile, over here where the Kurotai is, it continues to dive. He's broken the front line. Wham doesn't really have that many crossbowmen, but Vortex has no firepower left. He has to retreat. The Kurotai, going to feel like a bit of a waste here. It helped, but it wasn't enough to break through. The good news is on the other side, he minimized the losses somewhat. Bad news is it's still a worker lead now, courtesy of Song and a few picks for Wham. Yeah, I think he found 2 worker kills, plus he's got the Song Dynasty rejuvenating him faster on the work account. And now the counter-offensive is kind of concerning here, right? Like, Vortex, you don't really want to be behind on Knight count. And you are correct in that. Wham has indeed also been going after relics. In fact, he's the only one doing so. So 2 relics already in the bag. And this is what I was watching for on the minimap, by the way. Those Knights, they were camped between the deer on the north there and the berries for a long time. They just weren't moving because he was baited into the fight. If they had gone straight for the tree line, it would have been a bloodbath because Vortex still had so many people far out on the wood line. Like, I think he had 15, 16 at the time. And the food difference, kind of scary now. Now that Vortex saw what's been brewing in the base, it's kind of got to be crapping himself. Because, like, the scary part about what he just realized is, oh, crap, this isn't like your standard China Frisian, where they run out of food because they only had fish. So they blob up all these crap units, then they lose a big fight, and then I win game. No, this is infinite food cycle. Wham's transition was really clean in this game. He wasted no time getting value out of that Barbican and no time getting those farms down. Now, there might be little time left for Vortex. Kurotai deploys far too aggressively. He gets pushed past it. Stays on the very edge. Has to use the armor arrow just to hang around, but not going to work. He has to keep retreating. This pushback timing by Wham. Succinct. He saw the Kurotai and ignored it completely. It's going to give him the shutdown. Keshik count way too low to hang around here. Archer's just hemorrhaging. This looks like a dead Mongol. I mean, he's just got nothing left. Like, he's being eclipsed in every category. Gold, wood, food, army. Eco is more even Stevens, to his credit. But here's the crazy part I want you guys to realize. Wham just deleted half of his fishing boats because they ran out. Right? Like, he already tapped those ponds, so he deleted them. Vortex is starting to realize and delete them. I think he's still got, like, one pond that's about to expire, so he's about to be down another 3. And then after that, the difference is that one player has got Song Dynasty farming, and the other has what? The eternal question. Block and chase away here. If he gets that cart, that would just be enough for a death push. So Vortex steers away just in time. Horseman is still trying to look for the body block. Force the archers into action. New Keshik wave coming through. The Kurotai is still not deployed. Gonna come in just in time there. The archers have got their work cut out for them. They'll start to thin the herd. Only 10 spearmen total, about 6 of them in the fight. Crossbows are the scarier part. The crossbow backline is the thing that's just been inflating. Right? It's like at this stage, earlier on, what Wham was doing is he was sacking a lot of spearmen to try and win fights. Not great, because like, you don't have a counter to Keshiks. The crossbows can be the counter to everything here. And that count has been relatively untouched in the last, what, 2-3 engagements. Now the push past again. This is the second time the Kurotai has just become a non-factor. Like, this is your nightmare fuel. That thing is meant to anchor you and be the scary thing to push past. But Wham, man, I am impressed as well. I don't think my predictions were a discredit to Wham. It was more praise to Vortex, but Wham, just stepping it up again. Full credit. Dive towards the TC now. Vortex won't be dead just yet. But the food numbers are just going to get worse from here on out, right? He needs more pastures. More food workers on land. Gold is also kind of scary. He's moving out to the north side. But getting those defenses up a lot trickier than it is for, like, China. You know, Chinese castles very easy to gather into and drop. And there are the pastures we were just mentioning. So that's going to fix his food issues. Trade-off being you've lost the relic game entirely, right? I don't think he tried for a single relic this entire game. Yeah. Oh, sorry. No, he got one. He got one. So he went for the relic play, only got one. Wham has got the 4th relic on the way home and double Sacred Site. His gold gen is nuts. It'll be a fight on the Kurotai. This is the thing. Anytime you see a pro willing to find a Kurotai like this, you should be worried. Dude, like, this is the equivalent of, like, a noodle arm nerdy guy who's definitely not drunk walking up to the bouncer at a club and challenging him to a fight. Like, you know he's got a secret trick. He has to. Why else would he ever challenge that guy? He's not stupid. He's a nerd. Does the whole Sherlock Holmes thing where he's, like, discombobulate. I mean, he just knows at this point in the game, it becomes just a drain. Food difference is insane. It's 1,000 extra food a minute. To put it in perspective, like, if you had food covering the cost of gold as well, that's like 4 extra knights per minute over what your opponent can do. In a game where you already have 4 times the knight count that your opponent does. The street cred references, as you know, as you can tell by my demeanor, I am, of course, very familiar with the experiences of going to clubs. and getting rejected on entry. GG. Vortex will not get to a fifth. A 3-1 victory for the Canadian to kick off. I don't know, man. NA has invaded Serbia, it seems, because that was a very, very impressive set, especially game one. Sengoku trash, question mark. Wham, too good. Energy drinks not helping, having the adverse effect, maybe. All these questions to answer. All right, so there was someone, let me check. Are they going to increase the volume at all? Let me just double check. Oh, all set. They're being joined. Oh, wait, no. Wait. Guys, look. Wait. I won the series. Guys, I'm just so good at the game. Like, he couldn't beat me at all. I'm so good. You know what the funny part is? I'm like smaller and fitting into this, and actually, I'm sorry to do it to him, but it kind of fits because wow, what's the height difference here, man? You see, like you get moments like this, you feel as if both of the guys on the sides must be on like Apple box crates, you know? One sec. Shall I just one sec? I'm gonna open. Because might as well hear this interview.
I ended up sniping not Sengoku because I wanted to play against them on that map.
Yeah. It's thing is though, like obviously we're playing on the new patch here. Like I'm guessing you felt them being way weaker than before, right?
Yeah, I mean, I guess it's obviously available to everyone. So
It's obviously available
to everyone. So the patch.
Oh, they added it to
Sengoku
clean
got
feed.
meaningful nerfs. And I think aggression is very strong against them, and staying in feudal age is very strong against them because they don't scale as well because, in my opinion, you just don't get as much food as before, and the Yatai are a lot more vulnerable. So really aggressive maps in feudal age, civs in feudal age, I think are really good against them.
Yeah, probably Dark Age as well, right? Just to offset the attack, slow them down even further. It's gonna make a big difference. You have any questions as well,
Yeah,
Cole?
game 2. Mirat and I were kind of surprised about your age of choice there with the Kingdom of France. What was the plan behind that? Because we both thought it's probably the worst choice you have out of those 3.
It's just aggro early, right?
I mean, we didn't like it, right? Because what do you expect from Japan? Like
Shinobi.
Yeah, true,
Yeah.
but also fast castle usually, right? So
Yeah, but knights are kind of good against fast castle. I didn't really expect him to do fast castle that fast, and in hindsight, I don't think the age up was a mistake. I think I should have pressured his pawns more, because I had the military advantage. If I could,
That was
kill
the
all
one
his
that you
fishing
lost.
or
Remember, guys?
even
The
just
really
force him
clean
to go
Japan game from 14.
With a
fishing
counter
goats?
dock, right?
yeah,
Yeah.
it would have stopped him from just being able to produce knights and do whatever he wanted. I could have even trapped him in feudal age, possibly. Like,
Yeah, it's possible. Oh, what helped out a lot for him was also the back gold, right? Like it's way harder to press in that position.
Remember, we had the
So
double
that does
outpost on
make
the forward,
sense.
so it was really hard for him to do
Game
anything.
number 3. Now, this is a matchup that I think is hotly debated, right? I mean, me and Cole were discussing how Vortex actually said it's very difficult for Byzantines. Marino told me it's very difficult for Golden Horde. What do you think?
I totally agree with you guys that it is super debated, but
I think it depends on the
I
map,
like
right?
Byzantines. I like Golden Horde as well, but I'm not scared to go either civ in either matchup. The thing is, in this matchup in particular, it's super cheesy, and you can tell Vortex is with the Golden Horde side because
Yeah.
proxy against Byzantines is typically super strong, just because it takes a while to get your cistons and your mercenaries and all that stuff out. So it's very scary at the start of the game, but once I got those 2 towers on my berries, I started producing a lot of units. I felt super comfortable in this position.
Like the problem
what
with
did you
the
think
outpost
when
play,
you saw the tower
Archers
behind
just
your berries and two
get
archers
shut
being
down
there
entirely
already?
by that
Because I
crap, right?
kind of called you dead at that moment already, but then your spearman went for insane raid on the other side, so I was like, maybe we're not dead yet.
Yeah, I mean, I was a little bit surprised, not super surprised, because again, it's a little bit of a common tactic, but I did get the first tower up, which bought me a lot of time, which allowed me to get
That
a
tower was
decent bit of
expensive though. He had like
hull
10
oil and my
workers
first
building
stack of
up.
Longbows, and you're exactly right. I
But,
saw
like-
obviously his villagers going out to the
Oh, they're already on the next one.
deer immediately with my scout on attacking the Uber.
I think the thing that Wham done well in that game, by the way, to like praise his point, because he's not going to dick strike himself that much, right? Is like he understood that like he wouldn't be able to contest it too early, so he sacrificed his food gathering and his limitane count to guarantee the protection on the berries for a little bit longer, so that he could get towards Lombos, which was his key win con.
And I'm like, well, my spearmen aren't going to do anything there, so might as well just head over to the deer, and it got so much value done. I mean,
2 villager kills and a lot of
yeah.
idle time, even on the gold after. Was really massive. Yeah.
And I have to ask you,
So happy about that.
China on Frisian, right? Now we were told the other option was Yushi, and I mean you could have actually picked any of your civs on Frisian, really, right? And so could Vortex.
HRE was
actually.
another great
But
option.
why China instead of some?
Dude, they've got to get the mic levels, actually. I don't know if it's Wham's talking quiet, but Core's really freaking quiet compared to Mirrored as well, right?
It actually makes a lot of sense considering you are the civs instead of Malians or French. Because did you expect Mongols? I'm guessing. Or
I
Arabians?
expected Mongols, but honestly, I'm not a fan of Mongols on that map. I think Mongols in general is super bad civ. So I was happy to go up against them.
I think the problem with Mongols there is they're very predictable in what they're going to do.
But China is just really strong.
You're bluffing, right, with Mongols.
You don't even need to go dock immediately with China. Like if you're up against a Spearman dog cage civ, which Mongols obviously is. But the start went so amazing for me, and I was like really scared of the mid game because he cut so much value in the fights. I'm like, wow, I'm actually throwing.
The destroyed value was insane. It
which
was
is
like
so
up 4K.
pathetic. I'm like, if I lose this,
No, you
game,
can't watch the game in
I'm just
game.
the wolf.
Otherwise, we
we
would have been.
wanted that for so many times, but every time we said, okay, now he's dead, he kind of threw again, and then you went Castle Age, your archers were like completely out of position. One final question: were you surprised by him not banning China? And
I was definitely surprised by him not banning China. I mean, I thought with the Sengoku nerf, China would be banned almost every series, just basically depending on, you know, who likes it or not. But to be fair, I think in general, my China is a little bit weaker than some of my other civs, so it was a surprise, but you know.
That's cool.
Yeah, well,
Yep.
big congratulations here on your first victory. You were the opening match, and good show for that indeed, winning 3-1 up against Vortex. And, well, best of luck in the next one.
Thank you.
I'm sure you want some rest now, eh?
Yeah.
Semi-pro casters questioning Rebel Wall or final decision is kind of weird. Oh, what you mean when Core was like, really? Dude, I think the problem though with like, so it can be a valid question, but it comes down to how you ask it, right? And like that's where Core has like, he's not an experienced interviewer at all, right? That's not something he's done. So it's really like you can be like, well, we've had a lot of people say this or that, right? It's like, and then you kind of lean into it. I think what he's trying to do is he's trying to do this technique. I remember listening to someone like CIA has a term for it. I don't know what the hell it is. Because I can't remember the name of it. But basically it's a way that you extract info from someone without saying a question. Because people are defensive by nature when they hear questions because it forces a more active processing of what's been said to you, if that makes sense, right? Whereas if you, like a perfect example is like, you know, you're with a Walmart employee and you talk to that Walmart employee and that Walmart employee, you're like, I need to get some things in this aisle. Can you show me that? Sure, show the way. On the way, you go, so I recently heard in a study that like all Walmart employees have had their salary raised by 25%. That's incredible. And then the person goes, no, I haven't. I earn this much. They've just told you their salary without you ever asking them, what's your salary? Right? So that's a cool interview technique that you can do. I think I tend to do that a lot in casting and interviewing, where I'll almost make like a statement to get a response out of someone. But you need to, it's a skill that takes time to harness and use correctly. And like, I mean, a guy who doesn't really do any interviewing or whatever is probably just gonna go like, really? And then like, that's how it's gonna look, right? But yeah, this is the difference between like, this is where like being, you know how people like try to make the argument that if you don't know the game and what you're not a pro player, you shouldn't be talking about the game. That's why I always call it BS. Because actually like there's that saying, which is like a little bit of knowledge is more dangerous than none, you know? And what's going on here? Oh, donos.
You can imagine this is a very expensive setup to put in your house, and there's a lot of us. So they
got a bunch of signed things
we
for
know
people
the
to bid for.
prices might be there they are, might look big, but this is basically for people who were already going to donate. And this is going to go live a little bit later today, probably after the third set, where you will be able to go and decide exactly what you want. I actually think it's already live on our site, ageofrts.com/Homestead Cup. Hell yeah. So as you can see, we have a few things available, and you can see exactly how many are available, and you can see how much this will contribute to the event.
Oh,
so that
cool,
we
cool
can
looking
cover
ripped. I mean, he's
at
been
least
losing a
some
lot
of
of
the
weight, it
costs
seems.
of setting this thing up. And this will be updated
Different in
all the
appearance,
time.
but
Now, of course, like
not
I said,
different
price point's
in
a little bit higher.
personality.
So if you just want a shirt, just support the cup. You can go in fourth wall, get yourself something nice. And
Oh, they're doing it with
yes,
fourth wall,
Craig, can
gotcha.
you just do another twirl for me so they can see that beautiful print? Hell yeah. And we also
And also, like, the other thing I'll say as well is, like, I mean, I've experienced enough of core in the past. I don't have to do that anymore because he can't even talk here anymore. But in my experience with him, he's always been, let's just say, I'm going to be polite and put the word blunt. But the problem with being blunt is it can come across as, like, flamey or whatever else if you're not very careful.
off camera and people are just hearing this ghost speak.
Look
No,
at
I don't
that.
know.
Look at that. Doesn't that look great?
And-
It even has like a gradient in there as well. Really, really looking good.
And then we also have them in a little bit more of a deeper gold. I don't know, what would you call this? Like a reddish gold? Yeah.
I'm really glad he typed the Indeed at the end because having the only woman caster on screen and typing very sexy was beginning to look
Very
off.
nice, very
I'm
nice.
like, where are we
We'll show
going
you
with
a bit
this?
more throughout the time,
We need to be.
but we are
If someone was
about
muted right now
to
and that
head
came
into a
up on
short
the
break,
screen,
but
oh
the links will
no.
be in the chat. And guys, if
This
you're
is
still
like,
out
this
there
is
and
why,
like,
I mean, I
"Hey,
learned this
I
through
would
my
really like to
own
support
lack of
Homestead
filter
Cup,
in
but
a
I don't
stupid
have any
moment
money."
earlier this year.
Click
This is why I was saying, like, in general, everyone, oh, like, we had on the agency broadcast needed a filter a bit
on
more.
every single stream. Make sure you have it open. We want to make sure.
Oh, whoops. I clicked live because I thought it could be 2 seconds. All right, we're on a short break. But yeah, so yeah, like I said, you know, with him, he's always been a more of a critical person. I mean, like he's even told me how he thinks he can like do a better job casting than most of the cast in AV4. So I don't know if he did. I wasn't listening because we were doing our own cast, obviously. But like, I don't know if I think he's just a more blunt person. And that can be good in some ways and very negative in others. And you have to learn to filter and hone that if you actually do want to be good at casting. But yeah, that's my not so hot take on it. I'm trying to be diplomatic. I mean, people kind of probably can already tell how I feel about the person in general outside the technical skill of casting. As, yeah, let's just say less about that. I'm trying to be more positive this year.
Maybe it is not. Who knows? The other one is
Nope.
working too.
Hot mic?
They should all be on the same in theory.
Go outside.
Yeah, I'll go in front of the camera and I'll test them both.
Who's that talking right now? Is that cool?
What? Sorry.
Sounds a lot more mumbly.
Mic,
No, that's
mic,
not.
mic
That's
one,
not.
Mic two, mic one, mic two, mic one. Is it working? Is it working?
Oh, I know who that is.
Mic two is the same too. It works too. Yes. Yes. All right.
Yeah, they're working. We know they're working. I think it's because we mentioned that the audio like levels are off, and they're now trying to fix them. Guys, I just want the hot mic deets. We've all been there, guys. You don't know what hot micing is until you're on an event and you go to the toilet and you realize you've left your microphone turned in, and there's a high possibility that in the middle of like the early game in a game of Dota 2, all anyone would have heard is or whatever the noise is you make as you whiz. Luckily, my producer muted it. Let's say we've seen people being cancelled from casting well less. I know, right? Ironically, by the person. But yeah, I'm trying to be more positive. I mean, you know, it's no secret how I feel about those people. I'm not going to be nice about them as a person. I'd have to listen to their commentary to like judge that directly, but I know last time I listened to him a few years ago, it had a lot of things that need to be polished up. But like the challenge is like when you deal with those people, there needs to be reception. Like Myriad is great because like, I remember Myriad after I'd done my first cast with him, I was like, here's some feedback. He took it on board straight away. You know, when I met him in London, he was always grateful for that. He's like, you're the one who gave me a chance at the start, which is always good to see him, you know, getting a bit more praise, a bit more opportunity because of that. Not because he like brown nosed me, but because he was actually grateful and wanting to improve. Whereas like the challenge that I think I've seen this with like different people in different games in the past is like they will be like, I can do a better job, and they'll get on the mic and it's the most I mean I don't want to mean it, it's about the most laughable thing because it's like, well now what was it, death by trial or whatever, into the fire type stuff. It's not something that everyone can do. So like a perfect example, I've listened to like pros in different scenes before, including AoE, say that they think they do a better job like observing than vodka. And then you watch them try and do it, it's like, that's not better than vodka. Because like a perfect example that I've explained to them is if you wanna actually be good at observing, you need to use that button. Like for anyone who's trying to get an observing Age of Empires 4, if you're not using that button there to move your camera, you're not going to be good at observing. There is no realm in which using edge pan is going to be smoother for viewing experiences than using mouse wheel, right? And it's like I saw one guy who tried to take observing and try and like cast on his own channel, and it's like, dude, your eyeballs are irradiated trying to watch the camera move, right? Same with like commentary, It's like, if you just say, yeah, that guy's going to win now, that's boring. No one gives a shit. You can say that, but now you've got to fill for 10 minutes. What are you going to talk about? What's the point in talking about anything else? You made an assertive dominance, that guy's going to win. It's okay to like make an assertion that like it looks like Vortex is going to win now. It's really hard to lose from this. And then you talk more and you can dial back from it. But like if you're just going to like, yeah, he's lost. Like, oh. Best observers use a gamepad? Please no. God no. I mean, if you'd think gamepad would be good, but the problem is it like usually it doesn't have smoothness to the cameras with the way that like gamepad is done in most games, right? By the way, this should be the wait music they're using. Go to wait music. So next set, by the way, is going to be B versus Beastie, which should be starting shortly. I think the players are just getting set up now. This is the one that I said I thought was going to be 3-1 Beastie, but we'll see. I mean, maybe B has come up... Whoops, the wrong thing. Where are here? Maybe B rather has come up with some crafty new strategies we're just not expecting. Let me check if we've got any updates behind the scenes. Maybe B will pick Jin. That's what I'm thinking. Like Jin, like if there's any player on this LAN that was going to pick Jin, it would be him. 3-1 last time they met. Yeah, I think, but like with the change in the meta as well, it might be a little bit more favorable towards Beastie. The challenge is like, have we learned enough about the meta yet? Because if we haven't, then you have to talk about the fact that B is one of the best players at the beginning of new metas, right? So just those type of small details really important to be mindful of. Yeah, nice. Okay, good. They're gonna. I'm talking to the production about getting the clean feed audio up. Shot's prediction? What, my predictions? Oh crap! I didn't save the doc. What's the easiest way to do this, chat? I guess the easiest way would be if I open my stream and go back to the start. Seen Cracked Cup, best observing by far, and he uses the gamepad. Nah, I haven't really been watching Cracked Cup. I don't know. I could try it. Like, I haven't looked it up, but I doubt it's that much better than just mouse pan. What do you mean? The best observing's here, Camming. God. It's back here. There you go. Predictions. So I'm already wrong, right? I said Vortex would win 3-2. I'm off to a great start. So I predicted this one to be 3-1 Beastie. Well, I said I want to be wrong, man. It's fun being wrong. Being right is boring. Because, like, if you're right, like, nothing can surprise you. It's so dull. I think these ones, I'm pretty confident these. Like, I think Anno, maybe 3-2. Marine Lord Luciferon, like, based on what I saw from the Vortex Wham series, this kind of just rebolsters the idea that I think Marine Lord will 3-0 Luciferon. Well, like I said, that was one where I was like, I really hope I'm wrong. I really hope I've, like, devalued B and Luciferon in this. Because I want it to be tighter. It's something that I'd praised before. Is like, hey, we're at a point where, like, you know, it's not just one guy wins. Now we're like, we have these conversations about 5 or 6 different guys that could actually potentially lift that cup. That's when you're in a good position. You know, like AO2 has this challenge right now where it's like every time they come to discuss, it's like, you know, like Leary could take this. He's playing the best AO2, but at the end of the day, you always come back to, yeah, Hera's going to do it. Whereas like we don't really have that with Marine Lord to the same extreme. Like Marine Lord is not impervious to defeats, right? Like Puppy Paw at the end of last year, I believe it was. Whereas Hera is like, yeah, S tier win, S tier win, S tier win, S tier win, S tier win. And then obviously a long time before that it was Viper for a long time. You know, it's really hard to not get that problem in RTSs, but you are able to reach your golden ages when you don't have that problem. Observing 7 out of 10, not enough cinematic gamepad. Yeah, but like, does he zoom in? Because if he doesn't zoom in, I think you're underestimating the power of zoom in. Like, you know, I was saying about the observing here, the thing that I kind of don't like personally is I wish I was more zoomed in. I remember I had that at the start of the year on the EGC broadcast, like, man, I miss being close to the action. I think inherently we zoom out way too much in AoE4. I want to feel part. I want to feel intimate with the action, you know? Like, get me closer, damn it. All right, is draft underway? Are they going to live draft? They might live draft. I mean, dude, I wouldn't mind if they didn't live draft. I've said this before to people. Drafting is kind of the most boring part of AoE4. Actually, I guess some people feel early game. It's definitely true in Dota 2, I'd say. So here's the thing. Some people are going to object to that statement straight away, and I know they are. But the thing you have to realize is you're probably in the minority because you're so deeply ingrained in the esports scene that the draft is interesting to you. To most people that are loosely following, the draft is a dull part. See what I mean now? So, like, I don't mind when a draft is like, we've already pre-drafted, and now the panel has the draft, and they can spend as long as they want talking about it. Because although it's cool, and like I've had this before where like I've made predictions on Dota drafts and it's been perfect, or I've made predictions on AoE4 drafts, it's been perfect. Oh, I get a cool feeling inside. And one person chats like, damn, KP knew the draft perfect. Whoa. And it's like cool little endorphin rush. But at the end of the day, it's more interesting to just have the things up and then compare them and talk about them, right? And analyze them. Because you can still talk about the order of things like, wow, see that Byzantine pick second there? That's really crafty because the way it's set up for that pick afterwards sort of thing. But you already have the info. And that means if you have a lot to say about the draft, then you can spend the extra time talking before you get into game. But if you don't have a lot to say, you're not then pulling rope to try and talk more about the draft because they've picked the same opening draft picks as the last 6 series. You know what I mean? Like, Dota 2 isn't invulnerable to that. It has 120 heroes, but I remember there'd be times where it's like, he's picked Rubik again. And they've picked Crystal Maiden. Well, not Crystal Maiden, but you know. You don't pay your mods all that money for just sucking up to you, right? Yeah, dude, I pay you all the bird feed so you're nice to me. Be careful or you might lose your job. And then I'll replace you with AI. And then everyone will get rando banned because the AI won't be very good. It'll be coded by me. But then everyone will blame you because you're the one that lost your job, so the AI replaced you. So if you think about it, I'm not to blame for this, you know? Like, cause effect. You forced me to do this. It's like Anakin turning the dark side. It wasn't his fault. It was the Tusken Raiders. If they hadn't died so easily, it wouldn't have been, wouldn't have been, let's butcher the kids. It would have been, by the time he got to that point, Anakin would have been like, I'm out of breath. Okay, women and children get to live. All right, I'm going back to humans. Bye. Different Anakin outcome. Oh shit, I just victim blamed. I'm going to get banned. Oh, no. We're having a long-ass break here, aren't we? I was expecting like 10 minutes. Has it been... How long's it been, actually, on the break? So it's been 11 minutes, but obviously they've done the shill piece as well. So like 16 minutes. Maybe they're having some tech issues. Even the best observing will never redeem mediocre casting. Exactly. That's why I always have been a praiser and a champion for committed roles. Like, who do you think was the #1 big pusher for EGC to use observers? Who do you think was the #1 pusher for EGC to also use cameras? Been here this whole time. When I done Dota 2, I had plenty of opportunities where they're like, here's the rate, you can cast it on your own or co-caster. And I was like, I will get a co-caster, thank you. I make a lot less money, but the level of production is much better. Sadly, that budget couldn't afford an observer as well, so I'd have to do that. But my point is, like, I'm always trying to basically push for the best show for everyone. It's like, dude, if I had the extra budget and I'm I'm running like an Apex event, I'm like for sure bringing an extra observer as an example there. Because like in those games, like the problems with like low budget events, they can only afford one observer, and it's just bad because that one observer has to somehow track the ongoings of 40 different teams. It doesn't work. So yeah, you should always like I always said this about this channel, right? Like if I tomorrow woke up and we started having 1.5, 2,000 people watching live streams and 30, 40, 50,000 views on YouTube, dedicated editor, I've already got one, but like I'd be able to pay him more and I'd do it straight away, so he could invest more time to making things better. And then I'd like either put short form on his plate or bring someone else to do short form. You know, once you reach scale, maybe even you have a social media manager. Like it's what I think is the smartest thing to do. Is as you can afford these extra things, you get people in dedicated roles. Because this whole jack of all trades bullcrap is like, if you're forced to do it, great. But if you can avoid it, don't do it. You know, don't be stuck with someone doing 5 different roles. Because what will end up happening is even if they individually could have done any one of those roles on an expert level, they will end up unintentionally half-assing all those roles because they don't have enough time. You see it when people have to do production, actually. Like when people are doing casting in different scenes, they're doing production as well. You can tell because they can't actually, like most people can't engage on a good enough level with the person they're talking to. Especially if that person's talking high-level stuff at you and you're busy changing scenes. You even sometimes get the guy just bluntly goes like, yeah, sorry, can you just repeat that? I was busy changing the scene. So this, which I kind of respect over trying to wing it because you don't know what your co-caster really said. Yeah. That's why my big takeaway on like the thing that happened earlier this year, I said like I need to stop looking at chat when we're like working casting it, and every caster does. Because every single caster I've worked with, you can like they've had these moments where it's like I literally would know they were looking at chat, and then I'd go join in and look at chat. And then we're both really disrespecting each other as a conversationalist because we're busy responding to chat and not each other. I think I got like really blunt towards the end of like of that EGC process as well. Like compared to like early days, a lot more polite about it. I remember I'd have times where I was like on cast with people and they'd say something I just said 2 minutes ago, and I go, yeah, I just said that. I got snarky. I got really freaking snarky. I think another weird thing is like, now that I think about it over the years, and the scenes that I've been operating in and the roles I've operated in, I guess something I've never had the true experience of, which is a little bit sad, is like a dedicated casting pair. Probably the closest was Lizard in Dota 2, but that never really came to fruition. You know, like he got invited as an analyst and then wasn't able to push for me on the event sort of thing. But it's like, it's definitely something I'm envious of for like Counter-Strike. I think Counter-Strike is probably the best scene in esports for the empowered idea of a dedicated duo, right? Like if I say Anders, you immediately have a response there. You know, if I say Machine, you're immediately saying Sponge. And that's a powerful thing. It allows casters to actually become their best. Like Tasteless, I say Tasteless, you say Artosis sort of thing for RTS fans. I think that's really important. And sadly, we don't see enough in scenes. It's fine to intermingle different people to get different refreshing results on early days events. But I find quite often what you end up with is like this weird situation where in smaller scenes, they take that for granted as like oh, yeah, no, there is no dedicated casting pair here. There is. If you look close enough, you can tell who works best with who. Damn, we were getting hot mic for like a millisecond.
2, 1! Okay.
Yeah, I don't think N10's got a thing on you in the third game. I mean, it's
Oh my god.
Yeah.
There's the future champion, Anachan.
This guy keeps destroying me, so.
Anadan, how are you feeling? As you guys can see Anadan there, you can just give him a thumbs up.
Frio.
with gang signs.
Don't like when a man frios you like that with a man bun. Don't mess.
Ready for the next games to start? So, boy, what do you have to say as a resident yapper? You guys can see he's the yapper here today.
all I want to say is that I'm incredibly excited. I'm here with a lot of great people, and I can't wait to cast the third game, and also can't wait to watch the second game and see who's gonna win.
Very nice, very nice. And And I do want to say thank you for the $200 donation we did get since our last segment, and also the 6 merch sales that came in. Thank you for the support, ladies and
Marine
gents.
Lord ain't even
So,
got his General
yeah,
Mate's jersey.
yeah,
What's going on?
Who's gonna be the player of the day?
Wham, as always. Yeah.
Is it the GOAT?
The GOAT. Yeah.
Every time.
Not biased at all.
Dude, the answer should have
You're a
been
big
Magic.
fan, aren't you?
Come on.
Big fan, yeah.
Big fan.
Yeah.
Marine Lord,
Wait,
how do
is
you
Magic
feel
still in
about
my
this
chat?
statement?
I can't believe he done you like this.
I love Round 2. I love playing him against Red Bull in Red Bull finals. It's always a nice time. So yeah, he's the GOAT, the second GOAT, I guess.
Okay. Very nice. So guys,
That was close, man. Don't disrespect Wham, that was close. Close finals.
if Marine Lord says it as well, we know there's some big shoes to fill. Ladies and gents, I do think that we're going to be heading out over to the casters. As are we? Are we? Oh!
No, you need a draft.
Into the kitchen. So crack.
Okay. Pro sports broadcasters do it for good reason. Dedicate play-by-play and analysts go a long way. I think there's like a variance to that though, of like one of the big things you need to actually realize, like, and we're seeing it right now, is like a return to watch parties, because watch parties is really how esports began in the first place. You know what I mean? It's like, and I say this as a dedicated play-by-play. You got to have personality too. And I think a lot of broadcasts are kind of afraid to bring that personality back in. I say that as someone who's been capable of being, despite my occasional shortcomings, as like the most professional person in the room. There is definitely a place for both. You need to balance it though. I think both are critical to success. Who is this?
We had a glimpse earlier of their current setup, what they're working with at the moment, and guys, I know what you were saying. I know what you were saying with the mouse pads. We asked them, hey, we got some really, really cool mouse pads here. You know,
Audio levels are kind of all over the place,
he's
huh?
got his trusted SteelSeries mouse pads. Yeah, plural actually. 2 mouse pads there from
Yo,
SteelSeries.
but screw that. Look at
How much is
Bees.
that? How much would you reckon?
He's got like the custom aluminium grips.
It's an eighth of Beasties 2 at least.
You know, it's not the size that matters. It's how you use the mouse pad at the end of the day. And
Wait. Is he a 60%er? He's a 60%er.
Yeah.
No, wait, that's 75, right? He's missing the so that's 10 key less. He's got dude, I forget. I think 10 keyless is 80%, and that's a 75%. Because if you notice, he's only got like 3 keys down here. He hasn't got the full insert, home, page down, delete, end, whatever.
Oh, that's great.
I have never, to this day, by the way, seen a professional RTS player that uses a 60% keyboard. You want to know why, guys? You lose the F keys, which is like the dumbest thing to give up for an RTS.
Indeed. And yeah, both players right now getting
also,
ready. We got
Beastie needs to clean his
some,
mouse pads. Holy
drafting
crap.
going on right now, some live drafting here as players make up their mind, their strategy on
Can we agree this is the negative of doing full black? Like, wait, hold on a sec. Whoopsie, almost not that over. When you do full black, these smudges happen. Like, what you been doing on here? There's probably like moving the keyboard and food, but if you didn't know how these mouse mats work, and you're talking about a guy who's like, oh, gamers live in the basement doing nothing, you know what you're like. You've got a different thought as to what that is. That's right,
like,
cocaine.
We're here sitting here and we're like, okay, we got to shout to each
Seen
other.
our Mr. Place? Oh yeah, have you seen our Baltoon Place?
Like, none of it got picked up at all, and yeah, right now it's
StarCraft, Artosis, and Tasteless became so well regarded by the community because of their personalities. Exactly, and a big part of that, like that is a great example. You want to know why we're just talking about watch parties? Who was the OG watch party in RT? It was Tasteless and Artosis. Those guys got thrown in a random room in a Korean studio. They were going to clean feed, and they was like, do what the fuck you want. And they built, they really did build the commentary community up in StarCraft themselves, really. Not on their own, other people helped, but they were key.
Speak about Beastie and B. We are in Beastie's home, of course. And you would
Who is
think
this Australian, by the
something
way?
of a
I feel
home
bad.
field
Should I know who
advantage.
this is?
Yeah.
Does anyone know who it is?
If
This
anything
Australian,
from the
this
last
this
few
sub-Australian.
days, it's got to be a disadvantage.
I mean, look at this play.
This
I know the
Osbian.
before and after shots, like
I'm mixing
of course,
Serbian,
obviously,
Australia.
here now, but like before, this is unrecognizable at the
Kills
moment.
this Battlefield.
Everything has been
Mine's pretty
completely,
clean,
like, flipped on its
right?
head. We've got, like,
But that's what I
production
mean.
gear,
It's not
production
full
gear,
black. If it
all
was
the
full black, it
different
would look
audio
cursed.
equipment, camera equipment throughout the entire apartment. It's unrecognizable.
Yeah.
It's probably not been easy for the guy, and we're all setting up.
I think it's Lidical. That's not Lidical.
I think
Australian
Beastie has played more
Lidical?
Table tennis in the last.
Oh
few
wait,
days
no,
than
no,
he
that's not an
probably has
Australian
by practice
accent.
time on his own computer. So we'll see if that comes.
I
into
think that's a
effect
South
in this
African
game.
accent.
And with his opponent,
That's not Tommy,
B,
is it?
I'm expecting nothing but chaos.
Was Tommy
between
from
the
South
two,
Africa? I'm trying to
based
remember.
on circumstance and style.
Yeah, I mean, the saying kind of goes, or at least
Jesus
from what
Christ,
I've heard
Beastie,
from other players against B, because
the
he is
Beastie
such
B
a-
picture
such
comparison.
an interesting opponent. I want
Beastie
say.
just
Like,
like
he
woke
has
up this
the-
morning,
those
took the
creative
picture, and
trophies
then
in
B's
the
over
game,
here with like the
at least in,
airbrushed
like, the pro
2007
side. And,
image.
whenever we
Baby
see
face
him play against
B,
players,
look at it, man.
He is
Holy crap!
innovating time and time
It's
again.
like
So the
Russian,
best approach to
Russian
play
just,
against him
it's like Russian
tends to
Justin
be
Bieber right now.
just go on the aggressive straight away. You
Look
don't
at him.
leave him any room to go for.
He's
these
ready to
kind of
sing you
creative
BB
plays.
BB BB.
Even
Oh,
then,
like
so
no,
many
okay, I'm
times
gonna
he knows
stop.
how to react to that as well. Like it's not just
That's an
that
old
he relies
picture,
on his
a really
creativity,
old picture.
It's also that behind that he can also adapt to a messy situation. When his plans do get foiled, he is able to stick to his skills.
He looks like he's had enough crap, dude. He's just like it's like you can tell the difference in like this is done at like a professional grade event where they've got like hyper strong lighting, and they might have even given him makeup, and this was like done at the LAN. That's not throwing shade at LAN. It's like. Well, I'm not going to be offended by that. Like, yes, full LAN production with just like a staff of 30 people, all paid, etc. Definitely should like come out a bit better.
Maybe previous years.
Yeah.
And it's really coming to show. And I think this is a great chance for him up against Beastie.
Like I had this when I done the Bergen LAN. Like some of the picks they took look great to me, but some look absolute dog shit with like the red complexion and everything. Because like when you do major big events, they'll put makeup on you, they'll have better lighting, all this kind of crap, right? They'll paint you pretty, you know.
But this is going to be, I think, a chaotic series, and also being the first major coming in off the new DLC, off the updates.
Do you guys want me to leave them on yapping or off?
Landscape, the
Oh, hold on a second, I can go here now.
Yeah.
Hey guys, I'm in the room too.
Players
Hey.
as well, sitting on the couch, just being glued to the screen right now. They
Guys, that's Cascade.
want to see these games.
No,
And, yeah,
don't care about him. Go to the right. Go to the right. It's more important.
Especially attentive right now, just to scope out the competition that he's got. Like Beastie, of course. We call it the classic, even though it doesn't.
He
happen
gained some dad pounds.
even
For
though
real.
It doesn't happen that often. It's like the classic.
Looks so young, although their age. That's because most of them can't grow a beard.
Because those two
Look at
players,
Marine.
like,
Can you imagine Marine Lord just trying to get like a bang tash? It wouldn't look right.
And he's always like been up.
I don't think Beastie tried to grow a beard, right? I don't think it connected though. I'm not sure. B, I don't even know if he's ever tried to grow a beard in his life. B strikes me as the type of person who like probably can only get a mustache, and the rest might be a bit too patchy. I'm just beard judging right now as someone who can grow one, but like even for me, I couldn't. Like this is patchy. I had to shave. I always have to shave this. Just too patchy.
Like, recognizing the meta, which sometimes is a good thing, sometimes is a good thing. Like here, for example, we see a French band, like. Wait, is that
That's Beastie sniping it out.
It feels so wrong to this day that Coca-Cola cans have become this weird anemic thing, you know? Like, anyone else prefer him short and chubby? Okay, don't go there with the... But you know what I mean? Like it just feels wrong the way that Coke cans look now. I can't be alone in this.
Is that the story that we're going with here now?
Is this a Chamber of Commerce?
Oh, sorry, there you
snipe
go.
away? We don't want to see this new.
Oh, we're not getting Cock coming back.
Beastie knows. He's got to get rid of it right.
You guys
I
see the
think
Chamber of
very
Commerce
much
bait
what
video
we're
we done on
seeing.
YouTube?
But I'm sure with plenty of games to go, and so many games in this one, which I love the format for that reason. Hopefully, we
Team
will
bottle, you're
see
too
that
old.
this
Yeah,
week.
but like even then you had cans. Oh, you mean glass bottles, dude? You must be like 78 years old. What's going on?
Yeah.
Did you collect bottle caps because you thought Fallout 1 was going to become real?
Macedonian, and Mali, these are all really strong picks still, even pre-patch.
It's the cavalry meta. Still,
You're like you have a can of green paint out back just in case the mutants take over, and you're gonna like your green face to try and fit in and make sure they don't try to like throw you into a vat. You got it all planned out.
But yeah, Sofa definitely still up on the menu for them. Oh, okay, so a second French band.
Is anyone else tilted by the fact that that headset in the background isn't central?
Delayed the ban.
Oh wait, guys. Remember what I said about like yo. You're gonna see it when we get in game. One of these cameras is good quality, one of them's ass quality. Do you see the difference? We talked about Elgato being goated. Do you see what that is right now? That is an Elgato cam. That is not.
Die once that red palace comes in. Now we do a little zoom in here on our Homestead Cup winner trophy. separating our two players. We got the aquarium in the back as well. All very
Bottled beverage doesn't contain
It's good to know what you're
microplastics.
playing for,
Yeah,
isn't
but if you
it?
don't have
All of the
microplastics, how do you
miscellaneous
evolve?
thing,
At the
you
aquarium.
want to
How
get
do you
your
prep
hands
yourself
on.
for the
And
Fallout
the
universe?
aquarium is the second prize. So you get the trophy and you're able to.
BC's ready to use his mouse
We
everywhere.
want to see
Do
them
like,
all
do you
week.
reckon
I'm
it's
sure they'll
like
do
old
this
people
with the
thing, and he's now
odds.
playing at 200
Predict
DPI,
your
so he keeps
favourite
track of the
fish
mouse?
for the week, and
Like-
hopefully- hopefully
But like
they won't
again,
mind having to
just
play
make a
as
bigger
players.
mouse, Matt. Like, have you seen this one? Look at this thing, dude. Like,
scout out the opponent's build
it's
order
it's
and
like
It is like having your
it's like this
small
wide.
round
It's
share.
wider than I can show you on
Maybe that
camera.
is the true
Just get a bigger
home
mouse,
field
Matt, man.
advantage, is having those fish that can swing around.
I got loads of these, by the way.
I'm sorry, he's had them for a while.
I got like
now.
3 different
He
brands of
hasn't
mouse
seen
mats
one,
actually.
I'm sure they return the favor.
Good.
So what do we make so far?
one.
There's not too much probably that's
One
surprising.
sec, actually.
Maybe
Where's
the
my mouse?
vintage bands there from either player, but
It makes
otherwise
sense. It makes sense. It's like you got that the
I
landmark,
need to
right?
start
Like,
trying the Logitech
just
one they
generating
sent
so
me.
many
It looked pretty
resources
good.
there with the guild
The only
hall,
reason I didn't spin it
and
up
if
straight
you're
away is because
unable-
like I had everything laying
That's
on
the
my
thing.
other mouse
It's
mat
difficult to
already.
explain, but like French, they start off.
Well, I want to
with
get.
tempo,
Oh,
and then
wait, who's Team
with that
Triangle?
tempo, typically, other civilizations they need to do a follow up.
Should I know who this person is? I feel bad, but I don't know if I should.
With French, they're
I mean,
fine
I
with
feel
just
bad even
waiting.
saying
They're
this,
fine
right?
with just,
Everyone's someone,
relying
but
on
like
the
I
guild
don't.
hall,
I've never heard of this
not
guy.
going for the follow up, and instead they'll just eventually reach that Imperial Age timing, and then with the humongous, really, truly outrageous.
So this is like
impact
his
on
first
all
event
of the
ever, right?
archers, on cavalry units.
I think so.
They're able to just field so many
Whoops.
units, so many
Oh no,
high
I've ruined the
quality
illusion.
units.
I'm here,
Can't
guys.
imagine it because,
Hey.
like, they're paying less for a knight than Malians are paying for a sofa, and that with premium stats as well. French late game is something to be feared, and both players here rightfully so.
I wonder if they got
fearing
it
them.
set up so
those
they hear themselves in the audio
civilizations
feed.
aren't gonna be
Probably.
getting banned here. Next up,
Okay,
when it comes
so
to the draft,
actually,
we
I
see-
don't know because I know Crackety. I remember he said he hated that he could hear himself when we done Bergen, but he's done a little bit of that before. This guy would have never had that experience. For those who don't know, usually the way that these audio feeds work, and I have it at home set up, like I can hear myself talking to you guys right now, but I can turn it down. But by default, that's how most live streams do it on LAN, and I usually leave it turned up. Not because I'm like narcissistic, but because some environments don't let you do that. And it also is good feedback to understand how your voice is coming across. Would I go to Serbia next time? I mean, I wasn't even asked, so I don't know. I have to be asked first.
We've definitely seen them.
I consider it.
win games, and I think we
Depends like what the offer is. I disagree with the idea of working for free. That shouldn't happen.
But I have learned from the last
I don't
couple
think
of
these
days
people
not
working for
trust a
free, so.
single word any of these pro players say.
Oh
They've
yeah,
all
they're
told-
live through their teeth.
They've all told me so far that they will be picking Jin Dynasty. And we
Like I
haven't
know with
seen
some
anything
I've like had to explain to people before where like I remember even had this for like a LAN explain to someone like yeah, but I'm okay with that rate. It's like don't be. You can get more and you should get more because otherwise you devalue the whole
They sound really cool when
commentary
they
role.
shoot. The projectile looks
What did they just?
amazing.
There's two of them.
I don't think that's meant to be there.
From the damage, but there's
Oops.
two projectiles that they shoot.
But
Like, you know,
they don't hit anything.
I'd have to reach out.
Hopefully-
I don't know.
hopefully we do see Jin at some point.
It
this
could
year.
be that they didn't reach out because, like, obviously we had everything happening at the start of this, all the bullcrap having at the start of this year. But alternatively, it could just be that, like they weren't going to. I mean, I've never worked an Age of RTS event before.
For the first time ever.
I think I'm seen as too expensive. Maybe
Yeah,
I don't know.
You'll
was-
get there
it was
one day, mate.
interesting.
You
No,
will
no,
get there.
they're like genuinely one of the most fun civilizations.
BC's fish being able to
in the game that
screen
has
snipe
ever been
Beast.
released.
What you mean? They're just gonna like swim across and
Bit
whisper
of
in his
extra
ear?
balance. Miss.
Has Beastie become
but
Aquaman since I
eventually,
last
think
tuned
we're
in?
having a really, really solid civilization.
So like,
civilization
what we
there on
got
hand,
map
so-
wise?
Can't argue they're not fun to play. They're
Borderlands
really,
starter,
really
Four
good.
Lakes, Dry Arabia,
Just really fun to play. Not
Gorge,
gonna be
Holy
super
Island. I
slow,
knew B was
at
gonna
least
pick
not
that
in
crap.
this set. We're
Roos
starting
Lancaster
on the
getting
first
drafted,
here.
completely
It is
ignored
gonna
in the
be
first
on
series, by the way.
Borderlands, and we're waiting
And
for
Order the
players
Dragon for
to
Beastie,
get
which
their
ignored
picks
first
in.
series.
Most likely,
Molly,
they're
Molly,
gonna
am I
be
blind? Oh
aiming
yeah, first pick
for
Beastie.
Sengoku versus Macedonians
Talk
or
about a
Japanese,
yoinker.
I want to say.
B still taking
Um,
Japan as an opener.
Maybe JD could also
I
be
don't know,
a
man.
secondary choice here for
Are
BC
they-
Borderlands. Of course, you do have a lot of
What's that?
options when it comes to like JD or.
I
French.
think
You
the
could
problem
just,
here is like
spam knights, collect
Beastie
resources
got a
out of the
great
and
snipe
eventually
because if
you
there's
hunt
any
down
player
that
you
red
want to
powers.
deprive Malians of
On a
in the
map that's
entire
very
game,
hard to wall,
it is
not
B.
having to wall
B is to
because
me the
all
most
your
impressive
TCs,
Malian
all the
player
keys
because of his
are
diversity and
basically
strategy.
Incredibly overpowered with the red powers in placement. Is
How many
a very,
blocks?
very big
Blocks of
bonus.
what?
And okay, we're not going to be getting Macedonians.
By the way,
being
can we
drafted
agree? Like now that I've
by
added the gold trim
nice
across here,
civilization,
it
and
looks
Beastie
better,
will
right?
be playing with
I
the
just
Mars
realized that
team.
with the UI.
I
Like
think there's a fairly well balanced matchup here between the the two
Better with or
continents.
without? What do you
Of
think?
course, they do have a
I
lot
think
of
it like
customers, but
completes it,
they
you know?
have recently received a slight nerf to their cattle economy. They received a slight nerf. Actually, not a slight nerf. Pretty.
Oh, I
decent
just
nerf
realized
to
actually.
the cost of the imported armor upgrade for the sofa. So, in order for the Malians to get to the position,
They do you see what's happening there? They basically like haven't cropped it.
Now there is one thing that the
I'm gonna let them
Malians
know on
did
that.
get, which is hopefully
Gotta give them that
maybe
feedback.
is there a chance BC has something up his sleeve. The Farimba Garrison being able to unlock.
Little
not
thing
only
for
the
day
first pick, but
2
being able to
might
pay
be
to get
worth
either the second or the third pick of units. It's a very exciting change. It's
I
not
like
just
it.
a pure balance change.
Yeah.
It is something new.
Yeah, I genuinely like it. I think it's a correct choice, just because the Farimba Garrison beforehand, it didn't really provide.
I'm
that
all
much.
about output.
You can still.
It's like I told him it's like small thing
just
after
like
day 1.
as
It's not
we
worth
can
trying to
get
do
around
now.
500 food per minute out of it, which
Why
honestly
France
is
banned?
great.
France really good. Some players prioritize its first, if not second pick, so it does make sense to get rid of it. Like it's become that good. Even with the nerfs to them, nerfs because spears are stronger later and they have brace better now. French is just still really reliable. Like French has now become what Japan was in my eyes. They're just all round applicable. They even have some really good fast castle builds now.
And I think it's only going to be a matter of time, honestly, until we see a lot more of.
Oh, do I need? Should we run ads before we get in game? Actually, let me.
Really, really strong.
Oh, they already ran. Suckers. Get more
I'm really
ads. Get more
hoping to
ads.
see something like that. Maybe it's not this week. Maybe it's not this tournament, especially with the change only really coming in very recently.
But like other ban wise, nothing too surprising, right? Ottoman's getting banned by both. B's one of the scariest players on Ottomans by far. You don't want to give him to him.
Who wins which matchup? I mean, we
Off the trade landmark, that is true. But like, I think even without the trading choice, like I think out of these two, BC would be the one to try that, but maybe B's been experimenting something because they did buff it. But in general, it's just like even without the trade landmark, this was a pick bannable civ before that. Because the thing you have to remember is like French didn't really get nerfed; they got buffed. And Japan got nerfed, and Japan was a higher prior pick. Sengoku got a little bit of a nerf, whether it's good enough so far. Looks like it's had an impact, but we'll see how that plays out. Malians is like the only one that became kind of more ban worthy, I'd say. And China didn't really get tweaked either, right? Ottomans received a slight nerf, but I feel it is overall a fairly irrelevant nerf, and they got buffs elsewhere. Because the other thing that like these players are worried about now is the Ottomans have that crazy Akinji horse archer strat where they just spam them. And against certain civs, it's just super effective.
Into our first game, we'll get some admin assistance here now at the moment.
See what you mean about B's dad bod now. I'm not shaming.
Setups there.
I've definitely been thinner. It just happens, man. It kind of creeps up on you. You got too much like child work and everything else to do. Plus, it's just harder to keep weight off when you get older, you know?
Some of the issues. Previous set, headset turned around the wrong way. Other things like that.
Oh, that was great.
Definitely helps him look a lot more adult.
About it, but yeah, it was Vortex complaining about
Fairly
his,
similar haircut though.
3D audio
Actually, no, his haircut kind of better than when he was younger. Because like when you're young, you just go bed hair and don't care, you know. But you can see he's kind of got like a little bit of fade going on there.
I mean, it's the thing, right? Like you're in a new setup, you're not familiar with.
My head in the middle makes it look like I'm actually. I know, right? I'm part of it. Look at me, guys. Woo! Invite to Serbia.
The board was on the left, but I heard him on the right side.
You know what I would have done instead? If I didn't have a wonderful family kid to look after, I would have finally gotten around to going to Bosnia. I would have been close, but not there. Would have went and finally seen my boy Lizzie. I miss that dude. I've always been, I don't know, he always asks, like, well, used to in the past, like, won't you come? And I was like, I kind of can't. Because now I have kids. She's a little bit responsible. Even though it's like super cheap, apparently, to go to Bosnia. Which part of Bosnia? He lives in Sarajevo. So, you know, in the event that capitals all around the world should be attacked, one of the worst ones to go to. Because for those that don't know, Sarajevo is literally just in a giant hole. So if like an army came to invade, they already have the high ground. This is B's first LAN? No, he's played LANs in Russia. He's played some in StarCraft as well. I don't know if he's done international ones. I think he's done one or two. But he's definitely done a bunch of Russian LANs.
And I would love to see that.
Okay, so we're getting Mali Japanese. Well, they don't. I don't know why the UI doesn't show the bans now that I think about it. It'd be really nice to have that info. Iabid Snipe and Lancasters, dude. He got a Lamecaster and yeah. B's just still really frisky and annoying when it comes to that. My tone sounds different. Does it? I got slightly rough throat, but not enough that I'd say it impacts my voice at all. Maybe you just haven't heard me in too long.
Yeah, getting the increased cooldown.
Maybe it's your fault for being away too long.
No longer are you able
Done to yourself.
Stop combat for
So what was that crap you were messaging me about the other day of winners reinvest? What meme are you pushing?
Any damage coming in with that deflective armor. Now you actually there's a good one.
But like Mali here against Japan, this is a really hard matchup for Japan if it goes castle, by the way. And I think the changes to Mali makes it even harder in conjunction with the Japanese nerfs. Like, I think this is a really good matchup for Malians. You know, Japan doesn't really play pro scouts. Mali can insulate themselves with cow. And like Malians, when they get online, no, sorry, I'll just meet the set. So Malians, when they get online in castle, they just start pumping Sofa at a crazy pace, and deflective armor being nerfed kind of hurts you already. And then you have the poison arrow scaling. Like in general, what happens is you just kind of get outzerged. The way you try to outclass Mali is just having raw power over them at the beginning of castle, but that's now much harder than it used to be because Malians just get more Sofa earlier on. They build them at the start. They build them in feudal.
We go. Game number 1 in our set between B and Beastie. We're jumping right on in here.
Are we turning audio off? Let me message you guys.
Japanese, his opponent in the color yellow, it is Beastie playing as the Malians, and we're starting off with action straight away. Looking at the map, we do have a forward gold vein from Beastie, so he's going to have to be very, very careful here. SB already.
I imagine I'm not the only one messaging him about this right now.
So we will see those spearmen run over.
Hopefully, we get a response quickly on that.
Immediately. I think Beastie.
I'm gonna pull my Discord across off screen.
Something that could happen, and he does scout it out. So next up, we should be seeing an outpost getting dropped immediately.
I am now just waiting to be able to begin my YouTube video.
To be protected, and none of the houses
or we just become a real watch party where we just
formula hasn't changed, has it?
We let them yap.
Some of the tweaks to both of these civs, but the formula hasn't changed here. Japanese opting for that Dark Age barracks, and Mali having the, I think, fair to say, the appropriate response that is favored by all the players in response to this.
What the hell is a scarding?
It's not like this is something that is a negative.
Oh, they changed the UI as well to add that in.
range.
But if he's not able to get it up, that's a big
I don't understand how you're casting. We're meant to have a clean feed, which means you don't hear the casters.
Indicator has been a little bit of a change. You don't feel as safe as you once did, knowing it's got that little bit more.
That
that
outpost is going to go up. He needs to repull more villagers again. There it is. More villagers are going to get pulled over.
Just
three new
three
builds.
more. Is that going to be enough? There's two.
That should be enough. It is
here
mostly complete, and he's not.
Okay, they fixed it. He just asked me, "What do you mean?" Then realized. All right. It's like, dude, imagine being the French or German cast with that in the background. All right, here we go, folks. It is time. Beastie versus B. A classic matchup happening on LAN for the first time ever, actually, in Age of Empires 4. This one has some history to it. We're opening up with B in the green and the Japanese up against Beastie's Malians in the yellow. And game number 1 will kick off with a Dark Age rush, which will not work out. Outpost secure coming from Beastie. This has been the classic solution for Malians for a long time. It used to be that Japan could be frustrating for Mali, but ever since this transition, we've seen Malian win rates escalating upwards and Japan falling victim more and more as time has gone on. And guys, this is like a double pump success, yay, steal here, by the way, because B loves Malians. You don't hear game sounds? You definitely do. Because I can see it on my audio feed. It's literally as loud as it goes. So, what is going to be the game strat here? Because I'm wondering what B wants to do different. He tried the outpost rush, or rather Dark Age rush, no outpost. Done a little bit of damage, distracted a little bit, but the problem I usually find in this matchup is once you hit Feudal Age, it starts to unravel fast. Going fast castle doesn't necessarily protect you because Malian players can just start spamming Sofa and Feudal anyway and dive you when you try. And the idea of playing long Feudal is a bit tricky as too. You can go Yumi, but your opponent can go Javelins and you do no damage. You can try to go for Horseman strats, but Donzo's super effective. Even without them, Sofa are really good. Maybe Spear Archers could work for Japan, but then you're just building the worst trash against the good trash, right? So it definitely feels like a matchup where I'd say you have to do something based on what I've been seeing out of Japan recently. Because the idea of just rushing Age does feel too punishable now, ever since Malian players started adding in Sofa. Map, by the way, is going to be Baldland. Another player bald, just checking hairlines. Chat, who's closer to going bald out of the two, do you think? I think B might be slightly ahead on reaching balding age. Like, slight difference in hairline. But Beastie has already been bald on stream, so balance it how you will. All three of us have good hairlines. Damn right. Is my hairline further back than those? I think B has slightly more side recession than me. And Beastie, whether it's like by haircut or whatever else, has gone for more of like a square cutoff. But I don't know if he's further back. I think Beastie's like here is furthest forward. I don't know. We'll check back in 5 years and see who's going to be bald first. So, we are getting outposts set up by B. He's still going to add in a few units. The reason you can tell that is he went 4 in Crystal House. This wasn't just a Castle Rush. If it was Castle Rush, you'd do 1 or 2 on the Kura. And then just gather on the gold as fast as possible. Outpost on gold doesn't guarantee an FC. It just guarantees when you want to go castle, you're secure. I wonder if we'll try like double melee tech and horseman. Said it can be a bit rough against Sofa. And they stand by that, but there is arguably timings. And the idea of horsemen on this map that can make them good is for raiding. Because one of the weaknesses you encounter on board land is on board land, all these tree lines are really small. So it's easy for your opponent to just raid down the sides. Right? Just collapse cheeks with ease. Interesting. He opens Donzo's. And it is now going to be castle. Okay. So I thought he was going to try and add a few units in here, but maybe it's because of what he saw. He's just straight up attacking. I wonder why he done the 4 on Kura. I think probably the reason is like B wanting to look like he was maybe going to play feudal. Because if you're BC and you hear a really slow tech up, you probably are just going to open Sofa here. And then like archery follow-up, something like that. Because you have to respect the fact your opponent can have spears. But the reality is, if he's just rushing age, it's dead obvious when you complete your tech up and he still hasn't done it after like 2 extra minutes, right? Beastie. I don't know. He might just have to switch full cow, like rapid. Because Donzo will at least be good to defend against the initial Mad Samurai, but there isn't really a dive point here now that there's an outpost up. Unless he wants to forward outposts, I'm not really seeing much sense in like building Donzo to attack versus building them to defend later. Double melee tech plus banner guy plus 3. Yeah, that's why you can potentially do horseman. But at the end of the day, you'd still be doing horseman into Sofa. Which is why most people won't do that. Because the reality is, the Sofa trade really well, and then they scale better. By the way, you see what I mean about like the difference in camera quality? With Elgato on that side, and then different brand that one. There's more depth of shade on that side. Part of it's due to the lighting positioning, but it's also just the cameras. Okay, he is committing. Okay, so he does go for the outpost. So at this point, then, if he's going to commit to outposts, he could actually just commit to flat-out Donzo spam. The only tricky part is, like, B can transition into Yuumi on opening. It's not that hard to do. The tree lines are smaller, but the Yuumi are cheaper anyway. And your spam rate is pretty fast because of potential Yorishiro drops. Yeah, like, it's basically just kind of playing out, like, every Japanese Malian game I've seen in the past. It's like... nah, like Donzo's spam into Outpost Rush not that frequent. We're sponsored by Philips. Yeah, we're doing like an auto ad campaign. I figured I'd try them out and see how they earn. It's like a very effective way for creators to try and actually like, you know, potentially cover their cost of livings. Okay, so Outpost up. Gonna be full Gary. His backup gold is on the backside, and Beastie doesn't have a Sofa, so... B? Yo, he's adding an additional samurai. It's gonna be a samurai build. Men Arms just got buff, guys. 10 food less, and they produce quicker. And he just Yorishiro dropped to produce even quicker. The crazy part, though, he just done this against Mali. Remember, Malians have access to anti-armor in Age 2. They've got Musafadi. Musafadi spam should categorically beat Samurai. The trade-off that can make it different is if you get to the Odachi tech, which gives bonus against infantry. Great snipe there as well. BC taking out one worker, going for a second kill. Doesn't have that final javelin hole, though. Not quite enough damage to get a kill. I think he could just win with Farimba, to be honest with you. Farimba into Mansa Mustafadi is kind of goated. He might simply still just choose to go for a Fulani because it's such a strong landmark. But the cool thing about Mansa Mustafadi now, by going for Farimba to get the better Mustafadi unit, they're so cheap. Like, it sounds crazy to say, whoa, why would you Farimba when you could just have all the cow buffed up? Because you don't need as much food. And the other thing is, on a map like this, Yuumi as a counterplay to Musafadi seems dead obvious until you realize that these tree lines move out from his base very fast and aren't that big. So he doesn't have much safe wood gathering for Yuumi's map. The samurai, definitely tanky, but getting kited right now. The problem right now, guys, yeah, I was about to say, B needs to sliver some more gold. He didn't have veterancy in yet. So just kind of plastic knights, and oh, what a find. From the trees. That should be -1. The replenishment timing on the spears is pretty fast. It's like 15 seconds to get another throw. If he splits the damage, he can kill both. Is he going to split it? Body blocks, gets baited in. That buys time. That's smartly done by B, but good reaction. BC gets a second. 3 worker kills so far. Gold gathering, 10 on it. I think BC's prepping for attack now. Musafadi's going to keep scaling. Dude, this is Farimba. Like I said, Fulani is on the table. Maybe now that he sees Yuumi, he thinks twice, but... Oh, the bun! This is cursed. He's getting blocked on housing. I don't know, man. Like, the idea of samurai here... B was forced into this. I don't think he ever wanted to. He just didn't want to build Yuumi, because you could have vet Yuumi, but your opponent can still have javelins, which are pretty effective in that trade, even against castle variety. You can't go mounted samurai without gold. It's like 50. It's almost 50% gold cost, right? It's 140 food. Actually, I think it's 110 gold. I think with mounted samurai. It's expensive. But the read by BC just to outpost rush after he was the one getting Dark Age aggro. Really freaking clean execution. The moment of truth. Ah, boring. He does a Fulani. I think he saw the Yuumi and was like, not worth the risk. Gonzos are going to get surrounded. Musafadi now starting to show up. That's still going to be more idle time. What do you do with this? The thing is, your opponent has now built Yuumi. He's built Samurai. This is why, by the way, he went Fulani over Farimba. This is a jackpot Sofa game. Your opponent has 2 unit types that destroys Sofa. Destroys. No, Sofa Destroy, rather, my brain. Because, remember, they get bonus against infantry, and the Samurai's Odachi tech only works against infantry, so they won't kill Sofa quicker. And Yuumi hit like they're shooting plastic. It's like they're shooting Nerf guns, to be honest. And he's trying to get into Mount Samurai, but the economical difference at this stage is crazy. Like, watch what's about to happen to food income. Because it's down to 450 for BC because he hasn't been actively gathering with the workers. Just stuck 9 back to work. Fulani just completed buffing the food income more. He's about to rock up to 800, 900 food income plus. Meantime, Musafadi will be getting upgraded. I mean, he could go Bugeisha to answer this, actually. It's a bit gambly because of the risk your opponent goes so far. And, oh, the stealth! -3. That's going to be more than that. Musafadi just so fast. This corner berry has been like the curse of existence for B. Usually you kind of get excited by corner berries because you can wall them in or outpost them or whatever. But because he didn't build an outpost, he had no stealth here. Like this is just kind of a blast from the past. You guys remember when Musafadi first started coming the meta before they got their base damage nerfed? It was always these stealth attacks. B, he's going to have to continue to play loose like this. So you either accept you have to outpost spam everywhere, you either wall everywhere. Both of those options are expensive. He has got a few mounted samurai now, so maybe some counter raids to be had. Yeah, the challenge here is to spend less time on your side of the map, but when it's Musafadi flooding, very hard to do. Musafadi flood just tends to lock you in one place, right? You just react, and usually like the goal is kind of reminds me of like the old Freeborn meme of like just survive death by 1,000 cuts and then you win. But it in some ways feels harder against Musafadi here. Yuumi upgrade coming in. Headphones? These are the sure ones. I don't know if they're breaking though. I've got like the wires a bit weird, but I don't know. I need to talk to probably my Gigabyte contact. I think my motherboard's scuffed. Maybe that's causing it. Oh my god, the workers again? Dude, how does this keep happening? -2 again? Has he Yorishiro dropped the town center? I wouldn't blame him at this stage. Kind of needs it. I mean, he must have done. Like, the difference is meant to be 10. It's only 7, right? An idle time difference doesn't make up the rest. So I think B went for another Yorishiro drop to try and offset the losses, but it's getting big. That food income also worrying me. The blockers on the bat berries, just look at the food difference. Yo, this is like, what this is like irony, and this is like real versus media. Everyone's like, Africa's starving. Clearly, Africa has lots of food. Japan, on the other hand, cannot afford enough sushi for everyone at the table anymore. This is the true curse of modern media. I mean, it's kind of crazy. The amount of cows a tunnel at this stage, right? And B does get some farms for free, but it's just not keeping up with Wakanda. We've got Don's upgrades coming through now. I mean, interesting choice when you're up against Yumi, but I think it's because he's spamming so many Sofa, it's just kind of catching him off guard. What's KP yapping about? The fact that everyone's like, Japan has loads of food and lives good. And then there's always like the whole thing is like, Africa has starving children. And then there's an ironic thing in there because Mali has like one of the best chill food income times of every civ in the game. Lol. So back to berries. B's going to be losing on relics next, I'd expect. I mean, I don't know. Beastie hasn't bothered with relics at all. Which, you know, kind of makes sense. He doesn't need that much gold. It's not about your gold, though. It's about what B needs. Taking the gold away from him is big. But instead of going for the passive income, Beastie has been wholly focused on denying the raw gold gathering. Musafadi's stealth comes from vibranium metal hiding them. Yeah, don't forget the nanotech, the nano healing tech in the scouts. It's the only way I can explain it. Actually, it's the same for Musafadi, because remember when they reveal from stealth, they heal. It's all heresy. Night cheats getting clapped. I think B doesn't really want more knights anyway. It would be nice to just have these raiding at least. But at this stage, because he's still behind on military count, he has everything to defend. And his military count, in terms of quality, sucks. Right? It's Yumi Spears. You know what else sucks? Not being able to see the game. Alright, well. These are the type of moments that's like casters start game. We don't want to see. I don't know what that was. I think they were going for someone seamless, or they're talking about something. How will just B win this? You know what's pretty sick in theory is Springholds, but in reality, like the map is way too open. If you could actually funnel the map, get walls up, Springholds are kind of goated here. The Sofa are annoying, sure, but you can do counterplay to that. Like you can just spear Springhold. You just don't have the funnel. Now the clash coming in. Musafadi lasting a long time. The Sofa, they reach the south side in towards limited spear count here. And those, they are vet spears. But the Sofa begin to concave a bit. Yumi target fire onto the Musafadi to get rid of what little remains of them. Neck and neck on military count. Jimviri is good for B considering the quality difference and is good enough to scare him away. Well played by B there. Expensive fight on both sides, but the quality difference is what we keep talking about. B is only building spears in Yumi. So if he is 50-50 trading on raw military count, that's good. Because his opponent is building more expensive spearmen, and he's building Sofa too. We'll be able to re-secure into the gold. Needed it as well. I think the back gold must be down to like less than 1,000 at this stage. Actually, maybe 1,500, 2,000. He hasn't been spamming that much gold when you think about it. Shogun buff made the diff. Nani? Now the Surfer just going back to raiding. I think BC realized, okay, B not as dead as I thought. Direct fight more risky than I'm willing to engage with. So we'll just keep harassing him. Has got the pit mines fully established, right? Even an 8k pit mine for extra gold. You mean the bannerman? Oh, like, what was it? Was it a cost? That's the main thing, I think. There's some slight tweaks there for sure. I was about to say, this guy does not have a Shogun at Castle. What are you on about? But yeah, that Yorishiro is coming clutch, actually. I think without the Yorishiro, B would have died by now. It's allowed so many worker losses. Like, we're talking about 14 worker difference, but only 9 in actuality. It's still tough when you add in all the cow from the Fulani too. And an archer switch now coming through. So archers, in theory, can answer literally everything B is doing. It counterplays Yumi quite well. Individually, 1-to-1, your archers are just better. It full count spearman. Even the Mount Samurai, right? The poison damage. Look at the collected difference. I'm pretty sure that's bugged. That can't be fully accurate, right? I don't know. I never just trust collected anymore. I'm pretty sure that must be bugged. There's a bunch of bugs around, like, collected value. It just breaks so easily. Like, Mali are definitely ahead on economy, but I wouldn't say they're ahead that much. 16,000 doesn't make sense. Or 20 minutes. Like, I know B had a lot of auto time running workers around, but he would have had to have, like, basically got up from his keyboard and gone for a quick toilet break without pausing. Beastie, Poison Arrow, gonna complete soon. He hasn't really revealed the full Archer strat yet, right? Yeah, problem is, B's still scaling Knights, so he can have the theoretical answer. Other thing is, he has protected himself. Beastie's got walls up already, so like if this does transition back into Knights, B's gonna waste a lot of time burning through. I think for B, the goal is to try and win a direct fight at this rate. Not impossible. Definitely tricky with his food income comparison. And I say that. Difference is like, what, 500 against Fulani? That's not a death sentence. And we do have a shift towards the central tree lines now. So Beastie definitely looking for that 50-50 comp of Sofa Archer. I'm not sure who's winning this now. I mean, map control, military value, etc. All of it belongs to Beastie, right? But B's been pretty damn resilient to taking that knockout, though. Despite all the worker losses, he is still competing reasonably well. I think his challenge is he never really has a good position to push up from. Like, see what happens? The moment you get to neutral territory, uh-oh, Beastie's army scarier. And this is the big reveal. I think B, he was maybe anticipating archers, probably wasn't expecting 25 already. There's going to be a dive in, archers. Going to bait the spears full. That's perfect. Sofa's wasting this cavalry time on the left side. That split, not the best for B. Feel like he lost a lot of spearmen, actually, on the beginning. Will be enough to scare him away all the same. I think the thing I really like about what B is doing is he's taken an approach that is keeping his gold reserves existing. He's not just running out super quick, right? And I think that's key here. Because you always want to have that switch that you can flick to go into Mass Knights, which he's now trying to do. If he had more food set up, he could probably think Horseman as a solution here, but we're just not at that stage. Also, it's just like pushing a weird Spear Horseman position against Sofa Archer, which is great when you're pushing, but not when you're defending. The Sofa, looking for the cheek clap. Spear count is low. This looks like breakpoint. Numbers don't lie. Beastie, at this point, has got more sofas than IKEA, and he is looking to sell all of them east into the Japanese base. That's breakpoint. You don't even come back from that. Archers at this point just able to kind of poison down each of the knights coming through. Sofa Flood will just continue behind this. It's almost 2,000 food income. The extra food injection should be everything he needs to break the game. Marley, still S tier. I don't know, man. I'm still shocked at how often they make it through the ban phase. Like, Ottoman's a higher priority ban. I can kind of see it to certain degrees. But Malians, when I see them drafted, the wins just feel completely inevitable. All right, I'm going to turn volume down. I like how even when we're on LAN, you still get that beastie audio level. Even on LAN, you cannot escape the loud beastie click, click, click. Oh, dear. Why does the cup say a one winner? Because they've announced Homestead Cup 2, right? You can punch enemy if they rage out. I mean, that's like, you do realize this is how like most of the lands in Age of Empires 4 have done it, right? Like this was the distance, like this was pretty much the distance they had in Norway as well. That beastie fish tank? Nah, it's warm and fish tank, maybe. Holy crap, I might need to get a snack. One sec, guys, I'm gonna get a snack. I'm suddenly hit with a wave of hunger, which surprises me because I ate like a bunch of chili. All right. Who's this mustache caster? Oh crap, I've forgotten his name. I feel bad. I looked him up and he hadn't like done anything. This is like his first thing, I think. I'm not gonna be able to find him now. But I couldn't find any casting record of him. So this is like first gig. All right, guys, I'll be back in a sec. I need to get some food. All right, I'm back. Shoreline? Yeah, it's fire break and everything. Look, I got these. Bacon rashers. Gluten-free. Apparently, guys, you know this is gluten-free month. So apparently, like, a bunch of gluten-free stuff is more discounted. The gluten-free crisps were cheaper than the original ones, lol. Oh, what? It's worth time? One sec. I have to eat more of those between game. You ready? I need to flip score again. All right, in we go, folks. It's HRE for B in the green up against BC's Order of the Dragon. This is on LAN, Homestead Cup, game number 2. BC already in the lead. He might extend it. Order of the Dragon versus HRE is kind of tricky, right? Holy Island, I think the goal here is meant to be BC focuses on water, and B might try to make it about land. Because you can catch your opponent off guard with a cheeky little men-at-arms rush when you begin to fish and attack on the Navy side. Also, by the way, this is B's map pick in draft and map pick in the series because lost game number 1. Wholly expected this. 3D clan members will always seek water. Honestly, it's crazy. Like, you know, I know Russia have one of the biggest navies in the world, but they take this to the extreme. They seem to love water more than almost any other country, actually, in AoE 4. To the point that I remember seeing arguments between, like, certain 3D clan members and Western pro players about wanting more water maps in tournaments. They are that obsessed with it. So B will see this as some sort of strategic advantage. Order of the Dragon has just become kind of a staple for BST. I think he probably plays more OTD games in pro than most pros at this point. Maybe like top 3, top 4 most played. So I'm curious to see what kind of a strategy he's got in mind. Usually when you pick Order of the Dragon on Holy Island, it's because you plan to add in a few horsemen. That can be quite difficult against HRE, in particular if you're up against a mine working player. And B is the type of player who would do mine work. So like, let's keep an eye out for that because we actually might get a little bit of all pikes action. HRE will outsupply, but it's not about quantity. It's sometimes about quality. It's mostly about quantity, but sometimes quality can win out. Yo, what's up, Philly? Appreciate the Prime sub, buddy. Welcome back to Swarm. Smart lad. Who is running through ads and complaining right now? You could fix that. Just press a button. And what were the predictions like, actually? I can show it like this. 100% for B right now. Oh, my God. I think someone's expecting mine work. Are we live as well? Dude, I swear, YouTube lives always kind of desync a bit, so you have to keep refreshing them. Hello, Pathless. How's it going, bud? But, like, I would not be surprised to see... Could you forward dock at all? Probably not with HRE. Maybe BC could try snake one after a horseman opening. Double... Wait, dock this close together? Okay, that's really surprising. Did he see the shoreline fish and the deep water fish? I mean, it's close enough, but he could have probably moved it a bit further up. If he moved it and dropped a dock towards where the gold vein is, he could split these 3 close to shore deep fish for optimal gathering. And it's be Arhan coming in from BC. Moment of truth not yet there for B because he went double dock earlier. BC's now only going for his second dock now, rather. I think part of that for BC, you know, at first maybe felt greedy, but then when he confirmed there was no Dark Age Spear shenanigans, he felt pretty confident he can get away with the greed. Because if you're worried about being kind of like harassed early on, usually you'll see people build like extra docks to show greed. Because like some players will just go for a lighter economy, get a bit of harassment, go feudal. And usually if you think you're going to be second to go Age 2, you build additional docks to protect additional fishing boats. Best of 5? Yep, group stages are best of 5s. There is a very big BO5 there. Okay, so Arhan's soon to complete. Wood already been gathered up. I imagine because the timing, BC will begin archership here. Usually when you're first to Age 2, you open with an archership to harass the fishing. It's more effective than a springle ship. Because an archership, with a little bit of RNG, on your side, if you get close enough, can get a fishing boat kill. Springle ship should realistically never, ever get a fishing boat kill. Unless your opponent blunders. Because like the difference is, as well, if you show up with a springle ship, I can just stay and keep fishing and have them heal each other. If you show up with an archer ship, you can just kill fishing boats even when they repair. It's really dicey. Because it's spread damage. So you're like, oh, repair that one, and then 3 others are heavily damaged. So B is going for the Rax opening. He did go Arhan, by the way, so no minework shenanigans. He needs the wood. And it's going to be mirrored in kind. So B probably thinking about going for a handful of men-at-arms. Beastie could mirror that and have better men-at-arms. In Feudal Age, Order of the Dragon men-at-arms are a win. It's only a bit dicey when you get to Castle Age, because then you have to consider the plus damage from heavy maces. Alright, did anyone get baited in the end? Yeah, that's the first Gilded Men-at-Arms added in. 62% for B still. So a strong representation. So B probably going to go, what, 4 to 5 men at arms is usually the goal of HRE. And then you want to try and just circle around the back and hit the tree line. But, yeah, I'm about to say, you build an outpost here. Outpost, this will not only protect your goals, so you can build ships and build more men at arms. It also protects the flanks. Everything all right? Donkon, I think I think we're mostly good. Chat, do you want audio, in-game audio a bit higher? It actually is still fairly quiet. I feel like the in-game audio hasn't been increased much at all. Is there a goldfish video recommendation? Probably someone do like Beastie's thing. Where's the goldfish? I don't know. Oh, on the side. Yeah, we should ramp it up a bit. You can ramp up like 20%. 25, probably be good. All right, men at arms in the base. I love what he's doing. He just ignores the HRE men at arms, tries to go straight for the work. He needs to be careful of a pin here. With only 2 men at arms, it's not possible. We need the 4. So gets out before it's a problem. Thank you, Doncom. Appreciate you, bud. He's just going to keep spamming men at arms. Water side, though, the archer ship crept past the Springald. Nice pull there. Pulls towards Springald ships to protect. So, minus an archer ship. Didn't get any kills for it. BC also almost loses the guild of men at arms. Like, men at arms that he can't heal now. And yeah, the fishing on the side, what is it? It's Nemo, bro. About safe men, I don't even know what that is. Marketplace coming through. So B, he's going castle. This is a Burgrave play, I think. I mean, you could Regnitz. There's only 2 men at arms. So very hard for BC to protect. Especially considering one of those men at arms is almost dead. Like, it's actually impressive the way he's played this. The timings just kind of seem insane when you look at the macro difference. But this is the thing about Arden. It's so damn powerful. Moment of truth about to arrive. Dude, he could just Regnitz this. But Burgrave gives him a kill point in the next 5. It's a Burgrave. Here we go. All right. Beastie, Burgrave into mass men at arms. He's already got 5. More to come. He doesn't need his fishing to last forever. He just needs it last 3 minutes to kill the game. 3-4 minutes buys him enough time because Beastie needs to age up. He doesn't have spring replacements. His men at arms will be outclassed by heavy maces. He does see... Please tell me he saw that. This is a problem when you wear a big fat helmet, your vision's quite limited. I don't know if he saw that. Depends where he dove in with the men at arms. He's still gathering so much wood. No one's on gold either. He's idled out there. Even without the undermesh, they buy a lot of time. BC goes back to the gathering. Scout is going to be tanking for him. Second outpost to come up. Men at arms on the other side. Not being noticed. B, that's going to be a loss of workers there. One goes down. I'm worried, actually. Like, the other thing to be scared about here is Burgrave's charge. Remember, Forlorn Hope gives them 50% more damage on the charge in. And because they're already inherently faster than men at arms, they'll always catch you. They'll charge you in. They'll hit you hard. So kiting isn't really an option here for Beastie. Second outpost trying to come online. Really important as well. With the E-repairs, once they're up, you can't really bring them down. But B, he's bought time here. Idled him out. Beastie's goal is to mirror the timing. Unable to do so. He has got more fishing now. He's going to go for a counteroffensive on the sea because remember, B doesn't have many boats. Courtesy of choosing castle. Heavy maces is now on the way. That second wave of men at arms, he's been holding it back. It's now approaching. B gets in, gets himself a freebie. -1 on the workers. Real goal here should be to dive towards the TC away from the outpost, but you know, he may just see it as worth just idling the gold. He's got undermesh coming in, so he's taking no damage on that dive. And we talked about this, like, B doesn't need his fishing to last forever. He just needs 2-3 minutes maximum. Demo ship's now coming out to buy more time. Reaction out of BC not there. Distracted on land. And B slams down the hammer. Repair's going to be in there. It'll cost him a few fishing boats, but the price is going to be high on land side. BC does not have emplacements that really matter here. Only an archer ship left over. That's now going to get sniped. He brought his own fishing boats forward for the repair. That's going to be a whiff. And look at what's happening over here. Half his economy idle. The other half going to struggle to find somewhere to be safe. Gold gathering on the south side. He's desperate for it. 1,600 food. More men at arms being queued up. You see what I mean about the heavy maces? Game changer. It's double advantage, right? Like, you're already a Castle Age unit, now heavy maces. It's probably going to be close to like a 2-to-1 exchange. He's hanging around just to idle out gold. Is he checking the south side? B's moving over there now. He's got 1 men-at-arms heading over to the secondary gold. He's got more diving past. Now it's a gather on the stone because he needs a keep drop to secure, or at least, bare minimum, Spoon on place, but it's not going to be able to get that. That's now going to be 10 plus workers running away. Beastie, he has the right idea, though. Transport ship onto the island, then you have the gold to get to the next stage. Problem is, the price might be higher elsewhere in the demo ship! Oh, no! What a move! B, you absolute monster! Dude, someone teach me Russian so I can say boom shakalaka right now. What a freaking beast! Dude, look at the emotions like, yeah. I was always going to clap his cheeks like that. Damn! It's just the chill face of like, I've done everything I need to. Learn your place, mortal. The timing as well, that's just disgusting. Beast just got like the, yep, that happened. Look, I mean, what else can you say about that? Yeah, replay it a third time. He's like, ooh, I got these 1 minute arms. Don't matter. Damn! The detonation timing on that. Filthy, filthy boy. Bring our music back in. Whoops. Didn't want to do that. Now I'm going to eat some food. Do you think they're on a true LAN setup or playing through the server? I think they're on a server. They're on a private server, which I find weird as well. I don't know if the details for that server were communicated somewhere, and I just wasn't in the channel. But it's like, usually with Microsoft tournaments, there needs to be public access to see the games for any caster. So it's a bit weird. Crackly looks a bit tired. I think it's the contacts. Because I don't know how often he wears contacts. The contacts, if you don't wear them often, they trick you every time, man. I've been there. Ah. What map was that? 4 legs. So Tuklak and Jean get sniped out. We get Knights Templar Rus. Rus pick, Pog? In 2026? By 7 decibels? Thank you, Doncom. Appreciate it. Oh, no. What the hell? I stuck that in my mouth and that came back out. I'm not going to eat it. We're not food scrounging off the floor, okay? Could you imagine that's like your please I need more donos thing? It's just like, guys, I need more of you subscribe. Look what I have to do. And then it just changes to my push-up cam and I'm just eating food off the floor. Oh no. Need to resolve the gamba? Ugh. So it should be B. It's a true LAN. Really? So you do have the technology. That's weird, though, because I always... But there's no way for people to see the game. So still kind of behind A2, right? So A2 can have true LAN and you see the game, I think. But that's cool. It's interesting they got that set up before just improving the latency of input in game. Because I feel like that's been the bigger kicker versus like 40 ping for players. I'd be curious to see what the players think after this. Whether it felt like an improvement versus, you know, the input that the game inherently has on a delay being fixed. What improvement? People have been asking for a long time for them to basically fix the input lag that you have in game. If you've ever played StarCraft, for example, and you come play AoE 4, it's very hard to play AoE 4. Not because I don't know the game, lol. Because of how it feels. The tactility of input is like, it's day and night difference between StarCraft and AoE 4. And that has been a big blocker for a lot of people. Like, even like, bulk, like, you know, mid-level, like, you know, input feel RTSs versus this is very different. It is, out of all the negatives I can think of AoE 4, it's his biggest negative. All right, guys, we just had an epic game number 2 to get here. We're heading to G3, 4 Lakes, is water again. This time, BC should be transport shipping into his death. So, an improvement there for him. It's going to be Knights Templar in the yellow up against B's Rus. The Rus, in the hands of the Russian, on LAN, first time at this event. And Rus have received some slight buffs around certain things like Kremlins. And overall, may come back into the meta as we shift back towards a potential 2TC meta. Shouldn't be seeing that here, though. This is a water map through and through. Rus used to be quite popular, but I feel like they've just fallen off the side of a cliff everywhere. Cool to see if 4 Lakes can actually be one of the final vanguards of value for them. And opening-wise, you know, I was wondering if maybe there was ever a potential chance we see some aggro. Sometimes you do actually see Knights Templar going like Dark Age aggro with spears. Not the craziest idea against Rus, I'd say. But it does have its own risk, right? I think the problem you'd have is even if you cleared the dock, burn it down, your opponent could still just build an archer ship. Yeah, it's something you actually forget about because we never see Rus on water. I feel like this is the one map where you feel valid in doing it. And it's weird because you go back a few years, Rus basically took a dump on everyone on water. They were the kings of it because of the transition time. You would tech up, you'd convert one boat from a fishing into a military vessel and kill everything. Times have changed. People got used to it. The whole naval dynamics changed. All of a sudden, Rus just seemed like the civ that couldn't scale anywhere near the pace of some of the more popular civs. And ever since then, it's basically been reduced to fishing-type style maps, like 4 Lakes, where you don't necessarily have to build 15 sprinkle ships. Yeah, and it's been like exacerbated by one of the big problems is things like demo ships suck on this civ. Because your demo ships have bigger hitboxes, they're more easily hit. They're also less impactful because the demo ship range gets blocked out. Like, you don't get as close to a target before automatically detonate. KT on hybrid, interesting. KT, that's pretty standard, actually. Knights Templar felt pretty good on this, right? Like, another one, you know what map Knights Templar are really good for this one? It was Kawasan. And Kawasan is basically hybrid. Like, if you get fishing behind you, you have options. Angevin Empire, for example, comes to mind. All right, I think they finally switched cameras enough that we're in the right place. Be interested to see if Rus can compete on the new patch. Yeah. And outside of, like, the gimmick of it needing to be about fishing, right? I don't know. How many people like 4 Lakes? I feel like when 4 Lakes was first made, I was on board. But for about the last year or so, I just kind of don't like the map anymore. I think my big grudge with it is, you know, it's definitely skilled. Don't get me wrong. But I feel like we got to the point at pro play where usually it was just like, yeah, okay, you get your pond, I'll get my pond. We'll go castle, go from there. So it's like you were playing for this expanded economy at the sacrifice of like the early game potency. And there was less of these epic, oh, he snuck a dock on my pond, GG type moments. Second best map of water after Holy Island. I think if Kawasan could get past the gimmick of the first 10 minutes, Kawasan delivers cooler games. But it's stuck in that cycle, a bit like 4 Lakes used to. We used to wall the lakes, yep, and then Japan got introduced and housing was super effective. We're getting Hospitalaire, by the way, so not going to get the French commandery like we had earlier for the Canadians, and we are getting a Kremlin. All right, this is cool, guys. Kremlin's going to protect his tree lines. It's going to protect the gold. It's also going to give him extra wood immediately. But the other cool thing with Kremlin now has scale. When you go Castle Age, you start getting the hand cannoneers, right? You get hand cannoneer militia. So there's a little bit more potency as you kick up in the ages now, which is really cool to see. I wonder if that's the goal here, just an FC build. He's got 7 on food, 6 on gold. Kind of feels like a fast castle play, right? And kind of militia? Yeah, I think it's in age 3. Someone can fact check me, but I'm pretty sure you get gunner boys in age 3. BC's like, oh, yep, that's happening. I haven't actually checked their stats. This will be the first time I get to see them. But in age 2, they're still the same. Yeah, it's fast castle, guys. Only like 13 damage. It's still range damage on a limited unit. Never underestimate the value of that, because remember, what is it the militia do? This is the crazy thing. Militia, a very cheap unit that slowly loses health down to 1. That sounds really trash in a melee, right? It's just going to get hit and die. But a range unit, if my range unit has 1 health, it's still 100% combat effective unless you target it. With melee, I can't really do much with 1 HP. I go and I die. You know? It's like, you know when you play those like RPGs, or you're gonna play, let's say like one of those zombie survival things, and you like, it's the ones where you have to have like the frontline melee guys, the backline ranged, and you circulate. Perfect way to describe it. They are billions. I don't care if all my archers are 1 HP. I 100% care if my like frontline guards are 1 HP. Same situation. They just get munched. Looks like it's going to be tech into Abbey of Trinity. Dude, can you stop the typing? I can 100% tell that it is Cal producing this. Just shocked you've played They Are Billions. How many games do you play? I play a lot of games. Not all at the same time. I haven't played They Are Billions in years now. So Angevin Empire coming in. Pretty much the standard we expect. You always get this on fishing maps. Abbey of Trinity is pretty cool, though. Did receive some buffs. Now you can basically spam monks out of all your monasteries at half price instead of just the Abbey of Trinity. Has some unique techs you can otherwise not get. And also just gives you this ramped up timing into securing relics. Angevin is a smart response, though. You just get a few heavy spears in position. You block that play. Challenge is going to be timing. The tempo of how quick the monks can come out. One negative of this approach now for the Rus is they no longer have high base damage horse archers to laugh in the face of what is basically men at arms. Yeah, so you have to build crossbows to be slow, or you're building knights into spears, which sucks. Hobbit taught you that archers are supposed to jump over the phalanx to engage in melee. There you go. That's teaching us the right things. And don't forget how shocked elves are when they discover that there's such a thing as bigger bolts that have spinny blades on them. You ever watch those things where it's like a combat historian reviews Lord of the Rings and he just spends the whole time going, that's not realistic. That's not realistic. Like, look at this idiot. A giant shield on his back and a spear in both hands. That's not real. Even the way he's holding the spear is not realistic. Okay, so it's going to be horse archer spam and it's monk spam up the wazoo. And we got militia gunners. No one cares about this crap. Show the militia gunners. Come on. You spent time watching that? You never seen... Yeah, you catch some of them. I've spent hours on that crap. Still going horse archers? I guess just to raid the backside. It's also just like, what's the alternative? Building crossbows and then getting caught off guard by knights? And you can't build knights against these spears anyway. Plus, like I said, raiding. You have to remember, horse archers got buffed against unarmored units. Their base damage got lowered, but their attack speed got increased by a lot. Oh, here's the gunner. Flip the gunner stats. That's all we care about. Wait, the gunner's fighting the wolf. What the hell's happening there? Bro. He's not only got a gun, he's a hacker. What the Dude, what is happening? Wait, you can't attack wolves with gunners? Nah, that... Wow. Kremlin's been buffed, guys. What an effective unit. Looking forward to seeing more of that. I think they can't attack wolves. Either that or they can't attack in melee. You got no damage out of that thing. Spear is the most underrated weapon in our today's mind. A sword has no chance against a spear. That depends. Are we fighting in like a thin corridor? Nah, spear advantage. What if we're already hugging? You know what actually does get not enough value prop is a Warhammer. One-handed ones. Everyone talks about the two-handed ones like, booyah, baby. But the one-handed ones, those were better than swords. Tell the Romans that spears are better than sword? Dude, they use like lots of them. They use like, was it pilums? They used spears they could throw? Come on. They understood. You know, it's like what historically, like in history-based games rather, that's like one of the most cathartic moments is when you have the Roman formation and they just all throw those spears at the same. Oh, there's just something so right about it. You know you just ruined their day. That's why people like playing Donzo Marlians, I'm telling you. So he's just doing raw horse archers. I'm gonna be real, you guys, I don't like this. I'm not gonna say there's necessarily better options, but this just feels trash, right? Like, heavy spears, how you answering them. He's going knights now. Knights doesn't feel like it's meant to work here. He's at least rushing the relics home. The problem you have is like the idea of a warrior monk frontline would have been cool if your opponent wasn't a spear spamming zone. And knights doesn't work anymore against heavy spears, even if it did before, because you can't bait brace them anymore. Spears got buffed across the board. When you charge in and stop, they brace, but then they're ready to brace again within a quarter of a second. It used to take like 2-3 seconds at least. So you can't get a short-range charge in anymore. I've not seen a pro do it so far since the change. Like maybe like Vortex would be a guy who could do it. He's probably one of the best players in the game at short-range charges, but even he would struggle. All right, Ruth trash Civ, guys. You can go for like one big fat raid. Probably his best option. But wait, maybe this is the strat. Be saving up for militia. Wait a second. How many militia do you have? Like 6? Maybe 7? Gets the hand cannoneers, gets the militia, maybe. Okay, he's looking to cut reinforcements. Not the worst idea. Oh, his beastie's just so close. Okay, he has got the further buff now, so check that. Plus damage on everyone. He can actually tickle the spearman legitimately now, but I don't think he has Boy's Fortitude, right? I don't think I saw B queue that up yet. The good news is, like, because you're so fast compared to heavy spears, you can force your opponent to defend. But I think if we ever reach the point where Beastie just sets up some walls, this is kind of GG. Because this comp, it doesn't burn through walls. It can't. It'd take even more hits. They just buffed Palisade's health further, didn't they? Did like 1750. So it takes 1750 shots to get through a tile of wall. That's just not happening. And that was an ugly trade as well. Like what? -1 warrior monk, 2 horse archers for 2 archer kills. Please. Even normal spears now. Beastie's like, all right, I see what we're doing here. Time to bulk more. Seeing Roos in 20 after a while? Yeah, and you're just seeing them lose. You know what the thing is? B could win if he just built militia. All right, we have got a men-at-arms switch. And yeah, he definitely didn't have Boy's Fortitude. I had a feeling. It's now on the way in. Walls are coming up. We'll be able to snipe a few workers there. Not too bad. Okay, the men-at-arms is apparently a misclick. I don't like that. I don't know. I feel like men-at-arms may have been your best hope here. Your opponent has got 50 yards. Pew-pew ponies meet real pew-pew. I think at this stage, Beastie could legitimately drag his face across the keyboard and win. Like, he could spend the next 3 minutes just dragging his face across the keyboard. Still actively clicking where you want to go, but like the rest is like, yeah, just drag. Okay, so B is now going for the men-at-arms, which is good to see. Really effective with the fervor buff, by the way. You get the plus armor, you get the plus damage. Pretty scary. Concern right now is you don't have many. No, if you had like 20 men-at-arms, this is giga scary. But trickling men-at-arms just should not really work against 60 archers. Oh, look. Case in point. Just insta-death for anyone who walks into this. And he just revealed it early. Crossbow transition also now in the way, but Beastie already was covered himself against that. Archer spears, like he doesn't care. Sure, you can kill the Angevin spears, but what about everything else? And oh, God. I don't want to fat shame the cavalry count, but there's a few too many of them, you know? That's like, at that point, grease the door, hold a Twinkie on the other side, and hope they rush through faster because they need to slip through smoothly. Like, there's no way you get around that. And wait, the militia ball! The hand cannoneers! The hand cannon knots! Oh, okay, they're dead. I think we just erased this game from our memory. Just like pull the power cord out of your PC right now and be like, I don't know what happened. It's a 4x almost on military count. It's going to be a 4x after this fight. Yeah, that's done. BC is going to basically be saving for Imperial soon. Because he just has too many units. Unless you teach us that if you revolt, you gain access to free guns. Well, I mean, you're American, so that makes sense. Everyone already has guns. This isn't Russia. Yeah, you're just trickling death now. Even with the emplacements, what was B hoping for? I think he was hoping to get a good hit in with his horse archers on the workers and then build a lead afterwards. He never found a hit. He killed 3 workers across this entire game. That's not a hit. That's something that rhymes with hit. And yeah, that's the death point. Look at the workers. There's nowhere to go now. Build a transport ship! Build a transport ship! Convert it! Come on! Oh, okay. No. We're not even going to try and pretend that we want our workers to live, huh? Transport ship, transport ship, transport ship. One. Second one coming. Here we go. He's like, last game, I killed Beastie over a transport ship. This game, I will survive him over one. Da 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 da! And now, just like Holy Island, we go to the island. We go to the island. Oh, there isn't an island. Someone put Boulder Bay back in pro play. Come on. Fortress is now coming in from BC. Sheesh. He'll eventually get the workers back to work, but I don't know. At this point, I just see it as BC can hunker down and go Imperial and be pretty content. Like, elite archers could just win this game now. For B, if he takes his 11 horse archers and finds a really good raid, we have a game on our side still, on our screens. Otherwise, a bit difficult. In fairness, his spear count is low, so like that actually might be an option for B to go into knight, weirdly enough. Instead, he's going men-at-arms, which can be mirrored by crossbows successfully. Also, just men-at-arms, unless you have 20 plus directly engaging already against like this archer, like more than 20 actually, like 30. These archers will just whittle you down. Wasn't bad as you thought it would be? What, this matchup? Or... I mean, like, B isn't dead, right? But he has much bigger problems. When your opponent can afford double fortress and still outnumber you, it's kind of scary. And also, that's going to fix any gold issues, so Beastie will be able to get additional crossbows out now. I think the thing that could help B in a direct fight is that fervor. And he understands it. Like, he's building additional monks. The scary thing is if Beastie just fights near a fortress, he gets similar buffs. Armor, range in his case, compared to armor damage. You thought Beastie's dive would end the game? I think B done a good job of surviving it, but like the scariness of this game really is now after that dive happens and B has all this idle time. Beastie should just be able to either double down or go for Imperial. Now, it used to be a long time ago, you could actually win this game by building a thing called a mangonel. But now they're kitgonels. They're not as good. They're not manglignels anymore. They don't really do the damage they used to. I don't know, like, archables this size just don't have a good solution unless you have similar army size. I think if Beastie plays too slow, B could get there, like 60 men arms. But it does feel like it's conditional on Beastie chilling too much. Here comes the clash. Further buff is going to be there. Beastie sniping down the warrior monk. Smartly done there. Just trying to get rid of that buff sooner rather than later. Still going to last a long time though. Hold on. Beastie did prep the crossbows. No. There's castles. There's no way, right? All the monks are dead. Men-at-arms are like half HP. Archers are baiting him in. He's doing this intentionally now. I mean, it looks bad by military size comparison, right? But B needs to answer these castles first to stand a chance of coming back in this. It's the golden flux that's going to kill you. And you can see Beastie gathering the stone. He's going for additional castles. So great move by B. He's not dead. It probably should have been GG. I'm wondering what the thought process was for Beastie. He probably done that dive, lost all the army, saw the idle time, was like, I can just macroeconomics this, baby. But like at the end of the day, the deceptive thing is like you have 100 archers. If you have 100 archers, you should be attacking and trading them out, right? Especially if you see your opponent's doing meta-arms. Maybe he thought that B was only doing meta-arms and he could kite him only and do a more delayed crossbow. Or maybe he thought it was going to be a different unit type. Either way, B did snake him really well. And now, oh! Did he get the cancel? I think he did. I think he got it just in time there. Yeah. Dude, that was a millisecond difference. It legit looked like the stone hit. Oh my god. So he's rebuilding the side. He's not fighting underneath the castles. BC doesn't have his aura, which is important. That means his Angevin spears aren't more bulky. It means his units aren't better on range, on damage exchange. He's having to dive into melee just to hit that crossbow backline. That's archers practically all dead. More warrior monks coming through. The men-at-arms, like the crossbow count, I don't think there's that many in the fight. There we go. He pulls them back now. About 10 left over. B only has crossbows here. Will be forced to retreat. A little bit ballsy on positioning there from Beastie and a bit worrisome here. He has got Sacred Site timer ticking down to 7 minutes, but it's triple trebuchet now. And it's 5 militia with guns and 10 extra. Okay, dude, he's actually legit, dude. This is such a crazy game. Mass men-at-arms buffed and it works? Yo. All right, B's selling me right now. And a horseman switch after this incoming. I think that's the fishing as well. Like, he's had such a raw, powerful eco lead for a long time. I think, if I'm not mistaken, B's been gathering a bunch of shoreline fish just to keep this going. Nice block up. Just now denying the pilgrims. Beastie with 40 on gold. Jeez. I mean, needs it now that he's not getting his pilgrims. And the horseman switch may just be the full kicker to end it, really. I mean, triple trebuchet can deal with all the castles. You can just rush him across the map there. Beastie, could he try for Imperial? He could, but his military size is worrisome here. It's a 40 pop lead now for B. Some of that's deceptive, right? Like, 15 of that is just going to disappear because they're going to get down to 1 HP. Beastie, he's going for Imperial. I don't know, man. What do you do with this? It has to be Poland. It's always Poland. It's all anyone ever does. The problem now is going to be your gold blocker. You're losing control of the sacred sites. Your AK vein shouldn't be safe for long. You'll buy a little bit of time there, but remember, those knights you get are very expensive. B is prepping spears alongside the crossbows where it has. This is scary. Pilgrims, they aren't going to get the cash in. Blocked again. And remember, guys, if B now captures those sacred sites, you can't snake pilgrims. You can only go towards a sacred site either you own or no one owns. Tech up coming through. Push in from B. Military lead isn't insane. He needs a minute for those elite techs, though. And B is about to mirror the tech. Yeah, he's not really that far behind. What are we doing? Are we doing Spaskar for control on the 8K, or do we just straight up go for the greed? He's got mangoes. Double mango against 37 crossbow. Pretty scary. BC can't easily dodge that. And he has got Schlachter now being queued up. Not many Schlachter, though. Only 5. They take a long time to come out. Brute force, though. Dude, I swear, I'm not even memeing. The Warrior Monk buffs are winning these games. The last, like, 3 fights, the rejuvenation of that. It's a 4 damage difference. +1 armor of both types, +3 damage with all the buffs. Lasts a long time. Hits the entire composition. And then hits him where it matters most. Abbey of Trinity is back. Nah, it never left. It's just been sitting in the corner, sipping its Bacardi, and you've been ignoring it for far too long. Beastie on the edge, looking into the abyss now. Pushing continues. Spaskaya coming in to secure the 8k now. B continues to pressure the trebuchets on the primary town center. That's all he needs. That's the only kill he needs is that. And there's a castle to the south side. He doesn't quite realize it's there yet, but this is the big target for now. B, and I agree, I thought he was dead. When we saw the idle time with the transport ship play, I was like, looks like a meme. He may have won game number 2 with a transport play. But game 3 will just be secure some time and done. Instead, that is now 2 games where transport ships came in clutch to lock it in for B. The upside for Beastie, I don't think there's any more transport ship maps available. Downside is, fool me once, fool me twice. Where are we going with this? Town center dead. B now knows he just needs to find that final landmark. He'll dive past anyway. Any worker kills are now permanent, and that has to be it. G freaking G. B, we had him predicted as a 3-1 loss. Rumors had it he hadn't had time to practice yet. Here he is, and he has still got Beastie's number despite those rumors. One more game, and he will kick off the group stage with an incredible victory over Beastie. What? Who's starting these rumors? I don't know. They're sliding into my chat. I imagine, like, Anno would have mentioned something, because he probably has the most comms with B out of, like, all the players. Damn. God damn. So ideally, if we still got the production here, ideally, I think what you want is in between games and panel, you want to have clean feed maybe with the audio. And then in-game, we don't want to hear the casters, right? I think that's like a double upload. Series 1 by Transport Ships 1 and 2. Possible to have some highlights for people that work and just listen to broadcasts. I think they have highlights sometimes. Not here now. Am I using Claw for what? There we go. I'm coach for both of them. Mate, his bacon flavored crisps are keeping me alive. They are messy though. So, up next, Sengoku versus Yo! We had this in Series 1. This is how Wham began his win. 3-1 for B. The girl doesn't look impressed. Like, when is this going off of us? Can we just not? I just realized, like, the amount of blue flagged nations they have at this tournament. I wonder if blue was the best color. They should have done the other way around, the gold, right? Guys, these are tasty. And gluten-free. Which, by the way, absolutely a scam. Because these have the exact same ingredients as the non-gluten-free. Oh my god, it's over already? Well, quick day. Bye, guys. Cow production amazing. Yeah, I think it just needs to calm down like the typing on screen thing. I think those type of things kind of got ingrained a bit too much in the EGC broadcast, right? But like the more reason it's important here is this is a clean feed with like probably 5 different channels using it, and we just don't get what. Like I don't know how it must feel for like French and German because I don't know what was that. Also. Pretty memey part early if you did not catch it, because earlier on we had a part where they were showing merch and he typed very sexy as one was on screen. I was like, oh no. Gamers are going to perceive that the wrong way. Whoops. In we go. An epic series in which B has managed to win 2 games off of the back of transport ship plays, and sick ones at that. But this time, there is no water. Hold on a sec. No, wait. He's building boats, though. He's building the Varangian war camp. Guys, we have already seen this matchup once today. Sengoku, not as busted as you will think. You heard it from Wham himself. He thinks a feudal aggressive Civ can shut them down. And Macedonians love everything aggressive. Let's get to game number 4. B on the verge of achieving the reverse of what I'd predicted. I'd heard rumors that B hadn't been playing that much. Hadn't had time. Got kids. Beastie mainly just look after the dogs and go to the gym. So you'd assume enough time to dominate this. But instead, he's now on the verge of going full series down to open the group stage here at the Homestead Cup. Scary position. And Macedonians, the way we caught up to it being played in the opening series, very educational. I wonder if we're going to see similar here, and I wonder if Beastie saw something in that series that Sengoku weren't doing that he could to be better off. Opening, we are getting hot dog stands coming out. It's going to be looking to move out to the deer, berries, and then if you check the north side, he's got boar and deer slap bang on top of each other. Actually, Beastie got a pretty good spawn for extending the northern resources because the deer and the boar are close to a tree line, so you can kind of hug it and wall it in slightly with their assistance. So mid-game, his food expansion options are decent, although they're mostly leaning in one direction. Actually, I'd argue Beastie, if he locks that corner, he has one of the safest spawns I've seen in a while. Big if. Early game, not easy, but mid-game, yes. He can wall in double backup golds, the berries, the deer. It's kind of a crazy spawn, actually. By comparison, B, a lot of exposed resources, actually. Gold, stone, all forward spawn. Could be tricky, considering Sengoku do like to play into their cavalry as well. And also, there's some stealth forest nearby, which would allow him to ambush you with the shinobi build that practically every Sengoku player goes for. An Imperial Hippodrome now coming through. B did move out to deer. Smart choice. Sengoku, when do you ever see Sengoku do Dark Age? It's not really on the agenda for them. They'd rather just exploit the Dark Age to milk more economy. So great read there just to get the better food income. An Imperial Hippodrome now going to be on the way. Yeah, even with the nerfs to Hippodrome, I think I called it at the time. I was like, this will change nothing. And it hasn't. Grand Winery sounds really broken. I mean, we literally had it from the guy on the left there. When Macedonians first came out, his words were, it's broken. And I don't think he was alone. I think a few other players thought it too. Because Grand Winery giving 40% increased gathering round food, crazy. Then you realize you have to set up farms for it to be good, and that takes a lot of time. And oh my god, it's Ryokan time. What? Okay, so in theory, this landmark is crazy good. In theory. Why? think about the maths of it. Ryokan gives you, I believe, it's 80 population space. 80 population space is equivocal to you spending 400 wood. 400 wood on housing. That's already 2/3 of your feudal cost. And then you add in the time to build those houses and walk to the space to do it. A lot of resource savings. Then you finally add in the fact that units heal when they're not in combat. All sounds incredible put together. But in actuality, because the tempo approach of Sengoku, the Shinobi were just so much more impactful with their damage scaling and their ambush factor. Cool to see it though, huh? It's kind of refreshing. I think I've only seen one player try and do this on ladder in like the last year, and that was Dumu. Pretty good game out of it, actually, the one that he done it, but most people just stay far wide from Ryokan. They did recently buff it. It used to be you'd heal, I think it was like 3 health after being out of combat for 6 seconds, or every 6 seconds away out of combat. The problem is, like, and I wish they'd go on it right now so we talk about it. Ryokan's writing is you heal this much every X seconds while out of combat. The reason that sucks is with French Chivalry, the moment you're out of combat, you start healing like 1 health a second. Even if they said every 6 seconds you heal 6 with Ryokan, the negative notation there is you have to wait, after being out of combat, 6 seconds to get 6 health. If you get attacked 5 seconds after that wait, into that wait, you get no healing. And that was the big negative of Ryokan. It's why people just hated it. It's so stupid. Right? It's like, difference is like if I offered you a savings account that pays interest per year versus pays monthly, and the interest rates are the same. You're going to go for the one that's monthly that pays the same, right? Maybe you go for the year one because you're like, there's got to be a catch. But I'm saying there's no catch. They're literally just the same percentage when you gauge it out across a year. But one's going to give it to you per month. The other's going to wait until the end of the year. There's no reason to go for the other. Body blocks, though. B! Oh, this is sick. Up to 4 horsemen already. What's sickening, though, is how long this took to kill. I feel so bad for your average Joe because your average Joe is not going to micro that. Your average Joe is just going to watch that thing wheel away, and it sucks. But at pro play level, yeah, you usually see people get a kill on those with like 2 spears, for example, maybe 3. So double stable's coming in. Notice the positioning. Beastie, to get the healing out of combat, he needs units to spawn near the Ryokan, or at least they need to run through it. Very tricky thing. I don't like that we returned to that, by the way. We got rid of that with things like Tower of Victory for Delhi, where you used to have them walk through the Tower of Victory area to get buffed. We done away with that because it was really unintuitive and annoying. But for some weird reason, in recent times, we seem to have returned to that. With the new civs, like Tuklak has that with Tower Victory. And Sengoku have that with Ryokan. I'm personally not a fan. I don't know how you guys feel about it. I feel like it is extra micro and base building thought process, but not in a positive way. Yo, what a pinch. He snatches another one. People always mold about how hard it is to kill these hot dog stands, yet B's just making it look trivial. Dive on the other side of the map. BC does net himself a worker kill. The ramen stands. But we changed names now, have we? I don't know why people don't like saying yatais. You can just say it with the emotion of like Jackie Chan's dad. I know that's Chinese and these are Japanese, but just like, you know, they, ay-ya. Just go for that, like, yatai. But I can't do that because I have this complexion. I will be judged straight away, and I know. I did kind of just do it, though. Also been hanging around a long time. We have got the 2nd Hippodrome champion. 3rd, probably not going to make it before we crack Castle, though. B wants out of the age. Beastie, we have a total of no hot dog stand successes. He has not got a single level of Matsuri buff. So no eco-inflation for him. Horseman even going to force a bit more idle. Not liking Beastie's position right now. He's scaling into additional ponies, but like the reality of what's about to happen is Rudari. Even though you are bonus against Cav, you're not going to beat Rudari, right? Even the champions can kind of whittle away at you. Like, the idea of going for these cavalry is kind of cool for Sengoku because you know your opponent's going to have all the cavalry with Hippodrome. But it's the age difference, the cost. Like, you have to remember that the Sengoku cavalry are more expensive. Maybe if he finds the dive point, like if he commits across map as the tech is happening, that's different. All of a sudden, B could just flop to the pressure because he won't be able to get the Golden Tara. Right now, the thing that B's doing really well, you're seeing there, he's dragging attention to Beastie's corner. Like, all the action is down here, opposite side of the map, and now the Golden Horn Tower goes up at home. Right, he cancels it, goes a bit deeper. Okay, there we go. So it secures the berries as well. What do you guys think? Are we getting a free 1 Beastie? Or a free 1 B, rather? I think we might be. We didn't catch the first 10 minutes of this previous matchup between Vortex and WAM. But this looks pretty decent for B. Has Spearman prepping as well, so knows he's going to need them. And because there's no Shinobis to bomb this, it's going to be very hard for like the Horsemen to kind of poke in, poke out against Spears, right? Timing as well. Look at this. He milks it and baits him in. Golden Horn Tower. Good reaction by Beastie. You don't want to be diving that thing. It's going to shotgun you down. Wait, was there a little buff I didn't... Wait, was there a patch drop just before this tournament I missed? Oh, I missed. Was it just for the... Oh, literally just came out? What was the changes? I haven't seen this. Because I was like, I'll eat my words. Because when I saw the Sengoku nerfs, I said it wasn't good enough on the major patch. So I must have missed this. So wait, did it literally drop today? Did they just... Did they do a Dota style patching? I mean, I would never expect an RTS to do that. To drop a patch literally as a tournament begins. It's very different to a MOBA doing it. About 1 minute ago. Oh, so maybe they did have it early. I don't know. It's possible. They make the Yatais less tanky. I feel like they're less tanky. Nice sniping, blocks another. Cavalry are coming home, but they'll be too little too late. So another hot dog stand hits the dirt. Behind this, Radari are coming. Monks being built into. Sake Brewery on the way for Beastie. And Sake Brewery, one of the best castle landmarks you can ask for, truly. 80 Jin Iron Pagoda lose to 40 Imp Guards without buff. Well, Imp Guards are meant to win against melee, right? Oh, okay. Sake Brewery might not be one of the best things. So that's been nerfed. Horse training finally got nerfed. That's good to hear. It needed to happen. Yatai have less health, HP and slow. There we go. That explains it then. That's why B tried to contest them. Because, like, even with Horsemen, it felt like it would take a lifetime to kill them. Kind of saw that with the first one, actually. Damn, what a change. I can't believe they dropped that literally as the tournament's beginning, either. I mean, maybe the pros were given access to a special server. That makes sense. I feel like some of them haven't been online at all, visibly. Because I'd be shocked if all of a sudden the devs took an approach of fully ambushing people with that, right? Might be it. So patches don't affect the tourney? Yeah, probably. Probably why you couldn't observe. Yeah, it's just a shame like it came to that instead of them just releasing the patch before the tournament. This is the thing, like, I get it when it's a random tournament that isn't sponsored by Microsoft, but this is like a Microsoft sponsored one. So I don't know what happened there to delay the patch release or whatever, but it's just a bit unfortunate. As I know I wasn't the only one being like, I can't cast the games, what do I do? Worker raid though, yo, Beastie. 6-0 worker kills, which is kind of scary. B with these Radari should be capable of finding those kills. Beastie not making it so simple though. He's now playing for the relics himself. So the Hippodrome Scout is going to bait a lot of attention. Actually nicely done there just to drag a little bit. Unfortunately, at least more idle time for him as well. Sounds like an emergency patch. I don't feel like they... I don't know, unless there's some bugs. But like, if it was an emergency patch, you probably would have fixed the bugs. You wouldn't have rebalanced civs further, I'd imagine. I mean, good sign that they did, thank goodness. The Sengoku definitely not looking like the rubber-dubber-dub auto win you've seen before, right? It's all balanced. Yeah, that's weird then. Like, you don't really do emergency patches for balance unless you've got something that is completely game-breaking. I don't think we... Like, if you think about it, like, nerfing Sengoku then nerfing again, well, they can't have had a game-breaking change if they were already being nerfed. And they were fine to have it that way for, like, a year. Work a raid, not going to work out. BC had found a kill elsewhere, though. I don't know, B's Ridari count feels pretty underwhelming. I think there's just been big key harassment points on his food. The spear is definitely a problem for Beastie. He's only going raw cavalry, full stop. Maybe a counter raid opportunity. Nice shutdown, blocks out the monk. I think what Beastie done really well here is the wall setup. You see on the back, like he's already locked himself in. This was a big problem in the Vortex WAM game. Vortex was failing to get those walls up, which made it harder and harder as the game went on, really, to repel what was coming. So very interesting we don't see Yuumi just yet. I don't think BC has scouted the Spearman, maybe? Otherwise, why wouldn't you want to build Yuumi here? Like your best friend. The classic Mounted Samurai Yuumi 1-2 punch. Custom mode view next player fix? Finally, dude. I was getting so tilted with that. We'd be casting the ladder. I was like, I cannot change fog of war. That would make sense, though. Oh, and they fixed the campaign crash, so I can actually finally play Mission 2. That's nice. Can't believe that was a problem. Nice Knight. Finds the crossbows. Really important to succeed with Mounted Samurai. I think Beastie is dictating terms really well at this stage. There's a big scary fight coming, but he's making it more realistic to win at this pacing. It's not like B has an insane amount of blacksmith techs either. He's got cavalry tier 2 coming in. Should be able to do back-to-back at this rate. Could even consider going for Rumfire, which would be pretty effective. Rumfire, remember, gives the +3 damage to your Ridari. He's still just circulating around the flanks. Relics, still a struggle for him. B's yoinking the one on the left side now. You can see what his intent is. It's just a direct fight he's looking for. Problem is, have you waited too long? Because now BC has queued up. Emergency coming in faster than as well. Villagers, nice find there, B. He tries to split aggro, not going to work out though. Nah, so that's going to be the -6. Nicely played there. Beastie extending his lead. Now up to what? 14 kills to none? B, his crap will get off the pot time, right? Like, you can't just keep playing like this. Unless he wants to play 2 TC, the cuts are going to kill him. In here, finding more kills. I'm impressed. I think he's just made it impossible for B to get a direct fight. The reactions have felt slow, and I mean, we did talk about the spawn, that like Beastie's spawn felt very generous. His gold options are all in the corner. Mid-game, he was going to be able to wall. We called that, and it's happened exactly that way. Meanwhile, B is kind of just scattered to the winds on where he wants to try and gather. Nowhere feels safe. Even the back of his base doesn't feel safe. Look at there. Spearmen are now going to arrive, so finally able to snipe a few cav units. Not enough. Has to be counter-offensive time. You can't really weather much more of this. Garia charging across the map now. It's so difficult against the horse training. I imagine he already has it. Feels like it with speed difference. Why is Beastie mining stone? Not sure, actually. This much stone. I thought at first he was going for 2 TC. Could get mass spring on him placement. Not the worst idea against these bulky Vidari. Just gives you a lot of safety points. It's up to 1,000 stone now. Passive stone? He's got 5 on stone. Like, the estates have a bit of price to him, but I don't know. Like, is he planning to rush tier 3 estates, maybe? He might be. I think tier 2's on the way. He just spent some stone. That's like, what, 300 stone? No, I forget what the final tier is. Yeah, I think he's rushing tier 3 estates on cavalry, which gives you conscription. You get extra Mounted Samurai for free, remember? That's kind of sick here, actually. So just kind of ego-challenging knight on knight, knowing that your opponent should run out of food before you because Sengoku food go, you know? Like, they've got easy for farm transitions to the Yatai buff around them. They got the Matsuri setting up. Then again, it's only like, what, 5%? Maybe 10% max at this stage. Yep, tier 3, there you go. He's got it on. You could even think about getting tier 2 on archery range, but that's mainly to buff into gunners, which could be decent here. Then again, the HP increase is also quite nice for the Yuumi. I think it's the difference between an extra spear hit and not. So what is B's game strat here? It feels like he's constantly been looking for the ability to just get ahead on military, and every time he's always behind. Quality difference definitely matters. Like, raw army value is in B's favor, right? No doubt. But the cool thing about Yuumi here, doesn't matter they cost so little and they're a trash unit. If they're playing against their counter unit, it's totally worth. I am growing a little bit worried at this stage. And here comes the final tech. I was waiting for it. This is sick. Remember, a Sengoku, you get a Dachi tech on your mounted samurai, meaning he can contest spearmen directly with greater ease. This is pretty sick. I feel like you rarely see this, because most games are over before Sengoku reaches this point, with a Sengoku win. And that's the tech up here. You see this like double slash. I think the only negative for Beastie is like he's just not really inflating his hot dog stand level. It's like his late game food eco isn't really coming online yet. That being said, you're playing against Macedonians who don't have a late game food eco, you have a food eco buff, right? They just kind of suck for that. So even if you aren't getting all your buffs, it doesn't really matter here. He will get there though. Check what's coming in. He's got the Thai farm gathering now, so he'll be able to buff up food income off of farm placements. Guys, I think we're getting a game 5. Gonna switch now from Beastie 2. Flash coming over here. B. I don't know if he has Mangonel and placements up, but it doesn't matter. Not going to be a dive. Enough cavalry here to scare his opponent away. Yuumi might be a little bit exposed. That's time for a bit of a clash. One Mat Samurai dragging all the spear's attention. B getting close to the base, but the thing that we've just been waiting for this whole time is when do you go in? No, when you're no longer afraid of swimming, Timmy. Pushback continues. He's losing a decent chunk of Yuumi for this, though. Runestone drop just to make that momentum a bit faster. Beastie, of course, is just buying time for the gunner switch, so I guess he doesn't care too much about the Yuumi. He's going to turn for a trade now. Remember, those spearmen are buffed up by all the angry Vikings nearby. Makes it a bit harder for the Mat Samurai to hold on. Runestone drop's going to be there to make sure he can't try and kite him out at all, which also means less time wasted for the melee units moving on the next target. Great find there. B, now looking for the body block. Force him back the other way. That's going to be Yuumi dead. And not many Mat Samurai left. Beastie pushed to the very edge of the map with nowhere to run. B finally gets the fight he's been looking for the last 10 minutes. Oh, it's going to be a cleanup. Ridari just chasing away. What little Calvin left. Outpost rush up now. Not going to be fast enough. Second wave Ridari goes in there. Hand cannon is maybe good enough to scare him. Looks like he's going to buy the necessary time. Now the sniping. Crossbow's just trying to take out what is essentially a gun crossbow. More outposts being rushed up. Finally, after all this time, B is able to do some economical damage in return. The question now, does he have enough burn power to rush down the outposts? It looks like he's going to have to be fast because spring on placements are coming in, which will likely force a retreat with such low Ridari count. Doesn't care. Goes for it. Crossbows will trade out. He wants those worker kills. Villagers going for the repair. Trying to buy time for the fortifications. If you're going to get sniped down, BC's reactions are slow there. Meanwhile, north side, B, double fortified outpost, doesn't have to worry. Cavalry stops moving there. The emplacement has done decent work, but not going to be able to hold on. Outpost 1 is down. Second fortification can also get blocked out. Crossbows have pushed him entirely away at a critical moment where B was beginning to run out of resource and run out of runway. He gets the one fight necessary to punish Beastie. And that is it. GG! 3-1 victory to kick off the Homestead Cup. B, for the first time in an international LAN. And this is how he starts the tournament. You all better watch out. Dude! That is sick. So freaking well played by B. What a series. Oh my god. It looked like Game 5 was inevitable. It really did. All right. Who predicted that? Did you fly to Serbia? Nah, I wasn't invited. All right, what do you think, guys? Beastie speedrun to the casting booth? Or do you reckon he's going to come back? I thought that was going to be his easiest series of the group stage. And I don't say that
All right,
in a spiteful way, you know?
It's couch.
As soon as you said we're going game 5, he got his window. For real. Like, so well played. He had like one shot at that, and that was it. Are we getting this unmuted for the interview? I thought we were. Unmute!
I could not adapt as soon as possible at the first game, but I tried to like find my best threats in next games. So, okay, 3-1. That's good.
Yeah, I want to ask about the first game because, in my opinion, Japan versus Malians there, what you were doing, not so strong. Did you expect that? Or?
No. In my head, Japanese super strong against Malians, especially on maps where we can attack, first of all, pit mines. So we're just forcing to build tower. But I think the mistake was just idle time at the first minute for minus villager. So it's already was a huge disadvantage for me, as I think. Also, what that was with the back gold. So I really enjoyed just playing Japanese here because of back gold, because you can just skip any javelin throwers push with Donzus, etc. So it's just about the spawn also, as for me.
Yeah, it didn't work out the best, but the next games were a lot better. And this going into the second game...
Did you say bad gold or bat gold? Because I felt like his golds were bad for what BC done to him, for sure.
TD versus HRE. I was surprised with how fast you hit that age up to Castle Age, especially since Beastie never even got there. Is that something you were planning, or...?
Yeah, maybe just the half of the plan, because I just saw 19 fishing boats with the scout.
What a game.
On the shore, so I just decided to all in, especially when I saw that I didn't see the pink on my gold, and I lost like 3 or 4 villagers, so it already was all in for me map.
Yeah, that was a very, I want to say, easy game. Because from what I saw, you got Castle Age, and he basically stood no chance after that. So you must have been pretty happy with that.
I think he won that map, but just overmessed fishing boats. So I think that was the main mistake here, because OTD looks like 50-50 against HRE, especially in Castle Age with the X-bows.
Yeah, well, I wouldn't know. I don't really play water maps. I try to avoid them as much as possible, but very, very good game. And going into the third game, I think everyone...
I think B's like, nice, inside info. I'm going to pick water maps against WAM now.
At least here was
Is he
surprised
baiting
with
me?
your pick.
Dude,
Obviously, the other one was Snipes, but you ended up with Roots, which is like... We haven't seen that since 2022 on Four Lakes. I guess you had that planned?
Yeah, sure.
You practiced that quite a bit?
So I tried to give me that sieve, just picking another best sieve on that map, so I was sure like 90% I would play it here. But my plan was wrong, because I just forgot about how strong wood economy with Knight Templars and just spamming archer range and archers for sure. So I think I should just play infantry, monks with their buffs, and just keep first of all horse archers, and only then mess them.
Yeah, I mean, that was a crazy...
Remember we said that on that one? It's like weird because it's building horse archers and like archer spammy civ anyway. And Angerman spears, right? With lower base. He's right. Like, men-at-arms, once you start getting that, men-at-arms
game. And you guys had a bunch of crazy games here, but this one in particular was very back and forth. And from everyone here was like, "Oh, B's super dead. Like,
Yeah.
he can't
I also
possibly
thought
win
about
this." And then somehow you just you just keep taking really good fights.
We see number 72 archers. I think that's the answer, because when you see man at arms, you don't wanna have so many of them, and just trying to like super fast switch to X-bows, but he did not do it. As for me, he
Yeah.
just focused on sacred sites, and maybe it was a mistake. First of all, you should make a lot of like bunch of X-bows and only then go to sacred sites, and maybe add some siege engineers against me even.
Yeah, I think those men-at-arms were the key to your victory here. He had so many ultras, and you hit a really nice,
Sorry, Trilla's kind of loud.
really nice timing in fight, and your destroy value was going up quite a bit at that time. So, really nice game here, and this was a great game to watch in particular. I mean, you're known for your funky civs and picks and stuff, so I'm sure people are happy to see that.
Yeah.
And the fourth game, the Macedonians versus Sengoku, I played that matchup. You played that matchup. I think you played very well from what I saw. You were picking off all the Yatai, a little bit of damage taken, but really strong opening to
Just don't
Castle
forget
Age.
about my upgrades.
Did you?
A little bit delayed. Just for 15 minutes maybe.
Remember we talked about he had like tier 2 armor, like midway through castle. It did feel slow, but he caught up fast.
I mean, you're talking to me, so I don't get upgrades either. I didn't even notice. But in the mid game as well, Beastie was coming back quite a bit, in my opinion. He was killing so many of your villagers. Were you worried at all that you were going to lose that game?
I also thought that the boar spawn just ruined the plan on Macedonia, because you were like always planning to build the golden horn tower on it, especially if deer inside it, also, or maybe golden mine here. But I tried to just all in as all maybe previous games, because I found the situation awful.
What's next?
'Cause
Next
of,
is
villager count.
Yeah.
So I just tried to catch his army like in the center of the map, because I thought he
Puppy Paw?
should
There's
be
a Puppy Paw
nervous
chat.
in that situation, because
It's
I'm
Puppy Paw,
leading
right?
in score. So I just tried to catch him, and I did it. I think if he did like 3 Springles at the D position with Barris,
Yeah.
I could not beat it. So
Mhm.
it's just about nerves.
Puppy
here.
Paw versus
I was
Anatan next.
thinking that Beastie was coming back really. I mean, he was playing super well. He was raiding all over the place. He killed your expos there. I thought B has to attack here, but you were super patient. You played super well, and I just want to say, yeah, congrats again on the victory. And
thank you.
Yeah, well done. Back to the caster desk. Gotcha. Bruno can talk.
Chat. My hands are greasy. I'll be back in 1 minute. I need to go wash them. I was very hungry, in case you couldn't tell. Now my hands are very... Alright, that's dirty. I'm going to stop doing that. Alright, bear back in a sec. Let me put music back on for you guys. Because we have the best beats on the internet. Alright, bear back 1 sec. fact check. Oh, 15 minutes. What? The fork. 15 whole minutes? Chat, what do we do 15 minutes? Do I play a level of the campaign now that it doesn't crash my game? Kappa. I don't think 15 minutes was enough time to play a level of the campaign. One sec. You know what it would have been enough time for? Is if... There you go, I'm going to depress everyone. It would have been enough time if... Battle Aces was still a thing. Sad. Why did I do that to us? Got any Battle Ace fans? Dude, I the best thing about Battle Aces... Nah, it's not the best thing, but memorable thing for me about Battle Aces was how religiously Recon hated it. Dude, even he felt offended by even the idea that other people liked it. It was crazy. He hated that game so much. He's like, there's no building. It's not a real RTS. Well, it's a fun RTS, though. Oh, man. Oh, should we do some Reddit scrolling? Why is it so hard to get a reconnect feature? Lol, you're dreaming. Ah, here's the thread. Tribesman buffed Pog. Great Wall Gate Bastion rather has been improved. Bed crossbows increased in size on the hitbox. They actually are sprinkled now. Base attack increase. Okay, Pog. Maybe a real Civ now. Sengoku nerfs. Training of upgrade costs has been increased. Movement speed has been reduced. Thank you. About time. Ryokan healing reduced from 4 health every 5 seconds to 4 health every 6 seconds. Still a lot better than it was a long time ago. They decreased Sword Hunt statue even though we never see it. And a Adachi bonus against infantry has been nerfed. Yeah, nerfs across the board then. Yatai base gather rate down to 10. Yeah, no, these are actually significant. The early game presence isn't really as threatening as anymore. I think like Wham was right on this. You field attack them. You field attack the crap out of them. That was pretty much it. It was just a middle finger to Sengoku and making Jin a little bit better. Why use old Reddit? I don't know what old Reddit is. What's wrong with this Reddit? Demo of GG. It was pretty good, GG. Your colors are insanely stupid. Agreed. You should not be allowed to be in a game with the colors that are closest to you. So dumb. So dumb. Fat crackety fat core and the thin crackety thin core. Yo, okay. Did anyone does anyone is it kind of like German Dimmu vibes now? I don't know. Kinda. Has anyone else had like a divine transformation? I don't think so. Does kind of remind me how chunky I was back in Dota. Alright, how long we got? 10 minutes? Yeah, so wait, what's old Reddit? What does it do different? I'm confused. Alright, what's the point of that? I don't understand. I'm guessing different layout? Probably. Oh, man. Big butt. Also, I don't seem to be signed in on my Killer Pigeon. Whoops. What the cool kids use. Got it. I'm going to keep scrolling through this because it now tilts you. What do I search in general on Reddit? Let's Plays? Not really, but okay. Made me smile. Hey, we're just talking about people losing weight. Holy crap. I mean, that legit doesn't even look like the same person. What? Chat. That's not the same person, right? There's no way that's the same person. Nah. Nah. I don't believe it. What's we got? Managed to get into... Wait, there's Tortuga City and Windrose? I really need to make some time for Windrose. Say what? I think I ate too many crisps. Huh. That's kind of an interesting look. Oh, what the hell? That looks wrong on so many levels. Maybe you know what I should have played some Olden Era against bots. That's what we would have enough time for. Anyone else been enjoying Olden Era? Admittedly, I haven't been playing it that much at the moment. So most of my time, when I have a little bit of time, has been on fully completing Dynasty Warriors Origins. I've now locked 100 hours on this game. I love it. It's not as good as other Dynasty Warriors I played in the past, I don't think, but it's so damn good. Still got some tedious things to do around like accessories and requests. But then I will have achieved full domination. But I got that to complete. Oh, just top off. I've got Windrose. I've got Pragmata. Been playing Deadlock a bunch. Olden Era still. I'll send a code for Atomic Heart actually. Probably should at some point. Still need to get back to Crimson Desert. I don't know, man. I feel so bum rushed with things I've been doing at the moment. It has been chaotic. Because, of course, we also set this up. Whoop, whoop. This has been where a lot of my time's been going, is getting this off the ground and running with my amazing creators. Basic web. I'm not saying all the time when the website. But, like, getting everything rolling for my agency and my creators. Proud of it, actually. It's been rolling for like 2.5 weeks or something, and we're up to 18 exclusive creators, if you include me. If you guys play multiple games, you probably notice a few of these names as well. I've suddenly become a big representative of TFT creators now that I realized it. Deadlock fully out now? Nah. Valve still in beta. My favorite Civ in Olden Era? I think I'm kind of like warming up to Schism, even though I don't really care much for the Communion skill set. Even though it's good, I just don't like playing around it. I've kind of been enjoying the Death Knight stack Necromancer approach. I hate Necro in Humphrey. I felt like it was going to be Grove. Grove is just so chill to play. Like, Grove is just the easiest crap in the game in my eyes to play. The problem is I haven't spent as much time on Civs or factions I enjoy in Olden Era as much time as I've spent on one I don't, which is Hive. Because I've been trying to figure out Hive. And Hive is just dog crap. Dungeon is really good. Dungeon is probably too strong in multiple avenues. Dragons are like super, super good. Final tiers, and also their Medusas are a little bit overtuned. Their tier 1s actually have great relevance for debuffing, and then there's obviously the tier 2s. If you get a big stack of those with the no retaliate, like I think Dungeon will probably get nerfed a bit. Hive probably needs buffs because they don't function in most formats. Grove's too easy right now. Castle's alright. The unique thing is like worse than morale or leadership rather was in Humphrey. In the official stream? Yeah, you should just be able to find it on Twitch with Age of RTS. I don't know if they have them on YouTube. Why? Are we not entertained to you? Screw you. Nah, okay. You like demon bugs? The lore for using bugs and not demons is hilarious? I haven't read that lore piece yet. I just think they're not a very good Civ. I think Hive is like... Hive basically like only has one good thing to look forward to, and it's their Reavers. But their Reavers are way too squishy. It's just that, and then the I don't think the bug spawning is as good as it seems. It's kind of alright, but also it forces very specific ways to play around focus generation. It's just not that good of a civ. Speak of Dynasty Warriors and you shall receive. Dude, my neck hurts. What the hell? Do you play or only cast AV4? I typically only cast AV4. I spend so many hours casting. It's like I'm pretty content with that. It's nice to mix it up when I've got a bit of spare time. You know, some Deadlock, some Dynasty Warriors, and Olden Era, I guess, the main ones at the moment. Is there anything good coming out soon? I don't think so, really. I feel like May is a fairly dry month. There's one thing I'm forgetting. What is it? Oh, the 007 game. That might be good. I'm not entirely sure yet. It looks like it's kind of got some cooler things than Hitman, but then also it feels like a lot of the freedom's going to be gone. This just came out, but I don't think it's been reviewing very well. Oh, the Battlestar Galactica thing as well, right? Didn't look... I wasn't that impressed by how it looked. I didn't even know who this publisher was. They paid some big creators to stream it, actually, was the weird thing. Hold on a sec. Wait, they've been remaking a bunch of Yo. This is on PC now? We're just talking about Might and Magic. This is the game that shouldn't have been a Might and Magic game. I mean, if you play it not as a Might and Magic game, it's kind of decent. This is the one where... I think it's the one I'm thinking of, unless there's a different one. Was this... Guys, was this the one from the Nintendo DS? I don't think so. I think this is a different one. So the way the DS one worked is you had to line up the correct types and then they charge... No, this is the one. I think. I thought it was a cool concept. It just wasn't a Might and Magic game, in my opinion. New Diablo 4 DLC is really good. Yeah, I haven't been back to Diablo in a while. I ran the first Race to World First event for that game. But I ran the only Race to World First events for that game now that I think about it. I don't think they really continued past the third one. But they were a blast. I quite enjoyed it. I played a lot of Rogue, or whatever it's called, Archer. Yeah, like I think Clash of Heroes was fine as like its own independent game on the Nintendo DS. The mistake was using the Might and Magic IP. It was not a Might and Magic game at all. Even themically, it felt a bit off. Kind of there, but not there. I'm trying to think what else there was some DS days. I really liked... Did anyone play Locke's Quest? That was a really cool one. That was early in the tower defense days, but like you were a guy who could fight as well while moving around the map tower defensing, which made it feel a lot more unique. More games took that on as time went on, things like Dungeon Defenders type stuff. But that was quite early days, and on a handheld was really impressive. Oh, my throat feels really stuffy. Are we back? I open the door. Hot.
Well, I swore on a very professional cast. Guys, we're here live from the living room or the analyst couch, the casting couch,
that's loud.
sometimes depending on the sound quality. And here we have arrived for you guys to now go to Age of RTS's Twitch channel because, ladies and gents, we're doing our first giveaway. So if you are on the YouTubes, if you are on Beastie's channel, if you are on my Twitch channel, head over to Age of RTS. Just
Alright, so
quickly
just doing
so that
giveaway
we can
time.
do the giveaway. And once you get there, you are going to write exclamation mark. Hold on. Well, exclamation mark Erox 3. So I'm going to ask Donkon to write the first one in Twitch chat so everyone can follow suit. And all you do is write that
that's
to
tough one.
enter the giveaway. Now keep in mind, we can only ship
Ah, vodka
to
is there, yeah.
most countries that are, you know, within...
Well, they have more staff than this. I guess they just don't want to be listed or whatever. But they don't have the thingy caster that was on as a guest caster. See, I don't know who the guy was. Move myself next to Warman. Oh yeah, hold on a sec, let me just... little KP here. I mean, it seems like a cool mouse, but mine's cooler. That's pink and everything. Oh, wait. No. 9 to go back. No. Hey. Pick 2 lag on land. You know what you should do? You need to pick Golden Horde on water. It'll be really good. You just don't know it yet. Yeah, look at me in the... Yeah. How's that? Let me just... Yeah. Sorry, looks like I'm trying to wiggle him in the ear. Yeah. Definitely pick it. All right, there we go. Guys, if he picks Golden Horde on water and it wins, it was all me. If not, delete the clips. Never happened. Is he just randomly reading The Art of War? What am I...
To remember, and maybe even our top players can think of those words during their games.
That was your words of wisdom.
That was
Buzz.
my words of wisdom, yeah.
Okay. Oh, I thought this was gonna be longer, boy. Now it's awkward. You guys.
Read more. you want another quote? Great.
Jesus, he was just reading Art of War quotes.
You can keep those. Oh, okay, he's ready.
Play Chrono Trigger first time DS. I still have never
battle,
played them.
Confrontation is done directly. Victory is gained by surprise. It's a crazy quote.
Yeah, that was wild.
So
It's wild,
basically,
yeah.
jump people in back alleys, and that's how you successfully rob them. That's what I took from that.
Running into a bunch of vills, right?
Yeah, Devilship on the coast, running away from men-at-arms, running into a bunch of vills.
All right, anyway.
14 dying to making it
I don't know how long we gotta wait until the next game. Next game coming in is gonna be... What did we say it's gonna be? This one. Anatan versus Poppy Paw is gonna be coming up next, guys. So Anno versus Poppy Paw. Are they already drafted? Probably. No, they haven't yet. We've still got to wait. This one I predicted to be like 3-1 or 3-2 towards Anatan. I think Anatan will take this. The one I'm hoping I'm so wrong about is I said Marine Lord Lucifron, 3-0 Marine Lord. Could you imagine? Look how smug... Oh, he's gone now. Wait. No. Look how smug he is sitting there. But imagine if he just loses now.
It was the only surprise I knew about.
Yeah.
So, big surprise. So, yes, guys. So, we'll give you...
Alright, so still doing giveaway stuff. Is that what it looks like? That looks kind of sick. I hadn't seen that yet. The tributaries with Jin. Because we always see it on land so far. But you actually get little fishing boats. You actually get a combo. I will give them credit for this. It should look janky, but kind of doesn't the way they've added the little tributary pen in there, right? It kind of slots nicely. We got anything else new coming in, actually? Oh, this is someone that's driven me crazy about Olden Era. Let me know if I'm alone in this. I feel like with Castle, I'm so confused by Swordsman. Because they feel like they should be good. Like, really good. And it's because I'm used to Hom 3. But then they're a tier 1 unit. It's in my brain, it still just screws with me a bit. Also, just update their name. They should be called Squires, not Swordsmen. Squires at least, like, invokes upon me they are scrubs, you know? I just like how we got cringe left up there the entire time. Ping pong face-off, special show match, player feature content, behind-the-scenes content. Special events covered? What's special events covered? I'm confused. They have somewhere that like explains the goal more and what special events covered is.
To kick butt. But yes, and everyone who has supported, guys, head over to the merch store. Go get yourself an all shirt, hey?
So tomorrow, do we have the known matchups yet? Is there an order to it? Or are they just going to decide at end of day? Because the thing is, it's a true round robin, right? So it's not like where you have highest, lowest play. I don't think so. Maybe I'm wrong, though. No, because there shouldn't be any repeats. But I don't know, like, does this change my expectation of the group? I think obviously it does. Like, for a start, Vortex is now probably going to be second to Wham. I don't know if B impressed me, but I think like Wham / Vortex at the moment compared to Beastie, very different levels, right? Especially Wham's performance today. So it might be that like B and Beastie just hot positions, which is interesting because bracket-wise, that would mean Group B rank 3 against Group A rank 2. That would mean we'd get like what? Puppy Paw versus B? Oh, sorry, no, Anatan versus B because it said Marine Lord first. Anatan versus B. If that okay, yeah, no, I'm on board with this. If you guys haven't seen Anatan versus B before, the way I describe Anno B is it's just like a show match. It's an entertaining show match every time. Even when there's a lot of money on the line, the way those two play in their series, it is some of the most entertaining back and forth Age of Empires 4 you'll see. Admittedly, I think in the last 3 series, it's been fairly stompy, but historically, those two have had more back and forth than a Tasteless and Artosis discussion. Alex, they talk back and forth a lot. Trying to think what finish time we're going to have here. Because Anno Puppy Paw, I reckon this will be like an hour and 45 to 2 hour series. Marine Lord versus Lucifer on legit could be like an hour 20 long. Then with padding, so you've probably got like 3.5 hours left. 9:30 finish, was it 10:30 or 11:30 local for them? It's not bad timing for day one. I'm trying to think which days are going to be their short days. Because are they doing... Yeah, they're only doing 2 series on 15th, 16th. I'm still not sure if I'm going to stream on 15th, guys, because it's my birthday. So I might spend it with my kids a bit. Then again, 15th is a Friday. I don't know. I'll think about it. Getting old.
5, 4, 3,
Oh.
2.
Is it time?
1.
It's time.
Very nice. Okay, let's go see who is the winner of the brand new Aerox 3 Wireless Gen 2. Look, there's Gigi Dog as well. Isn't she nice?
Wait, I thought we'd moved past like the air-rated mouses. Do you guys still buy into the air-rated mouses, or do you like them whole now? I'm curious on this because like it was a huge thing like 3-4 years ago. Like I've got some like it. Like I had like I got one of those glorious ones. And, like
to make them hot.
Oh, sorry. Oh, sure.
And honestly, I don't even know what hottie means. I'm not sure if you do. Hot, no, hot. H-A-U-G-H-T.
Alright, I don't know where I put it. But, like I bought into them first. I don't think I bought into it for like the lightness of the frame. I done it because I like the shape.
Yeah, I think this is.
I think a lot of people went back towards solid mouse because of the whoops, I spilled my water effect.
Yeah, it's way too confusing.
You guys get where I'm going with that? Like, oh no, all these holes and I just spilt some Mountain Dew on it. What was worse is with a lot of their designs, you could very clearly see like the circuit board inside, so you knew it was going to happen.
When those tend to draw water, first drink themselves, they are...
Okay, I'm kind of done with the Art of War reasons. I meant to gain IQ reading those. I feel like I'm losing it. Yeah, and then I think a lot more mice have pulled back towards this crap, where like you can... I say crap, but it works. Where you can just basically add weights or whatever in, or take them out. That reminds me, actually, I need to get my hands on the new Logitech. I need to bump my person. Bless her. She basically got locked out of her work email. Because I was meant to, by now, get this. This is a really cool one. I'm intrigued by this. So you guys must have heard about this one, right? So it has haptic feedback. So the whole idea is that when you click the mouse, you can tell that you click the mouse, and also the response time is like a lot quicker because of it. Pros have been swearing by this stuff. Yeah, haptic inductive trigger system. So like, this is basically like for pros. This is the golden grail right now. Lots of them are swearing by it. I've currently got this one, the Super Light 2. That's right. Wait, was it Super Light? No, it's 2C rather. Yeah, 2C. In the power pink because you guys requested it. I'm kind of glad they never done it in red, though. MMO mouse for many years, basically the opposite of an ultra light mouse. Oh, yeah, like different style of gamers, right? But, like, I play a lot of FPSs, so I have this. Which are pretty good for RTSs, too, actually. Like, I don't feel like I'd want all the buttons on an RTS. Maybe I'm alone in that, but like that's what my keyboard's for, you know? I'm happy to just have like the side buttons. So I can just smash through like that. Dude, I feel like we're taking a long time to get here though. Maybe... Yeah, there we go. I was about to say, like I said, on YouTube, always desynced behind a bit. So wait. So micro... Yeah, I was about to say, I give Anno a slight edge. I think Wham's micro must be harder than Puppy Paws, right? I think Wham is probably the best player in the game at delayed garrisons. Staggered garrisons. A little bit higher in attack for Anno. Defense higher for Anno too, really. Aggressiveness lower than Puppy Paw. Yeah, I can kind of see that. Creativity, they are matched. I think that's fair. Speed. Anno plays with a bit more speed. Kind of, yeah. And molding stat. Okay, table tennis skills. Anatan apparently doesn't know how his hands work. That's always helpful. Tiltability is low. Apparently, Puppy Paws is fairly high. That's true. You just have to tell him about, like, mangonels. Oh, Stealth Forest. Just mention Stealth Forest to him. He loves that. Hairlines. What happened to Anno's hairline? I thought people loved it. Actually, in fairness, his hairline is, like, a bit on the receding side, right? It's not, like, World War II France retreating levels, but, like, yeah. I think Puppy Paws is a bit of a lie, though. Like, if you pull back the hair, like, the recession there, like, is similar. I don't know about that. I don't know if I can agree with the hairline stats. 4 to 5 mouse buttons on your G502. Pretty nice as I got a keybind for Cycle Religion. Ah, okay. Camera location hotkey on a side button as well. We, like, some players do that in Dota 2 as well, actually. It's like Dota 2, it became quite popular for mids to hardcode the runes locations. So they could just go back and forth between them instantly and mid lane. So, like, on a Dota 2 map, you basically have a hard keybind location for this location here, and this location here. Because, like, in mid, it's such a sweat fiesta if you don't want to miss a thing, even for a millisecond. I played mid a lot in early days and never bothered. I do wonder if many pros have done that on other positions, though. Multi and tiltability aren't the same thing. I think one is how annoyed you get, the other is how much you moan about how annoyed you are, you know? Ward spots for League as well, never tried Dota. I feel like there's just so many more ward spots in Dota 2 than League, right? That's probably going to spark a war, but for anyone who knows both games, because of the verticality of Dota 2, like, the ward spots are very different. Because League is flat planar, right? But in Dota 2, elevation matters because it blocks line of sight. So, but you have, like, there's a lot of kind of, like, layers to the strategy of warding, because you will then intentionally take a worse position to try and guarantee it doesn't get warded. It's very weird. Okay, are we good to go? Oh, how's that?
Discussion strats together. Like,
I know, you're meant to be playing, you donkey.
No, it will be also.
He's gonna pick KT2 TC on land, I think.
Yeah, it's fine.
With the Genitor.
So yeah, for now I love this tournament. It's so nice to meet all people. Like, wow.
Finally, he was able to get to LAN. Pog.
Wow.
Wow.
Tomorrow we can play some ping pong outside.
Yeah. I think at ping
Oh,
pong
it's been
I
rain and
should
rip.
be matched with Middle-earth because, like, I'm shitty, he's shitty, so might be even match up.
Like in AV4.
Yeah. Also, guys, okay, probably everyone saw core biceps, right? I wanted to go to tournament and, like, I wanted to bully core, like, hey, like, hello, like, big man with, like, big belly. Like, to be honest, first time I
Now he's
saw
just
him,
sitting there
like,
hanging out, you know, wife.
who is this guy, like? But then he, like, threw up his cap and I saw, like, big stuff here. I'm like, okay, it's core.
He's got the den. It's him.
That's core, by the way, guys.
Flex.
Corvo, wait
Flex
for
right
flex.
now.
What do we need to do to make you flex?
We need a big donation though.
Okay.
$150 right now.
No, that's not enough.
Andy, make it happen.
Reality show vibes. I like it.
If
Beastie and
we can have a
Cool
flex
are
of
hanging
by the way,
out
guys,
in the
since
living
last
room
time I
right
saw
now.
most of
They
these
seem to
boys
be
in
having a
person,
heated
everyone's gone
discussion
buff. This is
about
really
map
weird.
spawns.
What happened to everyone? Did all of you
That's
just
what
play
you
Jimmy
need the
Dynasty
narrative like
and have to learn how to
that.
carry
Okay,
this?
dude. I'm gonna tell like someone to tell Woman like you say this from me. Go for it. I'll take the brunt of it if it's a good or bad idea. You need to actually get a proper narrator voice person in the background, just like when you come to these to introduce what's happening in the memory. You know.
We all broke up.
Oh. Who's next? Valentine? It's
Oh, they actually got like a metal piece engraved for Homestead Cup.
arm wrestling.
I lost to you at Denmark. We can have rematch.
Yeah. Oh, do you want to have rematch?
Yeah.
Arm wrestle rematch between Whammon and Anatan.
Oh, Myriad and I are 1-1 right now. Do you want to do it right now? Are you okay? Or do you want to win?
Yeah, let's go.
Okay.
All right, guys. Who's going to be arm wrestling wrong? Make your predictions. Will Warman arm wrestle wrong, or will Anno?
Let's see. I don't trust Anatan at all.
I think
Alright,
everyone
there's
should
gonna be
arm
the
wrestle
live
Marine Lord
cast
just
of
to feel
the
good about winning.
Arm wrestle matchup.
They're gonna break the.
Dude, what's the? They must
In the
have a
color
delay
blue, we've
though.
got Whammon.
What's going on?
Look at Anatan, beautiful hair.
This is a very
Beautiful.
important-
Oh.
So, just so you know, I haven't practiced, but this is
I
this is
haven't
good.
practiced.
Even ground.
Anatan's getting ready.
Can you do it?
Okay. Shuki, can we get a... Okay, we got a bit of focus here. Okay, are we ready? Yeah. Ready?
Is Anno's positioning favorable or worse?
Anatan.
Anata, oh my god, dude! Look at that! Look at Anno's arms. There's no movement. There's no movement.
Giving an inch.
Oh, look at the shape.
She's pulling ahead.
Oh my god. She's too strong. She's too strong.
Is it me or did Warman did have better position there, right? I feel like it's better to be central like that than be like on the side. The side is like, yeah, it's bad spawn, but still, his cheeks just got clapped.
She's just too strong. That's the main reason. I think also I lost my arm now, so also I have excuse to how to lose to Papi. Yeah, like, yeah, I'll just go on Woman.
It's because Whammon broke his arm.
I really thought you were gonna give
Dude, everyone needs to arm wrestle Marine Lord right now. That's the memeology. Like, am I in agreement here? Who do you think has the least arm muscle at Homestead Cup? I'm curious. Like, what do you reckon, guys?
Oh, guys, there's a pizza that just arrived. Yeah?
More pizza?
It's an emergency pizza.
That's crazy.
What do you reckon? I think it's Marine Lord.
Oh my goodness. Okay.
It might be between Marine Lord and Poppy Pool.
Wait, the player's missing.
I think Wham is like I think
guys,
Wham is
I'm
the
going.
chubby twin. You know what I mean? That doesn't mean he's fat, but like basically with anyone who knows twins, this is always the case. Even if it's only a small difference, there's a fat twin and a thin twin, because one drank more milk than the other one when they were little, and that's usually how it like coincides.
We're still over here.
This is great.
Yeah.
So I reckon like Noodle Arm Order is Marine Lord, then Poppy Pool, then probably Wham.
Who are we interviewing? Oh my god, we've got Cow here. Okay, Cow's gonna be the person that we interview. Okay, Cow. We need another
I
one
mean,
of the microphones.
like maybe Cow does gymnastics, but I never realized this until I'm seeing it on camera in front of me or discussing this. Cow has the most anemic legs I've ever seen.
All right, Cow. Tell us a little bit about your amazing overlay. What goes into the creation of such an amazing tool? Can you give us a little bit of
never
some
noticed how small
insight
his shins are.
into your day-to-day?
Lots of free time.
Is it camera angle or is shins really that small?
And no friends.
I heard that it's a healthy combination.
What about overlay though?
All right, screw this. We're doing our own important important thing. Okay, so we're doing arm power. We'll just call arm P. All right, this is probably a little bit like so. I should do this in Photoshop actually. Dude, I pay for expensive Photoshop. I use Photoshop.
Oh. I got you. That's
Camera adds £20, dude. That would put him at -5. Are we gonna see Jin use today? I don't know, man. I thought if anyone was gonna do it, it was gonna be
If you're here, who's controlling the
it was
stream?
gonna be B.
Nobody's controlling the stream.
All right,
Okay,
so
we're in free flight right
arm
now.
power. Oh no, it's in white. Damn, hate those whites. There we go.
Us to stream. Yeah, right.
All right, arm power ranking. Arm power ranking.
With the games, what's
All right.
happening?
So who is
So basically, because we're playing on relay server, so compared to like
Twig?
Some other games, right? You're actually in the game, like you're in the lobby and you're actually spectating. But because we're actually going through like a relay server and then going back, and then
Beef.
some stuff, sometimes.
So we've got to figure out where we're putting the people here.
We had to pause again to then let the game catch up, so we didn't have any stutters.
You know what we need, actually? No, I know what we need.
It is what it is. And yeah, we just have to sync the cameras.
So the cameras don't work.
Yeah, the cameras do.
Okay, got it. Yep.
No pizza.
One sec. Let me pop this out separate.
Yeah, I really hope the people realize that there is no dog here. And there was a dog barking earlier.
All right. So let's go through the players. Let's go through the people. So the obvious one is Marine Lord, right? Perfect. Marine Lord on this scale has got to be.
Do your best duck song.
I think he's our lowest, right?
Do your best opposite villager dying. That one you do.
That was trash. It's, ah! There you go. You go.
But that was pretty good. That, okay. You can do a good.
All right, Marine Lord down there, 100%. Who do we say is next? I think Poppy Paw, right?
Duxo.
Duxo.
Poppy Paw still doesn't have a picture.
Do like give me a falcon screech.
No, I can't.
He's a little bit of an expert. Go ahead.
No. You first.
No, you can do it.
No, you do it first and then I'm No, you do it first and I'm gonna do it. No, you do it first.
There is important to note that there was the European champion.
Dude, can I? Oh, stupid subject crap. Get out of the way.
Get
All right.
crackety one.
The seagull. Do we need a? Yeah, no, genuinely.
All right, Poppy Paw is above Marine Lord, but like it's not much, right?
I guess we need to have.
It's like this.
We need to have a tournament on.
And I think Wham is ever so slightly higher on the muster scale. It's not just this image that makes him look like he's going to mug me in a back street. But maybe it is.
Because I missed the schedule. I didn't see on the schedule. Okay.
So I think Wham is like here. We're going by the bottom of the image, right? So the bottom of the image is the key point. So Wham's like there. That's not too bad. Yeah, that's reasonable.
Can I get to the
Now it gets harder, right?
Have you go back to
A little bit harder. I think Luciferon strikes me as like not twig arms, but I think he has a physique that makes him look stronger than he probably is. You get what I mean?
The ghost of Christmas past.
It's like see what I mean? Like it's a good. I think it's the shoulders that serve him well. So, like maybe here. And I think Vortex is probably a little bit taller. I think Vortex is also a bit more on the weight side, right? And it carries him a bit. Actually, no, I think they're about the same now that I think about it.
That's rough. I got a similar story. So I was flying to Serbia, and there was this big delay. There was this,
like, I'm actually tempted to say that Luciferon has slightly more. I think, like, weight class is kind of tricky here, because I think Luciferon is lighter than Vortex. Okay?
But we managed to get there in the end, so that was great.
But, like, arm-wise, I think he's probably a bit more powerful. So, then we've got Anatan. Do you guys feel like Anatan is secretly noodle-armed?
Well, we were still mid-air, but...
Lucy's buff now? Oh, that's true. I feel like he's been working harder. I'm gonna put him up here. I think Anno's between these two. Do you guys think so too? I think Anno is deceptive because it's just like he's Tool, and that's Tool is like a bullcrap power for like looking more buff, you know? Even if you're not.
Energy drink.
I reckon Anno is like here. That fair? I think that's fair. B, I think B has always been kind of sleek, but not buff, you know? And obviously the dad body sets in. He won't mind me saying, like, I get it. I feel like I'm putting weight on again.
Yeah.
I reckon B is like...
Interesting story with the mouse pads. So I actually brought the mouse pads from Germany.
I genuinely think B is like down here.
Told it was going to be 4 kilograms worth of mouse
I think he's
pads.
lower.
It ended up being almost 30 kilos worth of
He's lost to a woman in arm wrestling. Yeah, but we haven't put Warman on here yet. You're right, dude. Like, I reckon Vortex can beat Warman. Actually, I think Vortex might lose to one. I'm not sure.
Oh, we're gonna ask Marin
Not
about,
suitcases, mouse
about
pads.
the last tournament.
Like here? You reckon B's a sleeper?
We
Like
can
maybe
ask him
here?
about the final, maybe.
He's not stronger than Lucifron. I think Lucifron claps his cheeks.
What happened there? What happened there?
Who are we forgetting?
Who did you play in the final?
That's all the 8. All 8 of the. Oh, wait, we've got Beastie, right? We've got Beastie.
The server were dead.
1,
and then
2,
we waited
3,
1 week
4, 5.
for the server to be recovered, and it still didn't work.
Yeah,
It was
Beastie's
amazing.
fine one.
And Vortex won in the end. Congrats to him. He won 5
I mean, Beastie's been hitting the gym, right?
Well, I have a Red Bull trophy at home, so I'm fine with it.
If you caught him before he hit the gym, he's just a chubber, right? Compared to now.
Okay, Vortex, important
So like he's not really gonna like whatever.
Do you think we should implement
Is Beastie now strongest? Or do you? I reckon Lucifron takes him still, right?
Would that make you too OP?
So like maybe he's gonna love this. He's on top of Anatan. But then do we rank Lucifron up a bit? Remember, it's the bottom line that matters.
I mean, I played Warcraft 3. You don't need
And then I think Core literally has the advantage of like when you go from being overweight and then getting kind of in shape.
It's just a weird mechanic. Like,
It's not simple, but like it's a different process to being noodle and trying to go buff. You know what I mean?
Quick time event.
So I think he probably got quite a powerful like level up off the back of that, right? So he's dude, like what one do I go for?
I wonder if the
This one.
technology is there though.
So I reckon Core.
this on Xbox, right? Or maybe we should play Xbox version.
Yeah.
From now on. Yeah.
But guys not have
Vortex
phones.
arms look big. Do they look
That's
big
an
now?
Xbox too.
They don't look that big.
What else can we say? Do you think your opposer is gonna beat my ass?
I think they're bigger than Beasties though. I think you're kind of right on that.
Yeah.
They're bigger than Beasties.
What's the score?
3-1.
So yeah, you know what?
Yeah, maybe. That's gonna be hard. Maybe I'm gonna win with Sengoku.
Like that. Do we put like? Do we put Core up
What do we
here?
do? We're waiting. We're waiting at the moment.
You guys
for
reckon
them
Core
to
beats
fix
Beastie?
PC issues to be able to get into the next
I reckon
step
Core
up the
beats
third
Beastie,
set,
right?
So
Yeah.
very exciting.
If one more after that, it's gonna end up
True.
tonight.
You gotta wait all the way.
Yeah.
Yeah. How are you feeling? You getting tired yet?
Not really, but maybe in 2 hours.
Course asking you to lose quick.
Yeah, I should lose quick.
And then
Go ahead anyway. I can't really. I don't really stand a chance.
At least the goat.
Yeah.
Lucifron's the goat.
Yeah.
He's
But-
like Vortex that makes villagers.
dude, she has to go on the list. She beat Anatan.
Better version of Vortex, but from what
She's
I
there
understand,
now.
he has been talking a lot with
I
Anatan,
reckon she's like here.
and I am scared for
I think she might be able to beat B.
stupid strategy. And yeah, today Vortex proved it. He picked Golden North.
Core's a tank. You reckon he's higher?
And then he didn't
I mean, he
do
hasn't
anything
flexed yet.
so
He's holding out for whatever reason. Like I can tell you, Core was a very big blade. He's tall and he was very heavy when I met him in like Heidelberg years ago.
Good first pick,
So maybe like I don't know, man. Raw lift.
We like to have fun.
I haven't seen. I don't know. I haven't seen the arms proper. It's between him and Lucifron right now.
Next, is this like a
Then Crackety, dude. I don't know. I think Crackety's a different one where like he lost the weight and I haven't really seen.
Okay, come on, Lucifron.
Like let's have a
You're
look
next.
here.
You're up. It's your time.
He hasn't really got any like arm muscle, right? And he likes to do things like treadmill. He doesn't like to do lift. So he's fairly noodle armed. So like Crackety probably has to go.
So now we got Lucifron here with me. Lucifron, how you doing? How's your flight been so far?
Yeah, you're right. Lucifron's actually pretty buff.
How has your flight been?
I think the arms look good.
Yeah, it was fine. Like.
You didn't crash.
No. I'm still alive. It was like I don't know, like 2.5 hours, so pretty chill.
All right, so
everything's good
Crackety.
so far, everything good. Still gotta play, but.
I think Crackety goes like
he's feeling good. He's
here.
feeling lucky. He thinks
Probably
that
here.
he's gonna be able
Is
to
Warman
take
stronger than
it easy.
Crackety, chat?
What do you have to say about that?
Warman stronger than Crackety?
You see, last time it was pretty close. Last time we played.
Who do you think beats? Who wins between Crackety and Anno?
Took a gamble, he sneaked a few villagers in
So I
Hotel
need to
and got a dog up.
decrease this again.
It has to be a thing with genetics as well. I heard the last time somebody like him played against.
Who do you think wins? Crackety versus Anatan in arm wrestle. Who wins?
For the side of the Spanish brothers.
Yeah, I think to be honest, I think it's always kind
You think Anno?
in fact, it's closer.
Probably Crackety. Maybe slightly Crackety. I don't know. Anatan, like I just lost like I don't know. I lost all faith after what I saw. That guy didn't even look like he was putting up a challenge for Warman at all. Start to finish, he just had his number. Myriad. Myriad is like kind of okay shape. I wouldn't say from what I remember, like when I met him, I wouldn't say Myriad is like buff at all. I think he's lean. So Myriad is probably like mid of pack, you know? I think Myriad probably goes. What's up?
We don't listen to casters, so we're going to exclude Crackety. We're going to make a tier list right here. Or
Tier list for what?
no, we just do a Civ tier list.
Oh, Civ tier list. Yawn. Who cares? We get one of them every week. This is the more important list. The arm power list. No one gives a crap about tier lists. We get them literally every day. Peace. Get me in on this one. Myriad, like, I think he's lean, but I don't think he's got like much muscle behind it. Maybe he beats Anno. Do we D-rank Anno down here? Because remember, we've got like a lot of power space here because of the way we've done this. So it's from the bottom of the picture, remember. I reckon Myriad beats Crackety in an arm wrestling competition. I think Vortex beats Beastie currently. Maybe. Really? Or he has some strength, but like maybe like here. That's fair. I think that's kind of fair. Like I said, I think he's like when I say sleek, that like there's some muscle there, but like it's not. I didn't get the impression like Myriad's gonna bench press me. You know what I mean? And Cal has like it. Whoops. Cal is like it's weird because he does gymnastics, so he's in good shape. But like he's also a freaking twig. So Cal has to be like this because this is an arm power, nothing else, right? I think Cal has to be fairly far down. I reckon he could beat Wham. Yo, what's up, Huffy Tuffy? Appreciate the sub, buddy. Thank you very much. I think he beats Wham, but not Beastie. Yes, yeah. So where we've got him based. I think he beats B. Is that everyone? That's like the core people, right? I'm trying to think if I've forgotten anyone, but I don't think so. I think we're good. Yeah, dude, look at his arm. I mean, he's not flexing, but like broad shoulders. I kind of believe it. All right, so that's basically everyone at the LAN. If we go wider, we're going to be here forever, you know? And I also don't have enough space. Do we agree? Is this the final rankings? So based on the lines, remember. It's always based on lines. So like Lucifron is basically highest. Thanks for the reminder. Wait, basically, do I think he's higher than Core? I think maybe ever so slightly. It seems like between Core and Lucifron for top spot. How Wham is above Puppy? He's much scrawnier? Easy? I don't know about that. I think they're comparative, but the thing is, like I was saying, I always see Wham as the slightly chubbier twin. And it might not be much, but it's like something you notice. So like it's probably just weight class on side. Because if neither of them hit gym, then it's just basic genetics, you know? Wham looks mount. Dude, chill. Don't need to crit hit kill him. He's already third or lowest on the arm power. Alright, and then, so Lucifron, I think just above Core a little bit, maybe. It might be the other way around. I don't know. I'm not sure about these two. Maybe Core just a little bit higher. And then Lucifron, then Vortex, then Beastie, Myriad, then Warman, then B, then Crackety, then Anatan, then Cal, Wham, Puppy Paw, Marine Lord. That's the order, top to bottom, of our Beef versus Twig arm power categorization. Did we cook? I think we cooked perfect. We don't have that many muscular people now that I think about in the scene. Like, super muscular, you know? And here you go. I'm not there, but obviously, like, I mean, I can't I can't arm shame all these people and not be included. Chat, where am I going? I mean, I'm involved in the broadcast from the perspective of I'm making this tier list. Bomb? Dude, there's no way. I would not lose in any physical activity to Marine Lord. There's no way. There's absolutely no way. I refute. I'm going to show you guys something. It's really important to remember this happened. And how he done it. Like, you're saying that I have less arm strength than this person. He broke his ankle doing that. He broke his ankle. I broke my ankle climbing a wall. A hard wall. He broke his ankle falling over. Nah, there's no way. You broke it. Yeah, but you can't compare the two. Dude, that's like someone going, they lost their leg because they fell asleep on a train track versus they lost their leg because they fought in a war. That's not the same. It's not the same. Not even close. You for sure beat Anno? I think I could see my way there. I think I'm like here. Maybe what would I beat? Maybe here? I mean, I haven't... If I was back to climbing regularly, I think I'm legit like here. No cap. But I haven't really been climbing much lately, so like I go down. No way you beat B? I don't know about that, dude. He's a foot tall. This is arm power. Freaking height doesn't matter, you donkey. You know what you just described? There's more crap he has to pull up to get over. The thing that you've got to understand about arm power is like height, obviously, not as much as you think. Because, like once again, the thing you have to understand, right, is... I mean, I haven't had time to climb at the moment, so I'm definitely weaker than I was, like, half an hour ago. KG, can you call? I'm not sure. But, like, so, like, the way I'm judging on my brain right now is if I'm looking at this list, and I'm like, who can even pull themselves up? I know I can pull myself up and beyond because of the climbing and shit, right? I would not trust Anatan to do a pull-up on himself. Would you guys trust Anatan to do a pull-up on himself? And also, by the way, I know I probably weigh more than, like, a bunch of these guys, because I'm kind of heavy. I'm, like, 13 stone-ish or whatever, right? 13 stone is, like... I'm, like, 82 kilos and something. Probably around 85 kilo range or whatever. So I'm not light. But I can pull myself up. Arm is both triceps and biceps. Mm-hmm. Well, you do pull up, like, you can do both styles. It affects different ones, right? Pulling down arm wrestle? True, but, like, it matters in both, right? It's arm power. Where I probably would be stomped is, like, some of these people probably have, like, bigger hands than me. I don't know how much that affects arm wrestling, though. If you're 82 kilograms, you're higher. Yeah. I'll go weigh myself and fat shame myself right now. My list just lost credit. Dude, I didn't... Just to clarify, I didn't do this. I didn't go, yeah, baby, yeah. I was really reasonable. This is like mid-pack. It's like, I've got what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 people above me. 6 people above me. Have we ranked Warman? Does Warman beat B? I'm not sure. I'm not sure if would I beat Warman? I don't know. I mean, she looked pretty convincing against Anatan, but I'm still in my mind trying to weigh up. I needed to arm wrestle someone else, because I don't know if that's because Anatan just sucks at arm wrestling, or if it's just because she's giga stacked, you know? She's just not. What? Beat B. So she's down here then. She's like here. And you probably don't beat... Dude, that's just rude. Based on what? Say around Vortex level? For who? I don't want it to feel like I've just brought her down because I've put myself up. That's not why. This is based on your B thing. And now it's where people think that I beat B. And remember, like, so just to clarify, your problem right now, your really big problem, is I have a feeling in your mind, you're comparing me to be like that, which bit more noodly armed, but looks a little bit more athletic, maybe. Has good forearms, give him that. But, like, B is a bit chunkier now. We just saw it on camera. That's not me fat shaming. It's just, you know, with age and being a dad bod and whatever else. Like, he has gotten a bit bulkier. So he's not as slim Jim as he was, you know what I mean? So, like, I think with that in mind, I maybe push him out. Compared with the dad weight? Dude, like, how much do you... Okay, how much do you think B weighs? Based on what I'm seeing, I don't think there's that much difference. A drastic difference in his weight between me and me. Maybe a few kilo. Maybe. But I don't know how much B hits a gym or any type of workout, you know? That's what I'm not sure of. If he does, I could probably concede what you're saying here. But I'm not sure he has time for it. He spends a lot of time playing the game and then a lot of time being dad outside that. 6'3" or 6'5". Okay. I'm 5'13". Nah, going down that again. 5'12". But like Beastie's, I think is Beastie shorter than me? I think he might have been. I'm trying to remember now. It's been a while. So like, what does that matter? Like once again, why would height equate arm power? You guys have got to you got to let go of those two, because it doesn't necessarily equate. Just because core is like looking stacked now, that's yes, he's tall and he's hit the gym a lot, you know? More muscle and longer arms. That's not, nah, dude. You don't just, like, you're making this out as if literally every single person on this list never goes to the gym or does any type of workout or anything. That's not what we're saying here, right? You guys also make me do a copious amount of push-ups on stream, so... But, like, these so far, like, up till at least Warman, we're happy, right? Everything else here is correct. How did this start? Because Warman beat Anatan in an arm wrestle. So then we had to rock it. But it's also just like, the other thing you have to remember is we just highlighted that I'm like 85 kilograms and you guys make me do a bunch of push-ups and I can go up to like 20 a time and be fine, right? So that's like an important piece of information in there. I feel like 85 kilos overweight for 5'12". I think I'm within rate, but the higher. It's not considered significantly overweight. I'm on the borderline of healthy weight. Oh wait, no, I'm ever so slightly out of healthy weight range. 5'9"? Nah, dude, 5'12", 5'12", 5'12". But if I'm 5'9", you're making my point for me, because then I'm definitely overweight, and I am easily able to do a bunch of push-ups. So checkmate, sucker. Thanks for fat shaming me, but you just won me the argument. Because now my BMI is much higher. I'm in the overweight category. Livestream stomach, we're not doing that. You don't believe my weight number. What? How much do you think I weigh? Oh, this is... Dude, this is where... Okay. Do you want a little fun fact? Oh, wait. It just pulls through to here. How much do you think I weighed in those pictures? Get your numbers in. See, now I've got that smug look on my face. You're thinking it's higher than it actually is. Or is it? Put a number. How many kilos do you think that I weigh there? By the way, we're not missing anything. We still haven't got into game yet. 90 kilos? How much 90 kilos? Nope. Pretty much. Good guess from Burble. So maybe give, maybe between 100 and 105 kilos it would have been. I was between 100 and 105 kilos in that picture. That one probably like, I reckon we were like 98 kilos, maybe? I was a chunky boy. So, but I was lucky in that it didn't show my face as much. Also, by the way, this is the secret superpower of beards, by the way. If you're a bit fat on the neck, grow a beard, if you can. But like the other thing as well is I have this inherent habit. I've got a very strong core because I breathe in all the time. Even now, I still breathe in all the time. Your facial bone structure, right? You see, like this is what I mean, though. Secret trick. Grow a beard. Hides the neck fat. Entirely. Should be a little bit shown there, but you can't see it. So. In fact, let me go. I'm gonna go get scales right now. I'm gonna go get scales right now. Be right back. Alright, chat. Ooga booga, we're gonna get the real figure. Alright, how's that? How's that? A6. $86 kilos. It's too much, I'm aware. But like, actually, I think I've been gradually putting on weight. So at my lowest, I think I got down to about 76, 75 kilos. But then I started doing full-time content creation and I put on weight. And now I'm up to, we said 86, right? 13.5 stone. Yeah. There you go. Now you have the facts filled in. So how are we feeling now on that position? Is the body comp? Yeah, I know, but like Man at Arms went down this, Man at Farms Roll went down this way of like raw weight, right? I have like a little bit of muscle. I'm not like insanely buff or anything. Kind of lean in that department, but it's like the arms move a bit. It's not insane. But also my forearms tend to have more muscle. That's what the climb like climbing time does that to you. Depending on the type of climbing. Like, you tend to get more forearm as well. Muscle burn calorie look good and allow you to weigh more. Hmm? Oh, you mean like muscle versus fat density in your body is what you're talking about, right? Yeah, like even there I feel a bit chubbier than what I remember. Like, I think... What was my lightest weight? Might have been when I done Riyadh. Yeah, it might be like there. I think that was my nose at my most slender. Probably. Dude, do we have a series yet? Holy shit. We still don't have a series?
Okay, we wait a little bit.
Golden Horde is A tier. For sure.
Few pounds of muscle. Of course, a few pounds of muscle change how you feel.
Okay. I would say, I mean, I understand why Vortex put it in S tier, because you don't have to produce villagers as often. So
Mate, they need a
makes lot of
bigger
sense.
tier board.
But
like, yeah, I don't know. I'm gonna lock it in. That's our final arm power tier list. I think that's reasonable. Seems like the only one you guys are conflicted on is whether we do that or whether it's like that. You know what I mean? Look at Core's arms like the other legs. I can't. Like, dude, BC's big head's in the way. It needs to move. But also remember, like Core's getting +2 to muscle on stats because he's wearing a tank top. You know what I mean? I think Core's the biggest, but I think like if you look at Lucifron, I don't know if it's just the tan, the hairy ass arms, but like you see why Lucifron's so high up on the list, right? You know? And we have him higher than Lucifron. Maybe it's like a little bit higher like there. I don't know. But like it doesn't matter. Like the order is more than what matters than the like amplitude or whatever of that. But yeah, I'd say that's the muscly tier list, the arm power tier list. So Marine Lord, Noodle Arms, then above him Wham, a little bit above Puppet Rubber, then a little bit above him Wham. I put Cow above them, and then Anatand, then it's Crackety, then Warman, then B, then me, then Myriad, then Beastie. Maybe, I don't know. These two, maybe it's the other way around. Then Vortex, Lucifron, Indicore. But, like, yeah, again, it doesn't matter, like, the distance between them because that's just bullcrap. Why are we going to, like, dude, like, if we were doing distance between them, I'd put Marine Lord like this. It's just, like, it's ranking of, like, who's high, who's lower, you know? I think that's a fairly accurate one. I feel like the main confliction points would be here. It's like the order of me and B and the order of Myriad and Beastie, probably. Everything else, I think, is fairly right and where it should be. Cool, look, found. Yeah, that was the picture you've got of him. Yeah, that is Cal 100% standing behind that camera, right? I think. We're definitely right about Cal. Actually, I think Cal probably has some forearm from all the gymnastics or whatever, but yeah. Yeah, so they've got lag. I love this as well, by the way. They have a special server to not have lag issues, and we have lag issues.
D tier. Yeah, same D tier.
Honestly, like, if they don't hurry up, we might just have to cool this. We've already been live 6 hours. I don't know. Because I do have things to do tonight. I was like, this will be a reasonable length day. But, like, how long has this tech issue been? Dude, it's been an hour. Ooh. That's brutal. Yeah, it's almost been an hour exact. Sole reason for this ranking is so you can crap on Marine Lord? No, because if that was the case, then I would increase canvas size. I was being merciful to Marine Lord. Because if I wanted to be true about it, what we'd actually be doing is we'd have to put Marine Lord down here. Okay? And then we're reasonable. Sorry, ML. I thought I was being pretty reasonable. That's what I mean. You can't, like, there's no point doing volume scales. Just get something reasonable. We're not here to shame people. We're just here to rank them, which is a form of shaming. Core can 2v1 any of them on the list? Probably. All right, now we're really good. Now we do skill rate. Oh, no. I'm not going down that avenue. So, yeah. Please tell me we're ready.
We have Took Luck.
Mate, this board is not big enough. I don't even know where to
Joseph,
begin with this
they-
anymore.
I don't know. I can't even comment. It's
No comment.
no.
Skill rating turned the chart upside down. Does that accurately 100% represent? I mean, you said it, I didn't, so I'm just going to go ahead and rotate that for you. And, So just to clarify, you're now saying that Marine Lord is number 1. Poppy Paw, Wham. Then you're saying Cow is 4th best player in the world. Then it's Anatan, then it's Krakeny, then it's Wham, and then it's B. Then it's me, then it's Miro, then it's Beastie, then it's Vortex, then it's Luciferon. And then finally you're saying the worst player is Core. You said this, brother, not me. I did tell you guys I could be pretty good at the game if I tried, Kappa. Oh, dear. Dude, these are the tier list people need to do more of, actually. I like to think that we handled that in a way that wasn't outrageously insulting to anyone except Cow. Fudge Cow. We were pretty reasonable about everyone. And this is like in the confines, I guess, of arm powerful, arm wrestle. Because it depends on the task, right? Like, I'm pretty sure if we were talking climbing, like legit talking climbing, Cow's like much higher, as am I. I think Warman's actually going to be like a bit more up there than people give her credit for. And then I think you're going to be surprised by like the people that are just like down in Trash Town, right? Like this kind of like all the scout over the pro. But I'm not saying I'm number 1 climb, but I'm saying like you're going, because that's the other thing as well. It's like that's what I meant about when I said I defended myself for climbing. Climbing trains a very different set of muscles to hitting the bench in a gym, and so on and so forth. Oh, my eyes. You think Cow should be below Marine Lord? Nah. No, I think this is right. I'm going to give Cow... Like, I think Cow is a twig, but he does actually have decent forearms, which is partially important for things like arm wrestling, right? Because arm wrestling is also forearm power, right? So you can't discredit that. Whereas, like, these 3, they just game. This guy at least does, like, gymnastics regularly and crap. Climbers always have way more strength. Exactly. Dude, it's actually freaking crazy. I've gained such an appreciation for it since I started climbing. Like, unless you've actually done a bit of climbing, you don't actually realize it. It's the same as when when you watch like a guy who's in the Marines versus a guy who's a bodybuilder, a professional bodybuilder, and he wipes the floor with him, even though his arm muscles are like a fourth of the size. Because the difference is like real application of your body versus vanity application. Does that make sense? It's like, a perfect example is like, actually a great example. You guys know this guy? Lorgox. Freaking beefcake. But like, if you were to run him and Magnus Mitbo, not just at climbing, but like several different sports, honestly, I would back Magnus over Lorgox. Even though from a visceral standpoint, you would assume this guy would rip Magnus in two, you know what I mean? But like when you apply them into real life scenarios, instead of just, we're going to sit here and lift one weight or whatever, I would give Magnus the edge 100%. Because where this guy will definitely trounce him is forearm, I think, and also hands, for example. That is actually the weirdest one that I realized through all the climbing, by the way, is hand muscle is freaking underrated. Have you guys ever seen, what's his name? Was it Alex Holden? Honnold. Have you seen this guy's hands? Because this is like one of the best climbers in the world, right? Like, he done the whole free solo thing. Look at his hands. They look fat, but I shit you not, ladies and gentlemen, that is raw muscle. They do look fat, right? Like, if you saw this person and didn't know he was a climber, you just assume that he sits around eating Doritos all day, right? Actually, I guess not. Like, the thing he's got going for him, he's got like a thin face and everything. F1 drivers are very underrated also. That sport requires so much strength. Oh, yeah. and reaction speed. Looks like, yeah, it looks like no, agreed. Like, his hands just do not look right. But that guy can literally hold his whole body with like one finger. While Ottoman's S tier, the eco sucks, or am I lost? The eco is good because it's amplified by the fact that you get free units production. They also have got a lot of perks in Feudal Age that make them potent. So, for example, they've got the healing, they've got attack speed aura, ranged armor, melee armor. They have a lot of flexibility. At pro level, Ottomans are destructive. At average level, less so. But even at average level, you still have one of the best light cavalry, actually the best light cavalry unit in the game. So, yeah. And Ottomans scale into late game better than practically any other civ in the game. Like, they are peak late game. So that is why Ottomans are S tier. Like, interesting that people put Macedonians like 6th best, though. They haven't done French yet. Dude, French is going to basically be between, I think, Mali and Ibids. French are really that good.
Yeah, C or D, somewhere around there.
I also think easy D tier.
Oh, what, HRE?
Okay, D tier it is.
HRE are like only good
And
on
then
very
we
specific
have,
maps.
French, which we don't have a flag, so this is going to be French. So just imagine this
Nice.
is French. We'll start with that side now.
French is a fiendish civilization, I think.
It's got to be
in,
between
like,
Ibids, Mali.
many stages of the game, so I'm gonna be putting it in behind Macedonians. That's the
Really?
S tier.
Behind Macedonians.
Yeah, I would agree. Like lowest tier, it has some good match or some decent. Like against the other top civs, I feel like against some of them it does reasonably well. Like it's one of the few that I think against China is okay. Like it's fine. The same against the Horde and so on. So I would say somewhere S tier, like mid to lowest.
I would say A tier. I think it's worse than every
Really?
on S tier, but
Am I
it's still
overvaluing
pretty good,
French?
so high A tier.
That's interesting.
Yeah, I think I agree with what Vortex said. Like, it's very strong, it feels S tier, but since you lose all the matchup against us, or like it's not as...
Okay, yeah.
It's not 50-50, it's like a 60-40. I would say it's like...
I think maybe players just got better at where they draft French then. Because I feel like based on when
A-tier
we
it
see it in pro play, it's like,
Yeah,
it's
A
mid
tier.
S tier.
Okay, and then we have, so that's A tier. So just imagine this is French. And I think the only civ that's missing is Knights Templar.
Ooh. B
I
tier?
think.
Yeah, I think so too. I
High
think
B
Knights
tier?
Templar is actually underused a little bit. And it's very strong on water, so... Or like, not very strong, but it's...
Or like, yeah, with
strong
water
on
play,
water.
maybe A?
So we don't really have a...
Has to be high B
play
tier,
it
right?
in tournament on land map. But I would say maybe like... high B tier, I think. It has some potential. I don't think you only need... Like, you can go 2 TC and
Oui,
still be
oui,
good,
trop bien.
but you can also go for some 1 TC aggression.
I am
depending on
Zichum.
spawn. So, I don't know. I think it's not that bad.
Go ahead, Wem, say D tier.
I think it's B tier. I like Knights Templar. I think you can do a lot with the Civ, and it has a lot of.
I watched too many
viability.
games.
2TC. Yeah.
And that's about it.
No.
2TC and...
You can do, it's good on water. It's good.
I don't know if they're
Good
getting
Man
these
on
problems
Rush.
fixed, by the way. Let me
Something
check if there's
crazy
been
like
any messages in the private discords. Oh, wait, I've got another screen, so I can do this.
I mean, for me, it's clearly worse than JD Delhi, so C tier maybe. With English, I guess, something like that.
Yeah, C tier for me as well. I don't play them that much, so yeah, C tier.
I think they got some cool cheese strats, so it has to be at least B tier.
That's crazy. Are you guys telling me KT is close to Jushi Golden Horde?
No, because those are A.
Are they?
Yeah.
They're A.
No, this is A.
Yeah, but you guys put them in B tier, which is a mistake, obviously.
Yeah.
Wait.
Well, it
Wait.
was a vote. It
Wait.
was a vote. Okay.
Are we
it is
finally ready to
decided
go?
KT.
Holy crap.
Just imagine I have the flag right here.
I think we are,
It
chat.
is going, I don't know
It
where
took
we
way
said,
too long, though.
Right there.
That was cursed.
In between. You
I wonder if
can't
they
see
just
it
went
because
back
it's
to
behind
standard
3D
server.
flag. So this was a Civ tier list. The drafting has started. Everybody focus up, shape up.
All right.
And
Oh,
let's see.
there we go. What on earth
This
is
against what?
happening with the logo?
Oh, yeah.
Wait, what? Why is there only a third of a Volta
Oh, it picks
Esports
Sengoku
logo on the
outside.
screen? Wait, okay, so Byzantine's Golden Horde.
You could also go Albids, I think, but Puppy Paw is Byzantine, so it's kind of scary.
Chinese Sengoku get banned out. What's the starting map?
Yeah, I think
Dry Arabia.
if Puppy Paw doesn't die in the early game, he should win, but we'll see.
We actually heard earlier from Wham like this seems to be a polarizing matchup
Actually,
on
maybe-
who's stronger.
Probably not.
I think it comes
last
down
time
to
I
the
played
map
against
for sure.
Anatans in this matchup, he just played super defensive, which was kind of odd, but
I think Golden Horde have like two
Maybe it's-
approaches,
maybe it's
right?
good.
They can bait you into aggro and then switch out into tech, or I think they have to go for like these forward-based type operations that Vortex does really
Just
well.
difficult with the age up time. Maybe you even go for something in Dark Age. It's probably just Khan and then go like that.
most cheese, I think, is good versus Byzantines.
Yeah.
That's why I wouldn't really put Byzantines too... Like, I would never put them in S tier because they... I don't like playing against them versus, like, even OTD. It's kind of scary. Like,
Yeah, I think if
Against
Poppy
OTT,
Paw
like,
gets
even
forward
playing
berry
Vicious is kinda
spawns
dangerous.
and they're a bit split, then Anatan's chances go up, right? But if it's a good back berry spawn, I would start to favor Byzantines a bit more.
Rush early on.
Now you see the different
Zushi's
course arms?
kinda
Yeah,
scary,
sure.
like any
I mean, there's no
Meta-Bombs
question that
Civ
we're
is
putting him
kinda
in the top,
scary.
right?
Then you need to go Keshex, which is like the worst
Like
contract,
Luciferon was
so-
maybe the closest competitor.
I don't know. I feel like Palace Gods are kind of useless. in
You know what would
most
actually be interesting
situations.
though? If we done a running
I mean, they,
tier list,
Actually, I think Meta-Bombs are better than people.
both
give
sprint
them
and
credit for,
marathon
to be
and
honest. Like,
marathon, where each person would come.
but
Damn,
they did-
that's next
I mean,
time.
they did
Next
buff
time.
them as well now, right? So.
Like, who's the secret OG if we talk like marathon? Do you reckon?
They lose
Do they?
against like Mass Out. Yeah. They lose
I'm not
against
sure about
Gazi,
that,
they
to
lose
be
against
honest.
Sapar.
I reckon
Well, Gazi,
Luciferon
I mean-
would surprise us all
they're
in a
not gonna-
marathon.
They're not going to lose against Yari.
And
but-
Luciferon and Cow, I think, would surprise everyone in a marathon.
Yeah,
run.
Gazi and Sapahi.
In a sprint,
What other unique horsemen are there?
I think Luciferon's still pretty high.
But they lose against them, and that's important.
I don't know how I'd fare because I just
Yeah,
don't
well, nobody
do
plays
sprints anymore.
Ottomans anyway.
I used to actually be
I can't
really
believe the
bloody
devs
good at
decided to
sprinting.
buff Ottomans. I was
Like,
very
I was
confused by
fastest in
that.
my school, basically.
They gave them access
But I
to
feel, I don't
Kinji
know,
and Tokyo.
dude, I
Oh,
never
yeah,
sprint anymore.
I
I never have to
wouldn't
sprint.
Call that a buff.
It's
I
called a
would call
car,
it
lol.
like a rework.
I guess they changed it so you don't have the monks, which kind of sucks for them. But at the same time, like Kinji.
Also,
I think
Anatan's
it's
draft.
Kind of cool.
I call this the CIS draft, which is just like get as many water maps as you
believe
possibly
that
can.
it is time for
right?
us now
Like he
to
gets 4
jump
lakes
into our
and
first game,
Kalauga.
or at least to jump over to our casters.
I'm guessing Warman plus
With that
1.
said, this was the casting couch. Now time for the real casters.
In the sprint, you'd win. You're not on the list. I'm sorry. Sprint probably negatively correlates with age because if you don't do it for a while, you cannot rebuild the fast twitch fibers. Interesting. Never really thought about that. And nice. No audio. Actually, in fairness, I think they plan to mute these. Oh, we didn't rank boy. We got a sec. We might as well finish it off. Is that boy? That is indeed boy. That is the guy that baited me into lose to lose a Red Bull. Whoops. Maybe like here. Maybe in line with like Anno. Probably, yeah. He's fairly tall. Like I'm playing a little bit. Something like that. There you go. List complete. I know, incredible. Okay, so looking at the wider draft though, Anno getting Sengoku, high pro pick compared to getting Shushi Chinese. They've got water maps to consider, so like Knights Templar in there, pretty nice. French has a bit of flexibility. Roos. If Anno's been practicing with B, I kind of like the idea of things like this Roos pick. Draft-wise, I lean more towards Poppy Paws, though. Like, getting China insanely strong, getting Shushi has some surprising twists and turns. Japan's still decent. Byzantine's still decent. And then Tuklak has, I think, some decent variants on both those water maps that can work out well for them. Yeah, I think Poppy Paws draft feels a little bit better. Like, not by an insane mile. Because you still gave French over, Knights Templar on these water-type maps. And Iobid's... Like, I think Anatan is one of the better players in AoE4 for sure when it comes to IU. I don't know. I'd have to get back to sprinting and see how I do. I said just never really had a need, lol. What do you guys reckon? Who's going to take the series? Keep in mind that now, because it's taken so long to get into the series, we are deeper into North American prime time, which means that Puppy Paw has instinctively, inherently, by default, received a buff. I think that's how that works. Right? Pretty sure that's how it works. Also, have I got messages coming in? What's up with this? Alright, we're good. Like I would just hear all the clanging again. Alright, let's get ready to go. Let's get everything in position, get ourselves in position. No, we had to go down to here because the replay, didn't we? One and all, it is time. It took an hour of tech issues to finally get this online. Let's hope it's worthwhile. We have got Golden Horde versus Byzantines, Anatan up against Puppy Paw at the Homestead Cup LAN in Serbia. That's right, Anatan kicking off the series of Golden Horde that, despite the nerfs, has remained a popular mid-tier to early pick in the drafts, up against Byzantines that has, for the longest periods of times, been a highly desirable civ. Even if it doesn't seem OP, it still always seems to find its relevance. Interesting matchup between these two as well. Like, playstyle-wise, and let me actually just pause the music because I don't seem to have the option elsewhere. I'm just going to force close this. So with these two, on paper, I think Anatan actually has like an edge based on recent performances. I think it's tight though, which is great to see. Like, you know, if you're talking about players that could win events, these two are in the conversation right now. Puppy Paw, of course, was able to win the last major event of last year. And then Anatan, I think a lot of people felt like he could have very easily ended up the guy in the grand finals if he got his visa for Red Bull World. So that this is the big test for him. Finally able to get to this major LAN. A lot of eyeballs on him. I've seen multiple people feel like, yo, I could actually see him in grand finals. And in fact, we just had an online tournament a few weeks ago where Anatan almost beat Marine Lord. It came down to a final game to decide it. That's how much he's leveled up his gameplay in the last year and a half. Looking at the spawn to start with. In this matchup, like Byzantines, you've usually got to think about, have they got exposed resources that Golden Horde can exploit? They kind of do. He has a really weird spawn, actually. He's got very lean left side on very open ground. Very east side is very far out there. It's not what I call a safe and wallable environment. And that's a good sign for Golden Horde because it means they can potentially attack. Anatan doesn't look like he's trying for any kind of cheesy forward proxy Rax play or anything of the sorts. He's just going to go for the feudal up. Puppy Paw, meanwhile, is just milking the fact that he can gather stone because unlike their original civ, the Golden Horde variants do not do what the Mongols do. They don't Dark Age rush you. They feel like one of the weakest civs in the game for it, actually. Yeah, I think like if you get into a deep Dark Age, I put Golden Horde more mid of pack because of how effective their body shields can be, their little Karash. The problem is, as a Dark Age initiator, I think that's where Golden Horde does feel really sucky. We've not really seen anyone able to justify these Dark Age rushes so far. Look at the spawn actually for Anatan. He got kind of a similar situation. All of his gold leaning one side, but he got his food there as well. Lots of tree lines around. Like mid-game, I could see Anatan quite easily just packing up that area with a few walls and feeling quite safe. Ground miner in the way. Probably in this matchup, I mean, you could go for javelins, but I think longbows strategically feels a lot better to scale into, especially if your goal is just to survive through to the next stage, which usually makes a lot of sense for Byzantines. And we already saw in this matchup once today, when Puppy Paw's bro was on the Civ, he did go the longbow route just to kind of inflate his count and honker down. Did you guys do predictions? Oh, we didn't. Whoops. I'll get those up for you. Puppy Paw. Un auton. I just realized actually, yeah, because he's Volta Esports member, they'll probably never get him in their Star Blazers. Yeah, because usually, so when you sign with a team, there's usually a contractual obligation to wear their merchandise, their jersey. That's why it was like interesting. Marine Lord at the start of the day didn't have the Gentlemate's jersey on at all. I think he's got the hoodie on now to get that rep. So I wonder if his manager was like, yo, stick the damn thing on. And yo, it is going to be a forward archery range. Not insanely far forward, just a little bit to give that pump timing. Interesting that he chose to do one so defensively oriented, actually. I don't know, like, is this worth it over just building closer? I think what we're getting from Anatan is he's going to build an outpost next to the archery range and then pull the ball. That's why he built it there. So it's not a full aggro setup. It's more that you get closer to the enemy lines while reinforcing, but simultaneously you now double the value of your expensive Golden Horde outpost by building it on the ball to secure the food gatherers while also buffing your military production rates. It's a really cool little detail there, actually. I like that. Rats archery. You see what I mean? The ball can be pulled into this. And then you just send 5 villagers out to gather. Puppet Board did get the info nice and early, so he knows what he's up against. Should just be, what, Lombo Spears? Usually when you see Spears, you go Javelins. But this is a matchup where you can just kind of LB Spears. It looks like instead he is going to be going 1-1-1. I think his brother done this as well. Like, it makes sense. You just get the Horseman in early, just in case your opponent inflates archers too much. Nano will now be pulling with the Khan. Double Tortugute coming out means you can't really do anything about this. It's just going to get secured. And skewered. So, 2,400 food locked in, plus the sheep count, which I don't think we saw them show the count. I assume they're about 50-50. And there's the outpost we talked about. Just a solid secure point. Also means, like, if you're thinking about where you'll get attacked out your base, this is #1 spot. And if that happens, you can just pivot into the percentile HP increase to remain stronger on the defense. Puppet should be seeing the first mercs queued up in about 30 seconds here. In terms of system levels, I believe he's gone up to level 4 now. So pretty freaking strong. He can just kind of gradually work his way up to the 5th. Doesn't need to rush it necessarily. I think he might have. Let me squint my eyes. That has to be, I think. No, he's only got one connecting in. Okay, so it's going to be tier 4. Meanwhile, Khan and Tortugute. Anyone else struggling with these Khan and Tortugute, by the way, still? I feel like most people just can't get through them. Oh, I forgot to do my push-ups. It's just so tough, right? Like, you're talking about a unit that has the castle levels of health past that even. Because they choose the Khan and Tortugute landmark all the time. It's not that they're impossible to deal with. It just feels like it takes a lot of effort if you're not at pro level. Also, I think it's just a matchup that requires a lot more micro. I think Knights are already quite annoying for low-ranked players because if you don't target down the injured ones, you just get beaten even with spears quite often. So Tortugute is kind of that to a bigger extreme. If you're not paying attention to which health bars are low and then targeting in on them with small groups of spears, you just tend to fail to contain the fights. Yeah, and with how tanky they are, the other thing is, like, if you think of lower ranked games, players are more often statistically likely to do things like fast castle, 2TC, etc. Very tanky Knights punish those perfectly because they just keep diving. 250 HP guarantees that. So Lombos have been queued up. Anno now being forced in the Spearman. He has got the Crash, 4 of them in total already. And this is kind of the thing. Once Golden Horde get in this flow, they just have to keep scaling. It's very rare to see a Golden Horde player just go, I'll tech instead. They just end up getting into a bit of like an ego chow. The scary thing in doing that is if you can't block food sources, Byzantines will eclipse you. And that's why you're seeing Anno moving in early. Goes to the pin. Spearman reaction. Found wanting here. Will be forced to retreat. Also going to be brought down, so no real threat to the archers and the garrison from the villagers. A few too many out here, so we'll have to retreat away. That's going to be 1 for 1 so far on worker kills. Tortugute now steering over towards the longbows to scare them off. Karash baiting a lot of attention, dragging a lot of time and effort just to end up losing workers after that. Great find for Anatan. Now tripling the value of that, going from 1 to 3 worker kills. It's going to cost him a little on the retreat out, including some Tortugute but he still has reserves to work with. And most importantly, guys, the longbow count. He smashed the longbow count. To explain the difference in resources between players, it's bugged. I'm just going to tell you guys now, like, just don't trust these overview statistics. There's no way in this game Puppy Paw has gathered 6,500 more resources at 10 minutes in. Seems bad for Anatan. I think if he had failed to kill the Lombos and lost the Tortugud, really bad. But because he shrunk the Longbow count a little bit and found the worker kills plus the idle time, not the worst in the world. Especially when you remember that Puppy Paw even invested in outposts still to lose workers like that. Could be counting oil per minute. If you do the maths, oil per minute doesn't add up. If we are generous and give it 300 oil per minute for 10 minutes, that's 3,000 resources. It still doesn't math out. Yeah, I just think it's completely bugged. I feel like most games I look at, collected value is wrong. And there you go. Another outpost being forced. He's just remassing, by the way. Yeah, because I think if you back off now, where it does get bad is Byzantines can beat you to the punchline. With double berries and a stack system gathering rate, because you should have the tier 5 coming in soon. You kind of a big disadvantage there, right? So Anno's going to keep shifting in for raids. He's now seeing an opportunity to macro up. Outpost is going to complete, though, so that back away did buy the necessary time. Is he far enough ahead to tech? It's one of those tricky balance points for Golden Horde, right? Because, like, you can't actually keep building the thing you want to build as you age up, which would be more Tortugud. You could build Keshiks instead. But a little bit risky against this many Limitane. So I think for Anno, like, the risk right here is that Puppy Paw sniffs out what's happening and then rushes an age ahead of you. That being said, with the state of their food incomes, the positioning on the map, I don't know if Puppy Paw can actually hit that timing unless he sniffs out the tech right now. Which seems unlikely. His positioning isn't quite on point. And with the way that Anatan played upfield, he made his intentions unobvious. So Musky Yasak now going to be coming in. Really effective against the Lombos and the outpost defenses. The goal now for Anatan is just don't lose Tortugud unnecessarily. Because the moment he hits Castle in 1 minute and 30 seconds, they will all get stat buffs. Popcorn, meanwhile, kind of feels like he's 2.5, 3 minutes away. In fact, he's even going for siege engineering. My worry here is that Anatan has got Ford Raxes that he can instantly put to work producing men-at-arms. And because they're in range of an outpost as well, while being the front outpost, they also have the increased production. So a few key issues to consider there. Keshik production also beginning for Anno. The good thing for Puppy Paw is, like, although he's behind on workers because of the effectivity of the systems, pretty content. My concern is if you check the sides, like that berry we saw doesn't have a system. I'm pretty sure left side, the Deer Gatherers, which is probably another 7 or 8 workers, may not be in range of the system either. So his eco buff is really not that impressive at that stage. Like, you've got probably a third of your economy that's not receiving system buff. Tech up is about to be revealed, but Puppy Paw, his positioning might prove tricky going through the front like this. In fact, if I'm not mistaken, Anno does not have arrow slits, but he has the stone necessary for a Springwood placement. Pushin's probably going to make it dead obvious to him. The question is, what can he do now? Switches over. You saw the bird flying out. I believe that is the increased HP for his Archer Mass. Tech up completes. A dive past here. Anno, I think he queued up arrow slits instead of the Springwood placement. Tries to hide in the berry bushes. Karash with the body blockers here. There's 1 or 2 Keshiks and Tortugud coming out to hold things back. But there's a reason Anatan is playing so defensive. Look at the minimap. He just dove the base. Puppy Paw's entire army is here. And look at the economy losses. Anno scaling the kills now. Just needs to keep buying time. It's a rotation deeper around the TC. Puppy Paw is starting to dodge the death there, but the workers on the tree line might be in trouble. Looks like the spears are going to come out in reserve here, so we'll protect him there. So in the end, some idle time force, as well as a few additional worker kills. It means that Anno is now an age up, 10 ahead, forcing idle as well. And the burn's starting to come through. It was arrow slits, no Springwood placement, but it's whittling away at the horseman. Limited firepower there. And it looks like we are getting the necessary troops coming out to hold back the push wave. Puppy Paw now finds himself an entire age behind with no gold gathering whatsoever, which gives plenty of opportunities now to Anatan. It's going to be veterancy for archers kicking in momentarily. There's still a few of these Torgud left that are still very tanky, even more so now. And the spears are spread a little bit thin. It's going to be huge idle time. Even more workers out here than we thought. Once again, not system buffed. They're out of range of that, right? It's a pretty impactful loss there. And I think Anno has just flexed the Golden Horde post-nerf. As if they're still basically a top 5 civ. Yeah, now it's just a case of get men at arms, get more Tortugud. Maybe add in some Keshiks and push, right? I think Archers is a smart play for Anno to do, though. I like that he's adding in more. He's got Steeled Arrow 2 coming. Because they'll be able to whittle away at a few horsemen, but they'll destroy Limitane is the point. It's like just a beautiful, easy 1-2 punch from here. And with the pastures already set up, or rather the stockyards, he has got safe food gathering underneath a TC, which means the only thing that can really raid him is horsemen. And if Puppy Paw chooses to remax horsemen, it means he's not teching, right? Because that's 100 food per unit. What is up, Jack Leo? I see the subs. Thank you very much. Appreciate the 5 gifted. Are they playing with the patch from today? They are indeed. I think they had early access to it. Just now with the poke forward. And you see even the horsemen just not really that scary. Also, keep in mind those tributaries, they get bonus against cavalry. They're not as tanky as men at arms, but I mean, at this stage, they kind of feel it. Because the other thing is the Lombos. They're suffering. Those guys are heavy tag, right? Which means they get the +2 ranged armor. They're just not dying. Limitane should be able to mop them up eventually. But this tributary wave is taking so much fire. Now the Keshik's starting to arrive. There's barely any Limitane left. Gonna think twice about a hard dive. Just keeps poking on the sides. Puppy Paw in a bit of a blender here. A few more men at arms now on the way for Mano. As it will be a reset. Puppy Paw able to get him out of that base. Nice intercept on the Horseman wave. Sick read there to cut the reinforcements. Now the Keshik's kind of doing the same. If you wrap into Limitane, Fat Keshik still feel like such a meme. Calm will be down. I think for Puppy Paw, he's still in that blender, right? He can't just tech. Has to keep adding in more military. The concern really has to be if Anatan just doubles down on archers, he can reach death ball point. Still just a few cav units, forcing more idle. And that's important what he just scouted there. He saw the gold gathering. The funny thing is, like, he actually might overcommit on timing because if you look at the macro from Puppy Paw, he has too much gold, not enough food. But when you see that many people on gold, there's probably a thought right now in Nano's mind that he's teching. He's almost ready on food. So this actually might work out to Puppy Paw's benefit if Anatan rushes a dive before he has enough troops to win a main fight. It's me circling wide. Villager's still out here on the deer. Has got the ball off that past the wall. And it is going to be an overcommitment. Anatan running too far forward again. The archers are becoming a bit of a liability. I know I said the idea of like 30 archers is pretty sick here, but getting to 30 archers is a whole other subject. Men at arms may be tanky, yes, but against this many melee units, they're not going to thrive. Nice find there. We'll be able to stop the raid. Puppy Paw getting the breathing room necessary. Only needs to store the food, then he's going to be up in the castle age. I think like Anno just needs a few more men at arms before he goes. But this is the thing that makes Biz scary, is like if they do get castle, they get veterancies in like 30 seconds. You can't do much against that. That's what he's freaking out about. And in fairness, like although Anatan is failing to win the direct fight, he's finding worker kills. It's a pretty noteworthy lead at this stage. Being up 16 workers. Monks now to follow. So Anatan going to inflate his lead further. Villagers are going to get poked away. And look at that. You've also got cavalry following up onto the ball location. Archers now with a distraction. This is what Anno wants, just 1 or 2 knights in, and if Puppy Paw doesn't realize, it's going to turn into a bloodbath. The archers have his full undivided attention. The +2 damage working quite well, even against horsemen that are meant to counter him out. The villagers make their way back through the wall. But even though they survive, the idle time has crippled him beyond repair. Hand on face says it all there. An exhausting, frustrating game number 1 for Puppy Paw. We need to reset fast, but Anatan showing you that Golden Horde is still not to be slept on. That's why he's trickle pushing, by the way. I think we answered it early, but just to re-emphasize, it is the value of the idle time. If you just keep pushing like that, and you keep lagging them, they don't get attack. And if you leave them alone for a minute, you lose because of how quickly they can get into their veteran seats. So it definitely makes sense the way he played that. Hearing the size is kind of an oof, actually, from the camera now that I think about it. Okay, so I'm going to turn this down as well with the background feed. Where do I think Puppy Paw is going to take us next? With his draft, he might see Four Lakes as a good reset point, actually. It's possible he wants to thin the draft a bit more. Something like Coastal could work really well for his draft. He's got China, he's got Shishi. Maybe even Japan. What does Anna's hand have for that map? French is pretty decent there. Sengoku, I feel like, is kind of hit or miss. Ayabid's historically very good. Maybe he forces Ayu versus Chinese. Let's have a look. Oh, I forgot. Music. Tuklak Shushi, Knights Templar Roost, Knights Templar versus Tuklak. I think we are going to Four Lakes. Dude, my Spotify keeps bugging. Bro. What is going on with my Spotify, actually? What? It's just on this device. Oh, there we go. Oh, hopefully it works. So, oh, wait, it's front range. Okay, now wait, is that right? No, that can't. Dude, those picks on front range, that's not right. There we go. I was about to say, it has to be Four Lakes. I was like, there's no freaking way that was the draft for front range. That would be nuts. I mean, I've seen Knights Templar on that map before. I don't think they're the worst pick in the world for it. What is going on? Dude, my Spotify is just the most buggy mess. It worked when I opened it on my other. Okay, one sec. I'm just going to have to force close it quickly. Like my music, what can I say? There's 7 versions of Spotify running. What? Lulwood? Is it still going to bug? All right, GG, my Spotify just broke. What? No music, Big Sag. All right, hopefully we get audio back in a sec. Now you work again? Bro, I'm done with you. And in we go. One and all, welcome back to your daily dose of Age of Empires 4. It is Four Lakes time. Tuklak Dynasty in the red in the hands of Puppy Paw up against Anatan on the Knights Templar in the yellow on LAN. That's right. This is from the Homestead Cup happening in Serbia right now. Anatan already off to a strong lead. Puppy Paw looking to defend his title, but got to be careful. You got to watch out. You got to be scared because to me, I already highlighted this today. I think Anatan is one of the front runners in my eyes to take this event. I would be shocked if with how he's been performing at the moment, he is not a podium level finisher. The interesting thing is Poppy Paw is definitely up there, but maybe just knocked one behind him at this stage in terms of my expectations coming into this event. It's not that, and just to like defend this as well, right? I don't think it's that X players playing bad. I think in general we're just seeing more players playing better in recent times. And Anatan has been chief among them for sure. In this map shop as well, Knights Templar versus Tukla, kind of an intriguing one actually. Both civs very strong because of the fishing. I kind of lean a little bit towards Knights Templar for mid-game though. You have to be a little bit worried about Raider Elephants, but with the way this map plays out, you can usually wall fairly easily, I want to say. And Anatan, I wouldn't be surprised if he does something a bit cheesy. So, Anno has been, in my eyes, top 3 most entertaining and effective Knights Templar players to watch in the game right now. I think he brings in this beautiful mixed bag of what you'd see if you watched Corvinus play it and Marine Lord play it. And that's that Anatan executes at an insanely high level on Knights Templar, but he also throws crazy curveballs. And we've seen that on maps like Holy Island, where he does these very interesting mass men-at-arms strats in Feudal Age, which crack his opponent wide open. So that's always a scary thing when you're up against this guy. I think he's been a little bit more creative than other people in the pack with Knights Templar, and he's had the skills to match up to that too. And I'm expecting for Poppy Paw, we should be seeing Tower Victory here, right? Like, the other option's just kind of dead. Healing appropriately got nerfed to the ground. It needed it. I still feel like we've got too many healing types which are too powerful in Feudal Age, even after all this time, actually. No reason no one's betting? What? Not enough Gambaholics? What is this? I don't think we're going to see any attacks on 4 legs, by the way. The thing I was saying earlier today, and it's held true practically every time I've watched 4 legs bar maybe once in the last 30 games of it, is people rarely make attacks onto your dot corner. I think the reason that 4 legs got a little bit dry for me is like most people just basically use it to go castle. Like feudal attacking feels not impossible, but the way you attack is never really directed towards the fishing that early on, right? At least not recently. That might just be because players got so good at rebuttaling it, but it does still feel a little bit hollow. It's always that thing that reminds me, like, you know, when you have maps where it's all about economy into a faster mid-late game arriving. Can be cool, but it's nice to have that idea that Dark Age matters and Feudal Age matters. So Papo, we're looking pretty healthy on fishing, by the way. Anatan is struggling from the fact that you pay way too much for your harbors. At this point, in terms of wood investment, Puppy Paw spent 300. Anatan has spent 500. That's pretty painful to have to deal with. Yeah, and then the knock-on effect is just a much more rapid tech timing, is the idea. That being said, Anatan having a civ that basically just techs up relatively fast, courtesy of the way they do it in the commanderies, might allow him to just kind of mirror the tech timing here. At a cost, of course, of free workers. Which does make the difference in fishing count a bit more concerning, but he's padding. And yo! Okay, now I'm happy. I was just saying how it usually just becomes this linear, you build a dock, I build a dock, we take our two sides. Poppy Ball's not looking for that this game. No, he's taking advantage of the fact that Knights Templar are going to be notably slower at the idea even of going second pond. Yeah, I mean, you can see Anno right now is basically securing his primary still, as he just spawned a fishing boat to pull it to the far south side, down in the corner, like over here, so that he can't actually get cheesed. Did no one else predict? Okay, 1% vote on Anatan. Dude, he's like, I'll take all your points. Here's what I'm willing to offer. It's not good. And Poppy Paw, the cool thing about this is, although he's not teched up, the reason he's able to get away with going for that play so early is that the fishing boats have Tuklak attack. So if you just run a fishing boat over to the east side, you might catch your opponent building a harbor and then prevent it entirely. That's the interesting part about the tech timings of this Civ compared to others. They get to be greedy and militaristic simultaneously on water maps. At least water maps this design. a shared water map like Holy Island less advantageous because those fishing boats will not hold back an archer ship. Yeah, on a map like this where your opponent isn't even on the pond yet, jackpot. Fishing tech coming in fast. Another cool advantage when you're up this many fishing boats. It takes 5 seconds to get that 20% buffer. I know, he's going spears to try and burn through. In fact, wait, no, wait. He doesn't even know about his pond being kind of blocked out. He's just trying to block Puppy Paw out of a fast castle build. Does force the archer reaction. Tricky thing here, though, is you're forcing archers by going spears. Your alternative is to go for the men-at-arms. Those men-at-arms have less ranged armor than melee. They suffer against archer mass. Raider Elephants even being threaded through by Puppy Paw too. Makes sense. When you're up against Knights Templar, the most loved unit is archer. The fishing boat is going to scout out what's coming. Anatan will not get that easy dock up. No, like by the time he arrives, Puppy Paw will have 3 fishing boats. He can pull them to deny the worker. And then that'll buy him enough time after idling that to build an archer ship on that pond. There we go. Fishing boat sees it. Shots coming out. You can't avoid them. Villager with Shiv out as well. This can set up for an archer ship nicely. He's going to want to get the worker out of there. Hanging around might prove to be detrimental considering Anno now has horsemen coming. Anno, flirting with the idea of castle though. I mean, I like it. I don't feel like a long feud was great here for you now. Not with the way the Raider Elephant count is inflating already. Especially considering he should have already built them next to the Tower of Victory, meaning he's getting the attack speed buff. So what does Anno do with this? Genitors could work. It's a little bit annoying when there's Raider Elephants. I don't think he gets any value out of Genoese. Angevin Spears is actually a pretty solid idea. Angevin Spears will delete everything in front of it right now, and it gives you that kind of Zerg and Blob approach to dealing with the ponds, versus Genitors that doesn't really have a way of doing anything about the fishing, and i.e. no way of burning the docks. That being said, Genitors has been overwhelmingly popular right now, so I wouldn't be surprised if he just goes for Castile because of the benefits around Sacred Sites above anything else. Puppy just going to keep him flaying. He is pushing forward now. Has got eyeballs towards the gold. Raider Elephant's not really able to get in deep there against, what was that, 6-7 spears? An Angevin Empire it is. Cues it up, Puppy Paw. He's reinvesting though, he's not rushing. Steel arrows coming. Be a rush in a different way, an aggressive one, as the archers are now in position. Only 30 seconds until age 3 though. Nice snipe there, denies the Pilgrims, does lose the scout for it. Forward gold is a really big problem here. Anatan has no good backup option on gold. No. Oh, that's a sick timing. Look at the map, guys. Look at the spawn options. There's no other gold. He has 153 gold to work with, and that's it. Full stop. Archer's Raider Elephant's now diving in. Doesn't need to go that deep, though. He just needs to hold the gold. Tech up now complete. He'll go back to camping it. More Raider Elephants, more archers. Angevin Spear's getting queued up. He can afford a few of them, but not a drastic count, unless he wants to start selling to buy the gold. We'll just block the ability to spam multi-racks. I mean, these spears are still threatening, right? Like, you're not at 30 archers where you can just snipe them down one by one yet. It's only 11. But Raider Elephants can just kind of overwhelm them. Remember, Raider Elephants have an insane amount of health. More Angevin spears. And it looks like, wait, Anno actually snuck that pond. So he made it a 2-for-2 split. Still played. A lot of food surplus here. I think Anno just needs some gold soon. I wouldn't be against just building a marketplace and selling 200 food at this stage. Absolutely worth to get the units out. And it looks like that's exactly what Anno just done. He agrees. So more Angevin Spear Blob coming. Puppy Paw now needs to rush attack up. Doesn't really get value out of the fast track and veteran seas because Archer Raider Elephants here is not that useful against Templar with this comp. Probably going to need a crossbow switch. Could also consider men at arms. You would have some decent techs in there because you do have the men at arms tech that increases your charge distance. House of Learning. I wonder if Poppy Pool could just do War Elephants. Probably not. The map's way too open right now. But down the line, even against Angevin Spears, it sounds kind of crazy, but can be quite effective. You get 3 War Elephants together and back it up with crossbows. Big problem. Rush for the 23. Not going to take too long. Monks being queued up. Anno just thinking relics. Needs it as well, considering the eco state. Crossbows are already queued. Raider offense forced to retreat. Dive now on the way. Anatan has got his scuba gear on. 16 of these spears already, dude. This is bread and butter what Knights Templar want to do on every fishing map ever. Because you can afford it. Land maps, hell no. But in these situations, it's just an easy to bulk alternative to men at arms. And the cool thing about it, the reason it's so effective compared to men at arms spam is like if I was building men at arms right now in your Poppy Pool, just build knights and I'd lose. But when I'm building spears, you can see Poppy Pool has to change the plan and add crossbows in straight away. You can't just go knights to beat that. Dive past. Looks like he's going to start working his way towards that worker line. A few villagers even coming towards him, but looks like the aggro is actually going to remain on military units. Raider Elephants after Hodor here. Unite Spears trying to slip in. We'll force a little bit out of time and force them to shift away. Not being forced back in the touches. I say back. Feels like you're being forced back because now in this situation, your opponent already has Raider Elephants. Crossbows that are going to be independently better archers. Poppy Paw with a sizable military lead, actually. Raider Elephant's not too good on health. The really good upside for Anatam right now is the relic game. He's winning that. Yeah, 1 on the way home, soon to be 2. Meanwhile, for Poppy Paw, he hasn't actually had the breathing room to think about it. The other crazy thing is, like, Poppy Paw has an insane worker lead. That's courtesy of the fishing. But the trade-off of what he's doing here, you bleed through your fishing so much quicker like this. Because the deep water fish get exhausted and then you get forced onto limited resource shoreline. It gives you a lot of burst potential for like the next 8 to 10 minutes. But after that, it has this burnout effect. Similar to what we see on maps like Kawasan, where people can get ahead by doing this. But if they fail to end the game, the guy who took a slower, more calculated approach to his economy starts to pull ahead. Raider Elephants didn't get updated. Did he actually upgrade them? No, he hasn't upgraded them. That's why. Is he that poor? I think for their role right now, like he's just kind of using an array and he's prioritizing crossbow comp instead, which makes sense against the spears he's facing. It's possible he also forgot about it. Canadians do have a long-lasting history of upgrades. And sometimes forgetting them. Especially on Indian civs, actually. And as you get deeper into the age, it becomes easier and easier to just forget about that. Crossbows revealed to be very high in count. Ansan forced to retreat here. And arms from Poppy Paw. Smart call considering his opponent has mass archers now. Few Knights going to be slipping into the back side of it. And looks like it's going to be a burn attempt on the dock. So he's just trying to deprive Poppy Paw of that second pond. Or rather, Anatan of that second pond. In fact, it's a contested one. Both sides now have the dock play. Triple Raider Elephant. A little bit of a nuisance. He has at least got the repair crew. I mean, I'd be surprised if Anatan just ends up losing this pond, but Poppy Paw already having double dock? It's starting to look like a triple dock play now for Poppy Paw. Like 3 ponds under his control. Anno, on the other hand, has got military push power here. Archer now with a dive in. Runs headfirst into a Raider Elephant. Will be able to snipe him down eventually, but expensive all the same. And still no veterancy. I guess we're just not getting elephant upgrades here. Kind of concerning considering he's still producing actively into them now. Anno prepping for a horseman switch. Food and gold is starting to inflate. I can't imagine he's rushing Imperial here. That feels really hard to do. When you consider what Tuklak are up to, it's very dangerous to do, actually, because he's going men-at-arms crossbows. It's not quick to strike, but if you chose to go Imperial, the time it would strike would be the time you tech. Start retreat here. Archers just trying to get rid of those crossbowmen. Angerman Spears still just absorbing a lot of the attention. Archer count still good enough to one-hit kill the crossbows. Does feel like Puppy Ball's losing a few more expos than is preferable here, but he still does have that Raider Elephant threat. The unupgraded Raider Elephants at that. I mean, if he just vets them, this whole army gets wiped out, right? Like, there's not that many spearmen. And the count's being kept down anyway. I am impressed that Knights Templar haven't just flopped this many workers behind. It's a 26 worker lead now for Puppy Ball. Jesus. I think Anno's about to run out of steam, though, guys. If you look on the minimap, you can see he's gathering a lot of shoreline fish. That's a limited food supply. Keeps you competitive for a few minutes, but we said this about Puppy Paw and the risk he was running. Anno's now burning it at a much faster pace. Once those shoreline fish are gone, his economy is going to go down like that. Right? He'll be down to like, 600 food. It's concerning considering Puppy Paw's already up to 2,000. God. I mean, at this rate, Puppy Paw could be the one finding himself in Imperial. He doesn't want to stop scaling right now because Anno keeps forcing him to. But the army quality difference is important here. If he just remembers veterancy, El Delito no retreater. Bush is going to be there. There we go. Veterancy. He remembered it. So Puppy Paw now more threatening to everything. Military Academy coming. So Anatan definitely interested in just bloating as fast as possible. Puppy Paw kind of looking like he's starting to flirt the idea of Imperial. Yeah, like, he's reinvesting, but he's not always reinvesting everything. And in fairness, with like 2,100 food average, you are going to find yourself in Imp by about 21 minutes. Just look at the military massing. He's almost pop-capped. Just produce 2 Springles and just kill those ships? Possibly, but most people don't want to do that in these situations. Like, right now, he's struggling to keep up with military count. You really want to be building Springolds, which won't be able to really match the pace and the movement of the Tuklak army. Especially when you kind of look like you have a Raider Elephant problem anyway. Speaking of which... oh my god. The workers on the tree line will be protected by the spears. So we're going to try to cut some reinforcements. More archers push forward on their own. Men-at-arms are going to feel the struggle of that. Enough of them to actually snipe out the men-at-arms one by one. Raider Elephants starting to reach their targets. Just buying time for the crossbows to trade out here. It's actually a decent fight the way Puppy Paw is taking it. Sure, it looks like he's losing elephants, a bundle, but if the crossbows can shrink this archer count, they can kind of just drag the fight. And the backstab! The stampede! Oh my god, if you're a Lion King fan right now, you're getting PTSDs of Papa dying in a valley. What the hell just happened? Archer count cut in half. Puppy Paw was fishing for that opportunity. He wraps round wide, and he slam dunks a winning blow. Raider Elephant's going to have to hold back in reserve now. Spears being baited out of position. Goes to the commitment. There's not that many spears left over. This is the kill point he was looking for. Elephanto fun time has arrived. And it's going to be down with the Knights Templar as an outcome of it. Needs to slow down the approach just to allow time for the ranged units to catch up. But the death push has begun. Anatan trying to hold on by going into the sacred sites, into the fortresses. But he needs a lot more breathing room than this. Puppy Paw senses the weakness. He goes in for the hit. The fortress! It's going to react with the spears. Count of Raider Elephant's not that high, but it's still going to lead to more worker losses in the meantime. Puppy Paw going to be forced away, yes, but maintains his lead militarily, establishes a more dominant one economically. Essentially puts Anatan all in on a win condition on sacred sites that he's ill equipped to hold. Not just that. A few Lancers coming in. Puppy Paw just looking to raid. To get that win. We'll reset now. Obviously getting very close, very deep in enemy base. I don't think we only have one castle, right? There's literally nothing to stop Puppy Paw now walking over and decapping Sacred Site, which is what he's now doing. Yeah, without that win condition, we have to face the reality here. Anatan is down by 45 workers. His military is smaller. It is of a lower grade quality. His food income is half that of 2. There's really not much going his way. Like, the only thing that's nice for him is when Puppy Paw cross-rotates and he sends units forward, you've got trickle trades, right? Where you're sending in one unit to die against range mass. That's bad. But the thing is that, like, if this was an even game on Eco, that's dangerous, that's bad to do. You can afford to lose a random Raider Elephant or 2 per minute doing nothing when you're this far ahead on field. Yeah, I think Puppy Paw maybe just thinks about the Imperial finally. He's about to be capped on population. Anno is looking to beat him to that punchline. Uh-oh. He's going to be going Kingdom of Poland. It's not over yet, folks. Has he got the gold reserves? He's got a save 4K next to the shoreline, but that's about to get raided if he shows up there at the moment. Be unfortunate. A relic game, I believe, he was the only one participating. Which would mean that Anatan has got 5 relics. Pretty important for getting those Imperial attacks. Especially if the idea is to go Schlachter. Raider Elephants. Just always the scourge of worker production. It's a bit harder to find those kills, courtesy of the fact that he has got the extra health and movement speed, but we're reaching like late castle age. It's not that hard to cut down those workers, even with the extra health to worry about. When the push comes in, tech up complete, veterancy into elite is the priority. Anatan needs a whole minute to get the archer defense online to try and stay alive. But Puppy Paw is going to circumvent the concern. He's going to eclipse him. Hisar Academy is on the way. Reminder, whoopsie, we're good. Former mic cut. Reminder, it only takes Puppy Paw 5 seconds to get his elite techs in. He just needs to make sure he's got the gold, and he already has got the Governor of Ook coming in to give the discount on upgrades. I'm a little bit worried right now. The push pressure as well, big deal. Anatan's maybe going to have like a 20-second advantage on elite tech timing, if that. Still only 9 building up Hisar Academy. And this also means with Puppy Paw's choice, he's planning to just rush up all the governors now. He's already got double castle online. Wouldn't be surprised if he's looking for a third. I know, there's the elite hats. The plumage is real. There's a real threat emerging. Look at the Raider Elephants. And think about how good they'd be to elite first. Against mass archers only. Oh boy, oh boy. I say that, they're kind of dead right now. So maybe have a second thought about it. And we've got Ajma coming in as well. Interesting choice there, just getting the men-at-arms for free. With the Emir Warriors now starting to arrive. Schlachter Cavalry to chase this away. Good press unit. Puppy Paw a little bit depressing on position here. An overextension. The second wave of Raider Elephants never showed up. Wait, where are they? Wait, okay, there's Tom. Where's Dick and Harry? I don't understand what's happening. He's got 12 Raider Elephants, and they seem to be all over the place. Which is a cool idea for raiding, but they're all over the place on his side of the map. And the Schlachter definitely paying off here with the chase down. I know. Somehow not dead yet. I really don't know how. Like, with this type of eco lead, this should just already be over. Castle seem to be upgraded. Gold on the front side, not feeling that secure, though. Anno keeps pressing. Ranged armor free also coming in to get the trades there. Puppy Paw now getting into an Archer Ego Chow. He already got his elite status tech. Hasn't got it for the Elephants just yet, though. The Schlachter definitely a bit of a problem for the beefy Elephants. Going to try to pin him. Wolves also coming up to try and block Sacred Site controls. Anatan will not be able to get more pilgrimages. Raider Elephant count falling again. has finally queued up the elite tech. Big deal coming in here. These archers that have been sniping their way through now going to struggle a lot more. Yeah, remember, it's the extra armor, the extra health, then also the extra counter damage. Second wave arriving around the southern flank. Anno starting to feel a bit overextended, but Schlachta coming online. Needs a lot more of them. Crossbow production has been ramped up by Pumpkin. He respects the threat. And those reactions build more heavy units that are going to get countered by crossbows. These are fast as well. These Raider Elephants starting to gain ground, making progress. Reset here, Puppet Paw. Happy to just get the breathing room once more. Yeah, remember, his goal is to kind of to just set up more castles drastically with the Hissar Academy because it gives you buffed income per castle governor applied. Just kind of want to ramp that up as fast as you can, really. It's like they're actually finding the exposed workers. Notice they don't fight back. The melee armor is the problem. The Schlachta might be low on HP, but he'll only be taking 1 damage per shiv, and he will kill you fast. Just shifts across towards the stone instead. We have got the Emir warriors coming, but they're slow now that they're out of castle range. Dude, who's winning this? Typhon's coming in as a big boon for Knights Templar, considering that Anno, I'm pretty sure, got all 5 relics. Yeah, and then if he sets up near a sacred site and holds, even more gold injection potential. Schlachta is just still going to bypass this and hang around a bit longer. Finally get sniped down. A good raid there by Anatan and much needed, shrinking the eco deficit to under 40. Anno militarily still pretty weak. I do like this idea though. He's got elite army, Incendiary rather coming in. Incendiary is kind of the thing that's been missing, right? Like with his game strat, it is crucial to his success. Upside as well, Puppyboy hasn't been maxing out ranged armor. He is, however, maxing out on Raider Elephants. Soon to be 20. Just going to keep reinforcing out in the meantime. Military count is now neck and neck. Army value difference definitely matters. Puppyboy has the edge there. These Raider Elephants need a big connect. I think the problem right now is he's just doing this tug of war versus going around the back. Right? The thing that almost won the game straight away for Puppypaw is he got a backstab with the elephants. Anatan isn't allowing that mistake so easily this time. He is gradually giving over territory to Puppypaw. Looking firm now. Close to 200 pop. Anatan down to 140. I mean, he looks pretty cooked at this stage. Like, where do you go from here? The gold gatherers are not going to be safe. The Raider Elephants just keep pressing. He pins him against his own buildings, turns onto the worker force. Big idle time forced out there. Anatan, of course, having reserved the gold, yes, but I'm more concerned about the follow-up impact here. A dive past the castle continues. Incendiary just completed for Anno. The question now is it too late? Kind of reeks of it, doesn't it? He's got the pepper damage now, take down the elephants one by one. There's an argument that he might quickly reach the point of overkill. More forced idle. I think that's 40 workers. Not working. Yeah, he needs gold. I mean, not now, but like 2 minutes time. If the idea is to get into Schlachta, 100% need it. Meanwhile, for Puppypaw, he doesn't care about gold. It's just food wood dense. This is the smart thing about his game strat on this map. Building Raider Elephants is eternal because you've got deep water fish. You've got deep pockets. Nano needs an answer to its stat. I thought he was going to be spamming out more Angevin spears, but it's been a struggle. He's down to 500 food income a minute. Yeah, it's just classic 4 lakes, right? I have more ponds than you, lol. And remember, Anatan is now burning through the limited resource. He's got 17 fishing boats in that one pond. You can see on the minimap, he just moved to the corner one again. So he keeps gathering like once and then coming back and then moving to the other fish. There's a lot of extra idle time added in there. No wonder. Are we going to get biology from Puppypaw? Chat, did he get it already? I don't think I saw him get it. It's very expensive usually, but he's got Ook, so it discounts it down to normal prices. But you get it in 5 seconds. We have got bowstrings on the way now from Anno. He's all in on the archer idea. Live and die by it, really. Also, Oh, it's not getting pinged anymore. I don't know if Anno's going to realize what the Raider Elephant's doing there. He's denying one of the harbors, which makes your food income less efficient. We do have Curse of Alia coming in, so I assume Puppy Paw is thinking about Sacred Sites next. Just kind of lock them in and drag the win condition. Farms from Anno kind of says everything. Farms on 4 lakes. Not something that's never seen, but definitely kind of expresses the rough situation for him right now. Now they knock in towards the castles. Raider Elephants, plus I believe that's the Emir Warriors. He's got 11 of them for free, so smart usage there. The Emir Warriors, if they show up to a fight, not going to do much, but for burn power, absolutely fully worth it. Seems to be pressed back rear. At the precipice of farms getting shut down just as they're being set up, the Raider Elephants now denying additional harbors. Has to be no doubt in his mind of how this is now going. Anatan must be struggling to find what the upside is at this stage. He's still stuck on just archers. You never know the limits of Raider Elephants, right? Like, not one to just wave the white flag too early. At this point, I wouldn't blame him. Incendiary just got researched in 5 seconds. So Elite Crossbowmen really worth their weight in gold now. It's a problem because Anatan's strategy is twofold. It's not just build archers, it's build men at arms or spearmen, something comparative. The other scary part in this game for Anno is he's going to run out of wood. With the way that he's expressing himself militarily, that's a lot of wood demand. The back tree lines are basically gone, right? They should be burnt at this stage, which means he has to start moving closer and closer to Puppy Paw's side of the map to keep archer spam up. Yeah, like right now we're seeing him hold on because it's defensive play. I do wonder if Puppy Paw considers going for mangoes. Instead, he goes collateral. Oh, that's sick. So now Raider Elephants just got a buff, 30% increase their damage against their counter units, which is archers. Now this trample's going to come through. Anatan standing his ground. Big mistake there. Allows the Elephants in just a little bit deeper. Should be able to hold back wave number 1. But Puppy Paw is not going to stop there. He also just researched Elephant Caretakers, guaranteeing insane amounts of healing between battles. We also do have a War Elephant on the front side. Not sure what he's up to. But this is sick. Yeah, he finds the raid south side. So he's getting more bonus damage against the archers. I think he re-hits the maximum at this stage. On top of that, if any of his boys get away injured, they've got Elephant Caretakers, which gives you 2% of your health, which has got to be close to 300. I think it's over 300 now at this point. So he's going to be healing for like 12 damage, 12 health rather, plus per second. That's insane. That's over double what you'll get out of Chivalry. Well over double what you'll get out of Chivalry with French. And the weird part is, the tooltip says it's 2 health per second. It's not. It's 2% health per second. Raider Elephants with the headbutt again. The way he expressed himself militarily sounds like someone out of Alexander the Great book. Why not? We had someone earlier on their broadcast reading out Sun Tzu quotes. Seems par for the course. Raider Elephants now just trying to intercept reinforcements. Not a bad idea. Double Tuklakabad fort coming in. Who's going to be allowed to get these up? Then again, can you keep pressing out here as Anno? A few Raider Elephants at a time just to hold him back, to bait more attention, drive more push behind Puppy Paw. We've got elite archers queued up after this too. Castle should most definitely be going up. We'll even be able to garrison most of the side. And remember, it's just because mass archers means your castle will last quite a while. Yeah, elite Raider Elephants, 512 HP. Why is that? Let me recalculate the healing. So, I mean, if you go on, I wish you click on one right now. They're healing for like over 10 health a second. It's pretty freaking nuts. And they're already such a pain in the ass to burst through. This is such a messy game. I say messy is like messy in a good way of like Anatan, despite the losses along the way, he keeps finding a way of dragging it a bit deeper. As unbelievable as it seems. New fort trying to be rushed up after Puppy Paw lost the last. Why Chuklak isn't banned every match? Because you don't ever expect the elephants to get this stage, right? Right. Second wave. Wave goodbye to that army. And the villagers as well. It's going to be a panic. The trample, the stampede. He tries to bypass, switches back on the archers. Anno running out of wood to gather now. It's just those tree lines at the back, and that's going to be it. And that should be the killing blow. Puppy Paw about to shrink the count down to an irrecoverable point here. GG. It's going to be a strike back from Puppy Paw and a full strength shown out of these absurd Raider Elephants. What a freaking unit. Where's my music? Hey, don't play on KP's laptop. Play on this. The fudge? One sec, we need to mute the typing. Bro, I don't want my laptop. I want you to play on... What is wrong with my Spotify today? What? It just isn't working. I just can't... Okay, enjoy the music. I can't hear music, lol. Let me check that. Is that an uploadable game? That's kind of crazy. What is Anno doing? Anno's meant to be playing the game right now. His face also seems to be struggling to keep appearing. I like how we're just getting a mid-series interview. Either there's a tech issue or Anatan just invited himself on for some reason. It's such a freaking Anatan thing, isn't it? Like, oh, I'm meant to be playing a series right now. Don't mind me, guys. I'm just going to hop on in for a few seconds. Whoop-a-da-whoop-whoop. All right, one sec. If I can force close Spotify on my laptop, maybe I can force it to work on the other. I just don't know why it's being so weird today. There we go. Nice. I have music now. We can revel in this moment and share it together. Oh. So, wait, why am I here? I want to be on this tab. Yeah, it's just taking a random stroll midway through the series. They haven't even drafted the next Civ picks. Freaking Anatan, man. I need more water, by the way. My throat's killing me. Be right back in a second. Dude, I keep feeling lightheaded recently. I don't know what's going on. Oh, yeah. What a song. You know what I need? You know what I need? I need watch party vibes where I needed the screen and screen so I could just be playing Dynasty Warriors in the corner while also watching the game. That's the Giga vibes we need. Would people find that interesting if like we watch partied while also simultaneously playing a game in the background of something? Doesn't need to be Dynasty Warriors, but she's an example. I dig those vibes. You just have to make sure you balance the two. Maybe like playing Tony Hawk's 1 and 2 remastered while also watching pros play AoE4. Oh, that's a vibe. I've actually been playing that. My friend came around the other day. He's like, yo, let's play some Tony Hawk's. Like, man, he's going to wreck me. I destroyed him. Turns out Papa's still got the Tony Hawk skills. Also, it's because Tony Hawk's is kind of bullcrap. Anyone who's played like the early Tony Hawk's is like you just win by spamming buttons while grinding or manualing. It's way too silly. It's kind of tacky. But he wasn't happy because I kept basically beating him by just grinding versus like doing half pipes tricks. I was like, I don't need them. Marino's like, it's going to be a late night. Because he's got Final Series up against... my brain. Who's he playing, chat? Do you remember? I don't know why I've forgotten. Oh yeah, Lucifron. Marine Lord nerf? Actually, no, it's a buff for him. It's probably a nerf for Lucifron. Lucifron plays earlier. Marine Lord likes playing late. Alright, so we're going to Borderland. Oof. French snipe, Japanese snipe. Sengoku versus China. Isn't China just really good here? Oh, I guess it's a little bit risky to forward unless you want to go Barbican. So Boar plays off the menu. Sengoku could exploit Boar because China never Dark Ages, right? Like when was the last time, legit, when was the last time you saw China play Dark Age? I'll let you guys think on it. Strike your chins a bit and be like, huh? Actually, yeah, you're right. When did they? They never. I'm wondering if we'll do the final set, actually, now that I think about it. Because I just realized we've been live now 7.5 hours. Probably be 8.5 to 9 hours when we finish. And I have got a bunch of contracts I need to review today. Standard 12-hour workday. Woo! Yeah. I have contemplated in the past how much easier life would be if I just took, like, a classic industry job. You know? But I love gaming too much is the problem. For better or worse. The amount of things we do just to be a part of what we love, you know? It's always been the way with so many people I know in esports. Alright. This is kind of a weird intro song. Kappa. Alright, they switch around. They are. First time. It's time, one and all. Welcome back to the channel for more Age of Empires 4. It's Front Range. I love this map. Unbridled aggression. No ability to turtle down. You have to prove yourself wanting, desirable of existing on this map. And that's what we should be seeing between these two. It's going to be Anatan in the yellow as the Sengoku Daimyo going up against Puppy Paw on one of his signature civs. In the red, he's playing as China. And this is already going to be an interesting opening. I wonder if he was going to try and even go for the boar. He doesn't. Puppy Paw just chooses to greed up for a fast feudal, like every Chinese player nowadays, giving Sengoku the breadth to go greedy. He's spamming out the hot dog stance instead of rushing an age up. He's not even pulling villagers to go on the boar either, because I think the issue for Anno is he realizes that China can get a very fast tech timing, which completely sacks his ability to go for boar without being immensely at risk. work everywhere seems to suck a lot at the moment. Yeah, I feel like we've reached an issue of society where like your work has become your life versus being part of your life. You know what I mean? For those who don't know, like on the live stream, I was just talking about the fact like we're basically 7.5 hours into the broadcast. There's still another series after this, and I just said after this I'm gonna have to do a bunch of contract review, so it's gonna be like a 13-hour workday for me, which is nuts. It's not healthy, but it's like I'm not alone in this. I know many people who do this in esports. In esports, you just basically work twice as hard to just make a living, really, not even to make good money necessarily. The people that usually make good money in esports are the ones that basically come in and like rug pull and leave. You know, money in, money out, money laundering alongside it and whatnot. It's a slog. But price we pay for the things we love. So Imperial Academy coming in. I wonder if it'll be Ryokan this game. I think there's a good temptation towards Shinobi just because of the way this map works in mid-game. All the Stealth Forest north side is exploitable. When your opponent moves up for gold, you send in 1 or 2 knights and you get the frag grenades. Bloodbath. So there's going to be a big temptation there for mid-game, but it could be expensive on him early. How do you view the Chinese? In Mandarin, obviously. What, you mean as a Civ right now? Easily top 3. Easily top 3, top 4 max. Like, they are very, very powerful. I think in this matchup, actually, like, China, they have good tempo aggression into Sengoku that could be problematic. Still top 3? Absolutely. Like, they are insanely flexible in what they do. They could be economically crushing, but militaristically powerful. It's the thing about the militaristically, it's not even that they have good units, it's just they have good production rates and good economy that enables all that crap. The thing you have to realize, like, a lot of things in AoE4 comes down to, is your economy good enough? Right? Like, the weird thing about Jin is their economy isn't, like, insane, but it's decent. But their problem is, like, they have a decent economy, but they are rated lowly by players, and the reason is the unit types don't make them good. If they had generic units, like archers, for example, they'd actually ranked a much higher out of the gate in Age of Empires 4 and release. Because the raw economy value would have allowed them to just start crushing people. And it is going to be Coca Township, so Anatown will get some potential out of like early game fights, depending on the location. But the real kick is going to be down the line in Castle Age. When your opponent moves to that goal on the north side, he's not going to feel safe. The other cool thing here is if he pulls for a ball after this, he can outpost up, which will give him the means to ambush the Shinobi. And this map, in early game at least, tends to be a linear push. It's just up and down. It's a giant tug of war. That's exploitable with outposts into the summonings. Sushi's really fun with the changes? Yeah, I mean, they're fun, but they're also just stupidly zergy, right? Just kind of funny, because I feel like early days, Sushi was already that. We've kind of come a bit full circle, not full, but a bit full circle with the way Sushi exists. Anno now to spear spam. If he wants to make a ball pull, this will be the thing that enables him. Puppy Paw could just go archers. He could go 1-1-1. It's not the worst idea for China. I think the thing that might make him reluctant is the fact that Sengoku have got a premium cavalry unit, right? So they're more inclined to go horsemen than other sets. Didn't know fast song into 2CC was viable before. Was Pro Scout Meta when I really got into the game? Oh, what, for Sushi? Yeah, like that song 2TC is literally how they began as a Civ, really. But you don't really need song like you used to. I think that Civ is a cool thing. And it is going to be 1-1-1 from Puppy Paw. So yeah, goes to Archers as well. Archers can be a bit difficult to scale long-term on this map, just because the limited wood access you have in the mid-game. You had to fight Chief and Nail for it. But considering how many matchups on this map turn into feudal brawls, it's no surprise to see both sides doing archers. Considering archers are the bread and butter of a good, strong feudal attack. Archers are going to have an edge for Anatan with Steel Dagger already in the way. I mean, say that they have an edge. The problem when you play against China, same with Shushi, is like that edge doesn't last very long. If your opponent realizes they're behind on tech, drop off a bit of tax, supervise the blacksmiths, and you're just there. How do I say Sengoku's doing now? Well, they've lost twice. So not very well. They've been double nerfed. I think they're impactful nerfs. I think Sengoku struggles against feudal pressure. And that's what China should really be looking to do here, right? Just ramp pressure, ramp pressure, ramp pressure. One thing he has to be careful of is that Steel Dara has now come in for Anatan just a few seconds away. Really, it feels like he's trying to starve out the extra food sources fast. China feudal pressure might be number one. Yeah, but he needs to be careful about overextending. The disadvantage for him is like he's moving upfield too fast, right? Like he wants to be first to pounce because China has better momentum. But now, as a result of that, you see that his military lead doesn't really exist. Better individually, archer to archer, yes. But like the Steel Dara timings is what kind of concerns me. So he's going to slow down. Horsemen are going to slip in. Looks like he's going to slip himself a kill. And force a bit of idle time too. And double Horseman for it. It's not the worst trade for him. Boar is now going to get sniped out. So we have got Anatan now leaning forward for resources. This is the critical moment that Puppy Paw was waiting for. He's going to start marching forward. Horseman. Kind of just going to get sacked there. A little bit of a weird rally. And Puppy Paw. That's sick. He makes Anno do all the work. Like, oh, yeah, thanks, bro. That looks absolutely tasty. Let me just pull off a rib here, pull off a rib there. He just sat down at a stranger's table and started eating their pizza. God damn. And what a sick read as well. To rush a village, they don't take any time at all to build up. And it's going to allow him to garrison his workers safely. Boar aggro is going to be a pain in the ass for him, though. Puppy Paw just trying to stagger away. Shinobi actually getting great value here. Anatan needed the fight like this. Anything less would not suffice. So resets the archer count. Keeps a slight military lead. Second wave is now coming in, but the village is up. So Puppy Paw will be able to start gathering in the area. And it looks like Anatan is going to be forced back. Without the Shinobi to back him up, he does not feel safe because look at the blacksmith techs. This is what we warned about. Yes, they might be slower to the first tech, but they'll beat you to the second. Steel Dara and Undermesh is the reason why Puppy Paw, despite the frag hit and the boar, was able to hold position. Horseman still just frustrating the backside, so Anatan just inefficient with his economy right now. It's not really showing an idle time, because the other problem is idle time doesn't calculate villagers moving, to my understanding. It's like, as in, for them to be considered idle time, they have to just be standing still, right? So every time he gets raided, you're not going to see that shown in efficiency work done. And we get the barbican. This is filthy. Has he pulled the boar in? He could go back and pull the boar in now with the barbican coming up. So he could lock both boars. I don't know, man. Like, what do you say to make Anatan feel good about the state of this game right now? This looks grim. Like, yes, you have military lead for the time being, but that's because your opponent just tagged again. Barbican is the difference in army size. And it's not something Yumi are going to be able to dive. So Anno's choices are go castle or go raid. I.e., go to the other side of the map, go to the back of your opponent's base, and raid. Looks like he's choosing attack, though. I agree with this. Your opponent's going like mass archers, so if you can get a few mad samurai out, it stabilizes you. And the pressure's on. Like, you need those eco-inflations from an age up, because your opponent now has got Song Dynasty, meaning he's producing more workers. Shouldn't efficiency be percent of gather resource / time existing? Not to my knowledge. To my knowledge, efficiency work time is just a calculation of the time that your workers, as a percentage of the whole picture, etc., have not been moving. But someone can correct me if I'm wrong with that. It's like, look, they're snoozing right there, and he just lost a 0.1%. 0.2% even. Sake Brewery now coming in. Sake Brewery just got nerfed, by the way. They lost 0.1 on their gathering, so they're 1.5 resource per minute, per second rather, and now they're 1.35. So a notable hit. Nothing too insane, like a 7%-ish hit. 6-7%, but it's a start. In conjunction with the other changes to Sengoku, I think it is relevant. Because remember, the hot dog stands now have a base gathering of 10, so they're even rougher when it comes to trying to get the maximum value out now. It's a bad calculation. What? Being based on when people stand still? Agreed. It's like, it's not that helpful. That's why I kind of roll my eyes at it. Like, if a caster is paying even half attention to a game, they will notice the idle time more of like looking at the top and seeing a guy has 20 villagers not moving, right? So you kind of don't need that extra element in the statistical overview. But maybe they just didn't have a better idea of a stat they wanted to put in there. I don't know. So Papapo now going to look to mirror tech. Needs to be fast about it. Mount Samurai are now on the way. Deer gathering in the corner. Slight wall going up, but no secure on the north side, which means if Papapo wants to start spamming lances, he's going to want to move out there soon. I love this. Anatan is waiting for that opportunity. All it takes is one shot up there, like one Mount Samurai in, plus a Sengoku ambush, and Papapo is going to all of a sudden lose 3, 4, 5, 6 villagers. Imperial Palace on the way. Very defensive. I was hoping he'd try and get a bit more up map to get the vision, but just kind of risky when you know you're already behind on tech timing. So, not the best Imperial Palace, but it is still an Imperial Palace, meaning he will know when Anatan's villagers move to the north. Hey, why is he building a... Oh, that's sick. He's building a Ford farmhouse to spawn the shinobi. So he's going to bait a fight, force a reaction, and then when the reaction pushes into him, he's going to ambush him with a farmhouse. Timio, bit ambitious on the dive. Veterancy for archers isn't there yet for Puppy Paw. Just tries to snipe out the aura. The Mounted Samurai on the workers being ignored as Puppy Paw just keeps gathering instead of reacting to it. Yumi are going to get scared away by the horseman, yes, but the Mounted Samurai definitely taking a few scalps with him as he snipes an extra 2 workers before being finished off there. And Anatan now barely behind on raw eco count, but ahead when you consider the taxman factor. Another Mounted Samurai coming out. Veterancy for archers now there. They're doing a real damage. Anatan more than happy with that fight. He could even now just walk up to the wood line, to the wall, and snipe the workers still, by the way. They're in range. Night production going to begin for Puppy Paw. Ranged armor 2 is coming in from Anno. He hasn't really got the food to afford Mounted Samurai is the problem here. Down to 250. Yeesh. Outpost, now trying to be built up. Goes to the range trades. A lot of Yumi almost dying, but not. Is pretty infuriating for Puppy Paw. I don't know, still just getting reasonable trades. The problem is with only one worker, I don't think he's going to get this up in time. Strides to the body blocks, will have to retreat. He does still have the farmhouse, and the shinobi just summoned. Yeah, he spawned them in. He's looking for the offensive. Frag grenade or 2 could be the change factor that he needs. Shinobi actually... Oh, no, I think that was a missed rally. I think he clicked for the archers, and it pathed him around the wall instead of up to the wall to throw over. So just kind of a waste of shinobi play. It drew a bit of attention, yes, but he does have problems now. He's mass Yumi, rather, against mass knights. And Puppy Paw still has good food reserve to keep pushing because the Barbican has still been locked in successfully for him. I'm growing increasingly concerned for Anno a little on the food. He has increased his count a little bit here up to 730. So he is looking to get Mounted Samurai in, but Mounted Samurai did just receive some noteworthy nerfs. So for Sengoku, they have less speed buff now. It's down from 10 to 5%. And then deflective armor in general on both Japanese civs now takes twice as long to replenish. Meaning if your opponent's able to keep wailing away at you pressure, you can't just deflect, re-engage, deflect, re-engage. Puppy Paw has a villager lead. That's the courtesy of Song Dynasty, right? Every minute he's getting 1 extra worker. Ranged armor 2 now. So Puppy Paw realized the threat. Just going to minimize it. One interesting thing here is, like, if you can get a similar count amount of Samurai, despite the nerfs, they're still better, especially when you add in the Daimyo attack speed. I don't know if we're going to get a mutual count. His food income is improving, which is direly needed at this stage. But it's because he snuck out to the deal on the north side, which is scouted by Puppy Paw. So might actually see a Lancer go up there soon. Shinobi ambush. There's that farmhouse. He gets the clip. Needs the follow-up grenades to connect. Not quite. Puppy Paw just about dodges it. It's going to be -3 knights. Still a bit of a slippery slope for Anatan to try and climb back up. The Yumi count is looking damn strong, however. And he gets the grenade again! Big mistake there, Puppy Paw! He didn't keep retreating! Forced to re-engage by the actions of Anatan and gets that damage buff to allow Yumi to melt a few more knights. He's trickling knights in, needs to be careful of that. But Yumi lead is starting to become quite dominant here. He's still got one ninja with one grenade. One grenade that could guarantee 2 kills on knights if he gets it right. He goes after the workers instead with it, though. Bit weird. Does get sniped out before he can actually connect with the second grenade. A long cooldown now on that ability. New Daimyo has been queued up. Lancers are going to keep pressing. New Mount Samurai here. That's an engage. 100%. Yeah. Forces him off. I am impressed that he's keeping up with Puppy Paw despite the food access. Puppy Paw has substantially more food on his side. He had the double ball pull, the deer, the berries, and the barb can still to work with. He's got the deer in the corner. It's got all the standard resources. He just won the mid-map resources. And now that Lancer right to the back. The hit he needed. Samurai is going to respond in kind, so we'll eventually shut that down. But probably going to be -2 workers overall, possibly 3, depending on the targeting. Needs to keep moving if he wants that kill. Actually, just going to get it. He has enough health left over, so an extra kill carved up. Outpost now should prevent additional harassment, but there is a second knight already on the way. And there's too many Merkers out there to be saved by garrisoning as well. Has gone into textiles. Oh my god. Anatan's arm is so small, we can fit it on a mini-map. Like, guys, I told you. Told you it wasn't ran that high. I mean, a little bit of bicep flex there. Nice raid here. One Lancer just going to slip in. Just all those villagers away. I mean, that is most, if not all of his food income. That's all of his food income bar about 7. Huge hit there on the tempo timing. Needed as well, because Puppy Paw was about to fall behind in night production. The villagers just still being hemorrhaged. I mean, there's a trade to this, right? Like, yes, he's definitely losing villagers. It's a big problem. But Puppy Paw is losing Lancers for it. And if you're both about to run out of food, that can be a more important detail. Shinobi, now with a push in. Looks for the hit. Frag grenades out. Does connect on the Lancers. Mount Samurai now wedging themselves very deep. The Yumi going in for the hug distance here. Trying to snipe down those Lancers one by one, but it looks like an overextension. And the count not on his side. Ah, bye-bye, baby. Puppy Paw. He has the military mass lead necessary now. Pushes out towards the berries. Still has the Barbican operational. This looks like death point for Anatan. He has to be running out of food soon. And the berries are almost tapped. The deer in the corner are almost tapped. The deer on the north side probably not going to last long as only a 5-stacker. Yeah, it's actually... Okay, in fairness, the villagers have been idled in the center. So Puppy Paw's food income is even worse. If you can force idle without losses for like 2 minutes, game-changing here. Potentially. But so much easier said than actually done. Now Puppy Paw, oh, no, the woodworkers. Doesn't react straight away. Gets away without losses. The amount of cav they're both playing, I find it kind of baffling. We only have one small wall from both sides combined this entire game. Mount Samurai, a little bit ambitious there. We'll learn that numbers do matter. Despite the health bars, Puppy Paw confident on the turn. Have we had any relics picked up at all? We haven't. 0 relic gaming. I mean, the reason for that, guys, is like, although they've been struggling for gold because they have to go north, really the struggle is food. Have I heard of the Lanchester Square law? Explains why, all things being equal, an army of 11 will beat an army of 10 with around 5 surviving as opposed to 1. I think I could see that making sense because like you're gonna have 2 versus 1, and then after they clear that purse, there's gonna be another 2 versus 1, right? It's like the stats of that do make sense. It's like even if everyone else is at a draw, there's one individual that is completely getting outclassed because they're in a 2v1. Samurai slipping in. I know, definitely not dead yet. If he could have just got the ninja spawn, but I think he's still on cooldown or he didn't want to waste it on that. Counter raid coming in, dude. These two, they are equally matched. This is a really impressive game. No, he has to do defensive shinobi? Okay, maybe I spoke too soon. Not equally matched. Before, he always had a mounted samurai to meet that. He doesn't anymore. He goes for the dive! Yumi, under the food gathering. 60 to 60 economy. How the hell is Puppy Paw not a mile and a half ahead here? Unbelievable. 61 to 61 workers. Balance in all things. 13 additional kills required for Anatan to maintain that. It is, however, gradually, slowly, but surely losing him the game. The military difference is getting worrisome now. Similar night count, but Puppy Paw more in the way. And individually, these archers can beat Yumi. And there's more of them. And they are pushing him fast, man. Oy, oy, oy. Is he about to catch him in the farm transition? It feels like it. We just saw the backside of Anatan was starting to spam out farms to try and get that constant surge going. But it has come a cost. A great cost at this point. Daimyo going to be the target fire. Does get rid of him, so attack speed aura now gone. Anatan in a losing fight there, surrounded by the archers. North side. Knights forcing additional other time. We do have some spring placements. And 1 or 2 small raids from Anno. He's trying to make this game as chaotic as possible, but it's not that simple. You know, the idea makes sense, but Puppy Paw, he's used to this level of pressure. This isn't like someone new to professional play that gets too focused on one fight and loses to like 2 knights slipping in. His reactions have been on point. And also, more important than that, he's been giving as good as he's taking. If Anno raids him once, Puppy Paw's been raiding him 3 locations. That is finally a good trade for Anno. And he is also going Iko-Iki monks. But with the revelation that granaries are online, this is where Puppy Paw's economy should start to just inflate at an uncontrollable pace. GG. Calls it. Nothing left from this game. China still number 1. Dude, that game. How was that game still going the way it was going? No bullying you want to bully? That's a paddling. That's one of our rules. And what is up with Beastina Blanca? What the hell? Dude, it's like, it's getting late. I'm bored. I'm tired. Peace. Oh, music back on because we don't... I don't know why my Stream Deck is... My Stream Deck's being weird. There we go. Works again. Beast just hard to do. He just wants to go to bed, but he's like, all these people are in my house. Get out. Get out. Alright, I knew Anno would choose Kalago to try and balance this out. It's like like we talked about this. CIS players love water maps more than like anyone else. Dude, I'm still trying to figure out what they've done with their key lighting on their green screen. The yellow is... Oh, and they've desaturated as well. Because like the yellow was much more vibrant in the other scene, right? But it is weird that yellow is causing this much issue on a green screen. Like, it can happen, but to this extreme is kind of weird. I think that's the first time they've used after-game stat point, right? I don't think we've had this all day. I don't know, maybe it was bugged and they just fixed it. But finally, we have stat comparison. Wow. What do these numbers mean to all of you? Anything? Oh, there we go. Up. What just happened? We back? There we go. Dude, I don't get it, right? So basically, restarting the main PC somehow forces a reconnect on OBS on the secondary PC. It's like the most cursed intertwinings I've ever seen. So basically, I need to get DDU and completely uninstall my AMD drivers because I don't understand what it is. But for the last several months, every single release of a driver for the 7900 XTX has made it worse. I was just checking online while we were getting set up again. Apparently, a lot of people said the only driver you should be on is September 2025. Everything past that has just been getting worse. I don't understand. It's like AMD can get so many big, easy wins in certain departments and then just fail on, like, back catalog driver support. And it's like, it was their flagship. What annoys me about it is it was their flagship model. Damn annoying. All right, one sec. I need to open everything again. So yeah, I'll probably do like a full driver, uninstall, then install the old one after the games. I might actually just make this the last series as well because of like the need to do that and recontract. So I've got like a lot of crap to do. It's goddamn annoying. Puppy 1, Game 2. Yes. And then Game 3. I'm pretty sure. You can double check on Wikipedia. I'm pretty sure that's right. All right. Yeah, I'll probably raid through to the mainstream for the final series, just because like I now need to sort those tech issues. So freaking annoying. Sorry about that, guys. Double check. All right, here we go. Welcome back, folks. It's time for game number 4. Puppy Paw approaching match point and already upsetting my predictions if he does so against Anatan. Anatan, looking to make a comeback, picks Ibids on Kalauga. I knew he was going to revert to this. This is his map selection in the draft, and it is a backbone of CIS Age of Empires 4. They love any map that kind of features these water elements more than any other region I know of. Mongols from Puppy Paw can be kind of an interesting one here, though. Like, against Ibids with the full gold, it is going to be about the dock play instead, though. Like, the cool thing about playing docks here for Puppy Paw is that even though the docks are cheap, Anatan could not risk going for docks because of the possibility that Puppy Paw was going Dark Age racks. Because if you do that, you get blocked on the dock, and then you're probably never getting the gold to get a tech up. Because you don't really want to be spamming spears into spears against Mongols anyway. So great read there. Just takes the greed advantage. Anatan will just have to rush the age up. It's going to be Growth Wing to pad him. Growth Wing kind of a rarity these days, right, chat? Not really something seen too often. Feels like kind of a dead landmark choice when you consider, like, for example, healing. Healing, by comparison, just so much better. So why did he go for this over healing? I think the idea is, like, healing's very good on land maps because your economy is more limited. But when you're talking about water, water fishing amplifies the rate at which your economies inflate. And if your army is getting bigger as a result of that much quicker, it mitigates a lot of the advantage you get out of healing. Same logic is like, you know, the healers, the imam healers for Ottomans, very good when your opponent only has 4 archers. Terrible when your opponent has 15. So Deerstone going to be coming through. How predictions looking? I don't have them up on the scene, do I? Oops. Show me the predictions. Nice predictions, guys. Really nailed it this time. Maybe some people need to be reminded to hit F5. Dude, what a cursed day this has been. Like how they have like production issues on LAN, I have production issues remotely. It's been a good one. Okay, so we'll be playing same pond side. So they're sharing river now. How does he want to approach this? He's gonna be desert. I wondered if he'd go DRs, because desert raiders, the problem here is like you can raid, but you can't build rams because you didn't go military wing reinforcement. So you need infantry to do that. Because remember, Ibids are bastards, they get siege engineering for free. Rack's reaction out of Poppy Pool. It's gonna get kited a lot then, but the cool thing is he can force a fight over the dock. If he just spams spears, he has a burn target. And also gets paid to do it. And Desert Raiders is like annoying, but it takes a lot of time. It pads him against the risk of horsemen. More importantly, the Desert Raiders, they only have a mere, what was it, 6 damage, I think, at this stage? 5 or 6 damage. So they're basically hitting like a standard archer, but they're costing 1.5 times the price. And unlike an archer, they don't get double damage against spears. They're kind of a rough trade. It's tickler damage until you ramp it up. And he's going to be adding in horsemen, so great choice by Puppy Paw then. Just keep spamming spears. He doesn't see anything that forces him to do anything different right now. Right? He just gets away with outrageous spear spam until Anno adds in an archer range. Spears. What? Desert Raid. Oh, whoopsie. Mistakes made there. Heavy damage done. Horseman comes out to counterplay the Khan. He's going to try to scurry away, but that looks like a dead Khan to me. And we have got an archer ship on the way, so Puppy Paw taking advantage of the fact that he spent less on land military to pressure seaside. Anno did at least show discipline. He only went 3 fishing boats, so he has garrison spots for all of them. As long as he reacts fast. Yeah, there you go. So now he can just go for a Springwood ship to defend it, or he mirrors with an archer ship. Usually you think Springwood here just because the idea is that you can push your opponent off this quicker if you want to defend it, really. That being said, Anno looks more interested in the idea of going Castle Age. He's been macroing up for it. The Desert Raider was just a distraction all along, whereas Puppy Paw is now going to take that opportunity to aggro. Archers queued up. Back gold is being locked in. Smart choice there by Anno, because with the shortness of this map, you start very close to each other's bases. You can't really guarantee the safety of that forward gold. So he goes to the back one where he has more time to set up. Is Mongol still a thing off the Magadai nerf? Yeah, like situational pick. Not the best in the pack, but like they have counterplay matchups. It's kind of unfortunate, actually. Yeah, the Desert Raiders took too much damage earlier on. If that guy hadn't been hit when he was not paying attention in the Mongol base, probably would have had enough time to kite that out and got the worker kill. So unfortunate loss there for Anno. Doesn't stop the extra dock play coming in. Archers also now creeping in towards the workers. Good rally formation by Anno. Does get out of range just in time. Puppy Paw probably not thinking about siege engineering here. He can get positioned to idle out the gold workers, though. Archer ship's going to be a nuisance. So he does pull the spears there. Archers should be going back in towards the gold vein. Military wing reinforcement, a smart call here. Anatan just needs units to protect him. Otherwise, he's screwed. And Puppy Boy, he can still kind of sliver in a little here. There's a lot of gold workers. Yeah, maybe on the south side, I think there's like a camp spot that can be really annoying. Aristote's coming in will make it difficult for him to find that value now, though. A little bit out of time being forced. And Keshik's also queued up. So Puppy Paw looking to ramp up pressure. Yeah, I don't feel like Puppy Paw is in a position where Castle Age is a savior right now. But if he keeps scaling fishing, it gets on the table, right? It comes on the agenda. His goal is to try and slow down the gold income as much as possible to stop Ibids from amassing good military units. Aristote's definitely making this much more painful. Still, he prioritizes Undermesh, so no siege at all. He's not going to try to ram his way through and in here. What are we missing? Can Keshik spam do enough? The problem is Desert Raiders are going to love life there because they're going to have 6 armor when they upgrade against 15 damage on Keshik, I believe it was. And then on top of that, you're going to have the debuff removing another 2. So you hit 12, you hit for 6 damage per strike, and in return, Twig will take 28 damage before reductions to 25. 6 damage versus 25. You're never winning that fight with Keshiks. So if he wants to make this work, it needs to be a lot of archers, a lot of Keshiks. Does deny the dock, so nice interception on additional food sources. And Puppy Boy now up to 10 fishing boats. I mean, despite the fact he has Desert Raiders coming, this is actually scary for Anatan. I'm a bit worried about whether he'll have enough food to get DRs online. First 3 do come out. Ranged damage 1 coming through. No siege engineering. Puppy Paw just wants a full dive. Forces the idol on the tree line. Smart move, because you know if Anatan gets enough gold for veterancy, archers could actually be one of his best ways out of this. Nice snipe there. Additional worker kills being found. Three more Keshiks in queue. Desert Raiders just still waiting on that upgrade. More idle time being forced. I mean, Poppy Paw has substantial eco lead. When you add in the idle time as well. I mean, just look at the incomes, right? If you took Anatan's all 3 incomes, they're pretty much like Mongol's food income. That's a worrisome position to be in. I don't know if he's got time to ramp this up. Now block on the stable. Keshik to the dive in. Won't find an extra worker kill for his troubles. Desert Raider hold the choke point. There is a Spearman there as well that needs to be target fired down. The backside archers do get counterplayed by the Desert Raiders, but they dive now into the main. It's going to be a game of ring of roses around the town center. Spear's looking to cut him off. Keshiks get another wallop in. And things are going from bad to very much worse here. Archers finding additional worker kills. Anatan looks dead. I mean, he's got a few more Desert Raiders coming in soon for free, sure, but like, where do you go from here? Your economy is destitute. Choke point hold with the Desert Raiders. Can't hang around due to the Spearman still. He just doesn't have the damage. Doesn't have the DR count to be truly threatening. Keshiks force the matters. Spears will just trade places with them. Body block's getting a little bit weird, but no doubt about it, man. That is game, set, and match. Poppy Paw with an impressive 3-1, showing that the Canadians are invading Serbia tonight. Jeesh. G to the E. That was bloody impressive. 3-1 victory. All right, guys, because of the tech issues, and I want to try and resolve them, and I've also got a bunch of emails to catch up on. I am going to raid through. We should be back tomorrow, as long as I don't have any stupid tech issues. So I'm just going to raid through to the main channel because I've got, I need to try and fix, I need to wipe my drivers, basically, and see if I can fix whatever's happening with my graphics card, because that's ass cheeks. So yeah, YouTube, you can catch it across the Age of RTS channel. Should be back tomorrow. I'll ping out if we don't go live, but hopefully see you there. Apologies about that. It's been a long day. It's been over 8 hours, and I've still got to fix all this stuff. So enjoy the games, and I'll catch you